Chapter 803. After a busy day, the trivial matters of the Holy Land were finally coming to an end. As night fell, not a single star could be seen. The dark sky was like the maw of a ferocious beast, enveloping the Holy Land in a heavy atmosphere. The elders and protectors of 9 Heaven's Holy Land gathered together to discuss how to deal with the upcoming disaster half a month from now. After all, those people had already declared that half a month from now, they would either hand over the previous generation's Saintis or hand over the current generation's Saintis, otherwise they would meet on the battlefield. The three forces who had been suppressed by 9 Heaven's Holy Land daring to act so arrogantly obviously had great self-confidence, otherwise, they wouldn't have been so resolute. The previous generation's Saintis, Su Hui, and the others couldn't be handed over, and Saintis Nan was nowhere to be found. The current generation's Saintis couldn't be handed over either. Half a month from now, there would definitely be a great war, this was obvious. Yang Kai didn't know what their intentions were, but they had actually allowed Ling to pull Yang Kai here to listen. While they were discussing, Yang Kai remained silent, neither expressing his own opinion nor making any attempt to criticize them. Yang Kai was self-aware. Although these people had always expressed their hope that he could inherit the position of Holy Master, in this kind of crisis, he had no right to make decisions. In their opinion, he was still too young. So, Yang Kai tactfully remained silent. After listening for a while, Yang Kai was surprised to find that none of these people wanted to escape, all of them resolute in their decision to stay and fight to the death in order to defend the dignity of the Holy Land. Yang Kai secretly shook his head, not making any comments. Although he understood that where there was life, there was hope, but he also understood that it would not be easy for such a huge force to escape. Even if Su Hui and the others could safely evacuate, the rest of the disciples would likely become abandoned pawns. The most critical thing now was how to persuade the masters who had been lured here by shattering Mystical Palace, or Spirit Temple, and Netherworld Sect. As long as they could withdraw, the remaining three forces could be easily dealt with by the Holy Land's current lineup. After discussing for a while, without any results, everyone turned their eyes to Yang Kai who was sitting nearby. "What are you looking at me for? I'm used to being a loner, so I don't know anything about these things. You guys talk, I'll just listen." "Ha." Su Hui let out a hollow laugh, his expression becoming gentle as he said, "That being said, little brother should at least have his own opinion, right? Why don't you tell us about it? Maybe we can find a way out." The others also looked at him expectantly, as if they wanted to hear his opinion. Yang Kai frowned, and although he was somewhat reluctant, he still asked, "How many Saint Realm Masters do those three forces have?" Su Hui's expression became serious as he quickly replied, "These three forces aren't very powerful, each of them only having 2 Saint Realm Masters, and most of them are First-Order Saints. The only one you need to pay attention to is Zhang Ao from Shattering Mystical Palace. That old man's cultivation is similar to mine, Second-Order Saint Realm, so if we really fight, it won't be easy to determine who will win." Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Each force had 2 Saint Realm Masters, so in total there were 6 Saint Realm Masters, 5 of them First Order and 1 Second Order. This number and strength was just enough to put them on par with the current 9 Heaven's Holy Land. 9 Heaven's Holy Land now also had 1 Second Order Saint and 5 First Order Saints. This number didn't even include the Masters who had been enticed by these three forces. 9 Heaven's Holy Land, which had just been attacked by Saintess Nan and was now riddled with holes, would have a difficult time dealing with such a force. Moreover, if a fight really broke out, 9 Heaven's Holy Land would likely find it difficult to establish itself in this world in the future. The number of forces involved was not small. Therefore, they didn't want to become enemies with so many forces, but since Saintess Nan was the one who had caused this trouble, 9 Heaven's Holy Land naturally had to take the blame. "Haven't you thought about asking for help? 9 Heaven's Holy Land has been thriving for so many years, it should have at least some allies." Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before asking, ask those allies for help and will return this favor in the future." As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression became a little awkward. Yang Kai observed everyone's expressions and instantly understood that Nine Heavens Holy Land really didn't have many allies. When the old Holy Master was alive, they had a very high opinion of themselves, thinking that there were only a few forces in this world that could stand on equal footing with the Holy Land, so now that the sect was in trouble, no one was willing to help. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead and was speechless for a moment. He could ask for help from Soaring Heaven's sect and his 4 martial uncles and martial uncles, but there was definitely not enough time. Yang Kai was afraid that before he could return to Soaring Heaven's sect, Nine Heavens Holy Land would have already been overrun. Suddenly, Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he quickly asked, "That Monster Race Great Senior, have you ever thought about asking him for help?" "Monster Race Great Senior?" Su Hui's expression changed. Since he's a great senior, his strength is certainly not weak. He must have some useful subordinates. What kind of joke is that? Shi Kun frowned. "That's the monster race we're talking about, they view us as a thorn in their side. If we really ask them for help, once news of this spreads, Nine Heavens Holy Land will become a stain on the entire human race, never to rise again." Ewing also gently nodded, agreeing with Shi Kun. "No matter how bad the situation is, it's impossible for us to ask the monster race for help. Moreover, we've never even seen that monster race Great Senior before, only the old Holy Master had some friendship with him, so whether or not we can ask him for help is another matter altogether." Yang Kai was stunned, not having expected that his proposal would actually cause them to reject him so much. Only now did he understand that he had somewhat underestimated the degree of hatred between different races. He was not a native of Tongxian realm, but rather a native of the central capital. Although he had been here for many years, the deep-rooted ideologies of this world had not affected him. Before coming here, Yang Kai had not even known that there were different races like the demon race and monster race. "There is one person, if we can find him, my holy land may be able to easily resolve this disaster." Su Hui suddenly fell into contemplation and muttered softly. "Great Elder, are you referring to that person?" Qing Yu Tong also seemed to remember. Who? Yang Kai suddenly became curious, not knowing who they were talking about, but it seemed this person had some kind of extraordinary means. "An old man with mysterious origins, I don't know his specific name, but he should be an old acquaintance of the old Holy Master. Half a year before the old Holy Master fell, he suddenly came to visit. At that time, he was still in my holy land for some time, and the old Holy Master treated him with great courtesy. It seems his friendship with the old Holy Master was not shallow, if only he could help us. And, that old man has an unfathomable aura, and I have never seen the old Holy Master treat anyone as politely as he did to him. He's obviously not an ordinary person," Ewing also agreed. "Mysterious origins." Yang Kai was stunned. "Can't you find him?" Everyone shook their heads. "However, he should come back to my holy land again," Su Hui suddenly said with certainty. "Why?" "Because when he came to our holy land, there was a little girl by his side who arranged something in a certain place on the 9 peaks. After he left, the old Holy Master ordered us to guard that place and not let anyone get close to it and destroy it. My guess is that after a certain period of time, he and that little girl will come back here to take something from that place. And, since that little girl arranged something, that place has become extremely cold." Meng Tianfei nodded, somewhat helplessly saying, "Because of this, I had to move my residence. Being exposed to that kind of cold for so long, even I couldn't bear it." Listening to them speak one sentence after another, Yang Kai suddenly understood what they were talking about. When he and Su Hui opened the 9 Peaks Spirit Array and Barrier earlier today, Yang Kai had indeed felt that there was a certain place that was different from others. It seemed to be particularly cold, but this kind of cold was different from ordinary cold. It was hard to describe, but it made people feel quite uncomfortable. Yang Kai had thought that this was a naturally occurring place in Nine Heavens Holy Land, but he hadn't expected there to be such a factor. However, listening to them call him an old man and a little girl, two familiar figures inexplicably appeared in Yang Kai's mind. Unable to stop himself from laughing, Yang Kai couldn't help thinking that it couldn't be such a coincidence. With a smile on his face, Yang Kai asked casually, "The old man you're talking about, don't tell me he's an old man who looks like a transcendent being but actually has a pair of lustful eyes?" Su Hui gawked, but before he could answer, Yu Ying and Qing Yutong both nodded. Yu Ying grit her teeth and said, "That old man's eyes are extremely hateful, they often look at places they shouldn't be looking at." Qing Yutong also chimed in, "That's right, he's already so old, yet he still doesn't respect himself. Yu Ying and I still politely called him that, we should dig out his eyes." The two beautiful women both wore angry looks, as if that old man had really done something to them. Su Hui laughed dumbly. "It's not as serious as you say, is it? Perhaps that old man's strength is profound and his eyes are filled with vitality." Yu Ying and Qing Yutong glared at him at the same time. "Just pretend I didn't say anything," Su Hui said awkwardly. Yang Kai's expression on the other hand became extremely strange, his heartbeat accelerating slightly as his mood became inexplicably excited, continuing to ask, the little girl beside him, is she wearing a veil that prevents others from seeing her true appearance, but her temperament is pure and innocent? Everyone stared at him in amazement, Su Hui also wearing a stunned expression. "Holy Master, you, little brother, how did you know? Is that so?" Yang Kai suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry, adding, "Is there a light blue gem on her forehead?" Chapter 804. Hearing Yang Kai's question, everyone nodded, Yu Ying replying, "Although that old man was a bit hateful, the little girl who followed him was very likable. Although I haven't seen her face, I feel that she isn't any worse than our saintess, and her cultivation is also very high, not much worse than yours. Before meeting you, she was the most outstanding young person we had ever seen. That was 2 or 3 years ago, her current cultivation should be higher than mine." Yang Kai said decisively, his mood suddenly becoming quite delicate. Meng Wuya and Xia Ningchang. There were not many people in this world who could cause the Holy Master of 9 Heavens' Holy Land to treat them with respect, and Meng Wuya was perhaps one of them. Coincidentally, there was also a little girl who looked very similar to Xia Ningchang. The people Su Hui and the others were talking about were definitely them. They had actually come to 9 Heavens' Holy Land before. This was quite surprising. Does little brother know them? Su Hui and the others looked at each other and found that Yang Kai seemed to be lost in thought, a meaningful smile appearing on his face, as if he was reminiscing about something, immediately understanding that this new holy master may have had contact with this old man and young girl. "How should I put it? I know them," Yang Kai chuckled. Su Hui's expression brightened and was about to ask something when Yang Kai interrupted, "But I haven't seen them for several years, so I don't know where they are." "Is that so?" Su Hui showed a look of disappointment, but soon recovered. "Since we can't find anyone to help, we can only rely on our own strength now. Fortunately, little brother brought out the Holy Master's spirit ring. With this spirit ring, if those people really dare to attack, we can make them pay a heavy price." And everyone nodded and continued to discuss. Yang Kai found an opportunity to sneak away. Following his memories from the day before, Yang Kai flew towards one of the 9 peaks on the left. This peak wasn't much different from the other 8, reaching several hundred meters high and towering into the sky, giving off a magnificent and majestic aura. However, starting from the middle of the mountain, it was filled with a kind of cold aura. The higher one went, the denser this aura was. Near the peak, there were even countless of different lengths of icicles that were as sinister as spears, hanging upside down under the rocks. When he activated the spirit array on this peak earlier today, Yang Kai felt a bit strange, but he didn't ask anything at the time. Now, he wanted to see what his little senior sister had arranged here. Flying upwards, it wasn't long before Yang Kai arrived at the peak. This kind of coldness that penetrated deep into one's soul, almost capable of freezing one's mind. Yang Kai carefully probed himself and his expression changed slightly. He found that even though he had a conflagrated knowledge sea, he still had to exert all his strength to resist the chill coming from the peak. He circulated the true essence in his body, but he couldn't dispel the chill in his body. Strange. Slowly shaking his head, Kai Yang stepped forward. His courage stemmed from his skill. After a while, an extremely clear pool suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes. All the cold aura seemed to be emanating from this pool. The area around this pool was desolate and deserted. It seemed that even people from Nine Heavens' Holy Land generally didn't come here. Around the deep pool, there were indeed some obscure energy ripples that were arranged in a mysterious pattern. Yang Kai released his divine sense and carefully probed this pool, a look of joy soon appearing on his face. Sure enough, this was arranged by his little senior sister because there were traces of spirit arrays in this pool of energy. What's more, these were the spirit arrays he had taught Xia Ning Chang. Why would she arrange this here? According to Su Hui, she and Treasurer Meng hadn't taken anything away at that time, probably because the time wasn't right and they wanted to wait until the right time to return. What kind of secret was hidden in this icy pool? Was it related to unlocking the seal on Meng Wuya? Yang Kai secretly guessed, but he wasn't certain. Chu Ling Xiao had said that Meng Wuya had fought with the demon commander and was struck by the demon commander's profound heavenly seal, suppressing his cultivation to the peak immortal ascension boundary. He should have gone to the central capital to seek refuge or perhaps to search for the sacred spirit medicine body. Underneath the central capital, Meng Wuya had unlocked his first seal and restored his strength to the second-order transcendent realm. After not seeing him for so many years, Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder what his current situation was. Yang Kai had always been curious about Treasurer Meng's true cultivation. This old man knew Chu Ling Xiao, Ice Sect Master, Qinya, and the old Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Which one of these three wasn't a top-level master? Being able to recognize these people, his own cultivation couldn't be too bad. On top of that, wherever he went, he would leave behind a mysterious impression. What are you doing here in the reflecting moon pond? Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Yang Kai had been lost in thought, so he hadn't even noticed the other party approach. Hearing this voice, his yuan qi surged but quickly calmed down, turning his head to Enling and asking, just looking around, is this place called Reflecting Moon Pond? Enling smiled, looking up at the sky. There's no moon tonight. If there was a moon, this place would have been quite beautiful. I don't know what kind of secret this Reflecting Moon Pond has, but it's able to make the reflection of the moon appear like it's real. In the past, Xiao Lian and I often came here to play. Seemingly thinking of the three sisters who had been killed by Saintess Nan, and Ling Er's mood suddenly became gloomy. Is it really that mysterious? Yang Kai quickly changed the subject, lest she become even more sad. Then the secret hidden here, does your Nine Heavens Holy Land not know about it? And Ling slowly shook her head. Great Elder didn't dare go down. No one knows how deep this Reflecting Moon Pond is. The old Holy Master went down once to investigate but gained nothing. After he came out, he ordered us not to enter, so no one knows what is hidden inside. Moreover, when I stood on this mountain peak before, I didn't feel cold at all. Only when I went deep into the Reflecting Moon Pond did I realize this, but now, for some reason, it has become like this. It should be related to the things arranged by that little girl. After speaking for a while, Enling couldn't help shivering, her lips pale as she muttered, let's go back, it's so cold here. Yang Kai nodded, no longer insisting, and flew down with her. After a night of silence, Yang Kai also spent the entire night thinking, finally coming to a decision. The next day, Yang Kai found Su Hui and directly stated his intentions. Great Elder, I want to see that monster race Great Senior. Hearing this, Su Hui trembled and asked in amazement, why do you want to see him? Could it be you want to ask him for help? Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. He has a friendship with the old Holy Master, but not with me. Even if I ask him for help, he won't agree. Then why do you? Su Hui couldn't understand. Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he hesitated for a moment before asking, Great Elder, have you ever considered temporarily abandoning the Holy Land's foundation? Abandon? Su Hui frowned. Yes, abandon, of course only temporarily, Yang Kai nodded, as the saying goes, where there is life, there is hope. With the current lineup of foreign enemies, the Holy Land has no way to resist. If we continue to resist, I'm afraid Nine Heaven's Holy Land will really be destroyed by your generation. When that time comes, how many of us will be able to escape? Your protector and elder's strength are profound and your cultivation is profound, so it probably won't matter if you want to escape, but what about the remaining disciples? Su Hui's expression became gloomy as he sighed deeply. How could we not know this? It's just that the Holy Land has as many as 6,000 to 7,000 disciples. Where should we go? Since Shattering Mystical Palace, War Spirit Temple, and Netherworld Sect have already chosen to offend my Holy Land, naturally they won't give up easily. They also know that if we don't kill a snake with a stick, I'm afraid that as soon as we leave the 9 peaks, they will chase after us. Rather than that, we might as well stay here and fight to the death with them. So, you've considered this method? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Su Hui nodded awkwardly. Although this would be a disgrace to our ancestors, preserving the Holy Land's bloodline is the most important. Once we have accumulated enough strength, we can make a comeback and make all those who have tried to embarrass my Holy Land pay the price. Saying so, Su Hui's expression became fierce and fierce. Very good, since you've thought about it, there's no need for me to waste my breath. Yang Kai chuckled, I have a place where the Holy Land's people can safely settle down. As long as you stay there, they won't be able to do anything to you. Oh. Su Hui's eyes lit up as he asked in surprise, little brother is referring to, it's not convenient to say now, but when the time comes, you'll know. Of course, the premise is that you believe me. Yang Kai paused. Of course, we believe you. Su Hui nodded repeatedly before suddenly asking suspiciously, but what does this have to do with you going to see the monster race Great Senior? These two things have nothing to do with each other, but if you plan to temporarily abandon the Holy Land's foundation, I can go see the monster race Great Senior. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, the Holy Land's foundation naturally can't be given to those people for free. If that monster race Great Senior learns that the Holy Land is now empty, what do you think he will do? Su Hui's expression became solemn as he quickly said, the world energy aura in the monster race's territory is far less dense than the Holy Land's, and this place has been coveted by them for a long time now. If this is really the case, I'm afraid they will immediately invade and occupy the Holy Land's 9 peaks. Saying so, Su Hui suddenly understood what Yang Kai wanted to do and stared at him dumbfoundedly, his face twitching slightly, as if he hadn't expected the new Holy Master to be such a sinister and cunning person. Yang Kai grinned wickedly, his voice becoming even more demonic as he declared, my mother taught me, if people respect me 1 foot, I will respect them 10 feet, if someone destroys 1 grain of mine, I will rob them 3 times. Su Hui suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. After a long time, he couldn't help praising, your mother is truly a heroine. Good, I know you can't decide on this matter alone, go discuss it with Elder Yuing and the others. If they all agree, then come and inform me. Su Hui's eyes flashed as he cupped his fists, although I can't decide on this matter, if you can agree to inherit, scram. Yang Kai didn't wait for him to finish before glaring at him with no trace of politeness. Su Hui's brow twitched as he quickly left. Chapter 805. Yang Kai didn't like to be controlled by others, his fate was always in his own hands. Therefore, he had always expressed a strong aversion to the idea of inheriting the position of Holy Master of 9 Heaven's Holy Land, because this was not what he wanted. No matter how friendly those in the Holy Land were to him, it was simply because they had ulterior motives. However, When he learned that Xia Ning Chang Meng Wuya had come here and arranged some kind of method in the reflecting moon pond, Yang Kai's resistance to Nine Heaven's Holy Land inexplicably decreased. Preserving the strength of Nine Heaven's Holy Land, perhaps he would be able to meet his little senior sister here again in the future. He had already found Su Yen and she was still in Ice Sect, concentrating on her cultivation. He wasn't worried about the old demon as he wasn't someone to be trifled with, but the whereabouts of his little senior sister was something he often worried about. Now that he finally had some hope, Yang Kai naturally didn't want to see this hope destroyed because of the invasion of foreign enemies. That was why he took the initiative to propose this to Su Hui. Soon, Su Hui returned with news that was similar to what Yang Kai had guessed. After learning that he could properly arrange for the Holy Land's disciples, the elders and protectors all expressed their willingness to temporarily withdraw and preserve their strength in order to rise again in the future and take revenge. However, when it came to where the 6,000 to 7,000 disciples would be placed, they repeatedly asked about it. Yang Kai was unwilling to answer right now, and in the end, it was only after Enling came forward to persuade them to give up. Since you've decided to do this, first tell me about this monster race great senior. Inside the hall, Yang Kai looked at the elders and protectors and quickly said, the more detailed the better. After coming to this world, Yang Kai had only dealt with one monster race individual. The charm monster. The lustful dragon lady who possessed the ability to poison one's soul and arouse one's deepest desires. As such, Yang Kai didn't know much about the monster race, so now that he was going to meet a monster race great senior, he naturally had to make some preparations. None of us have seen this monster race great senior before, but from what the old holy master said, he was an 8th order monster beast, Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon, and was born with the ability to cultivate 2 different attributes. His cultivation was quite high and his divine technique was quite good. 8th order monster beast. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he secretly guessed that a 6th order monster beast was equivalent to an immortal ascension boundary, a 7th order being a transcendent, and 8th order being a saint realm. Yang Kai's of course, he was a saint, of course, of the 3rd order. SSSSS. S to him. Of course, 7's 2's his. S of course. These 20 or so are all transcendents, that is to say, 7th order or above. They were born with fighting instincts, and although they haven't cultivated any martial skills, their combat power can't be ignored. However, they don't understand spirit arrays, so the world energy aura they live in isn't very rich, so it's completely natural. Everyone began to talk at once, sharing the little information they knew. Yang Kai listened carefully, waiting for them to finish before curiously asking, the enmity between the human and monster races isn't shallow. How did your old holy master manage to become friends with that monster race great senior? Su Hui chuckled, the monster race doesn't have many crystal stones, but they are rich in spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Once, when the old holy master went out, he seemed to have encountered that monster race great senior. The two of them fought for a while, but for some reason, they actually felt a sense of camaraderie and decided to trade. So every once in a while, the old holy master would bring a lot of spirit stones to them in exchange for a large number of spirit grasses, spirit medicines, and rare 5-element metals. By the way, the monster race isn't very proficient in alchemy or artifact refining, so the artifacts and pills used for them were all brought to them by the old holy master. So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded lightly, so, if that monster race great senior still remembers some old sentiments, I won't be in much danger this time. He really does remember some old sentiments. What do you mean? Su Hui asked in amazement. It's been almost 2 years since the old holy master fell, so the monster race must have received this news long ago, but they haven't taken any action. Obviously, that monster race great senior doesn't want to attack Nine Heaven's holy land, otherwise, your current situation would only have become worse. Listening to Yang Kai's explanation, everyone thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. I heard that the monster race has something called the Beast Transformation Pond. Yang Kai suddenly asked. N. Su Hui nodded. The beast transformation pond is the foundation of the monster race. I don't know how it was formed, but every place that has a beast transformation pond is a gathering place for the monster race. Once a monster beast breaks through to the 7th order, it is eligible to enter the beast transformation pond, and if its luck is good enough, it can assume its human form. Otherwise, those monster beasts will forever remain in their beast form. Is it really that amazing? Yang Kai suddenly became interested and couldn't help wanting to take a look. Su Hui shook his head. Not every monster beast that enters the beast transformation pond is able to successfully assume human form. I heard that many monster beasts have failed, but even if they do manage to assume human form, many of them are accustomed to maintaining their true form and appear in their beast form all year round, so there are definitely more than 20 transcendents on the monster race's side, perhaps even double that number. That's quite an impressive force. Yang Kai praised. The entire 9 Heavens Holy Land only had so many transcendents, so the strength of the monster race was basically on par with 9 Heavens Holy Land at its peak. You should prepare some crystal stones first. Yang Kai ordered. Since this is the first time we are meeting, as a junior, naturally we should prepare some gifts, otherwise, we may not even be able to meet the monster race great senior. Good, I'll arrange it. Su Hui nodded and immediately left. An hour later, with everything ready, Yang Kai took 2 universe bags filled with crystal stones and flew out of the 9 peaks in the direction everyone had pointed out. The various protectors and elders watched him leave, all of them wearing puzzled expressions. Great Elder, why do I feel like the new Holy Master's attitude has suddenly changed a lot? Shi Kun frowned and asked. He suddenly became enthusiastic about the Holy Land's affairs. Before, he was quite indifferent, as if it had nothing to do with him. Qin Yu Tong also frowned. I don't know, Su Hui slowly shook his head. But this is a good thing. Since he is so enthusiastic about the Holy Land's affairs today, perhaps he will agree to inherit it in the future. Perhaps it has something to do with the reflecting moon pond, Ling muttered. Oh. Why do you say that? It's just a guess, Ling smiled, unable to explain further. But Ling can we trust him? He said there was a place where so many Holy Land disciples could settle down, and now he wants to visit the monster race great senior. I really am confused. Yu Ying said worriedly. Weren't you all prepared to fight to the death with those people? If he succeeds this time, there may be a chance to turn things around, but if he doesn't, you can only follow your original plan, so what difference does it make whether you believe him or not? That's true, Yu Ying smiled, feeling much more relieved. But I believe him. Ling's face suddenly became solemn. He has always been able to find a way out of desperate situations. I think he can do the same this time. If that's the case, after this matter is settled, whether he agrees or not, this old master will worship him as Holy Master. Su Hui declared. What Great Elder says is right. Everyone nodded, their eyes filled with expectation. Yang Kai had just flown away from the 9 peaks when he felt he was being watched. Shattering Mystical Palace, War Spirit Temple, and Netherworld sect had bewitched many masters and attacked 9 Heavens Holy Land half a month ago. Although they were forced to retreat, they certainly hadn't gone far and should be stationed nearby to monitor the situation. Anyone who left the 9 peaks would definitely fall into their sights. However, Yang Kai didn't panic at all. Using his divine sense, he was able to clearly see the cultivation of the people tailing him. A first-order transcendent and a dozen immortal ascension boundary masters. This number wasn't enough to fill the gaps between Yang Kai's teeth. After chasing for an hour in the mountains, those people lost sight of Kai Yang. The leading transcendent wore a dignified expression and suddenly stopped, raising his hand to signal the other immortal ascension boundary masters to stop and carefully investigate their surroundings, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't find Yang Kai's location. Senior, where is that little brat? Among the group, a square-headed young man asked suspiciously. The leading Transcendent Realm Master slowly shook his head, his expression dignified. That little brat is a bit strange, let's go back. He doesn't look very old, his strength shouldn't be too high, right? The young man snorted disdainfully, thinking that this senior was being a bit too cautious. What do you know? Do you think all the young people in this world are like you? Although he looks younger than you, he was able to escape from my pursuit, so his cultivation is definitely not bad. Perhaps, he has already discovered us and has set up some kind of trap ahead of us. After being scolded and despised, the young man felt a little unconvinced and snorted, I don't think he's that strong. The leading Transcendent Realm Master sneered and no longer bothered with this young man's nonsense, simply saying, if you think you're stronger, just chase after him, let's see if you can come back alive. Saying so, he turned around and left. This group of people didn't belong to the same force. Because they were tasked with monitoring the movements of 9 Heaven's Holy Land, the number of people sent out was quite large and somewhat messy. After the young man was reprimanded, he naturally wasn't very happy. Although he said so, seeing that this senior was about to leave, he naturally didn't have the courage to chase after him, so he could only sullenly follow behind the rest of the group in silence. At that moment, the First Order Transcendent who was leading the group came to a halt, his face suddenly filled with horror, his body trembling as his eyes bulged, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. What's wrong? The young man who had been reprimanded before couldn't help muttering, following his gaze and instantly becoming dumbfounded. Chapter 806. In front of them, under a large tree, the young man who had come out of 9 Heaven's Holy Land had at some point appeared behind them. At this moment, he was standing there with a smile on his face as he stared at them mockingly. Everyone felt as if they were facing a great enemy, quickly gathering their yuan qi as they stared vigilantly at Yang Kai. This mysterious method of appearing and disappearing at will was enough to show how extraordinary Yang Kai was. These people all had some insight and naturally knew that Yang Kai was not someone to be trifled with. In particular, the Transcendent leading this group released his divine sense at close range to investigate Yang Kai, but it was as if he was throwing a stone into the sea, his divine sense being swallowed up without the slightest bit of feedback, greatly shocking him. I'll delay him for a while, the rest of you split up. The Transcendent whispered. Yang Kai just chuckled and turned a deaf ear to these words before walking towards them. As Yang Kai's footsteps approached, everyone felt a huge pressure descend from the sky, as if a mountain was collapsing, as if an avalanche was crashing down on them, impossible to resist. The immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivator couldn't help feeling the urge to kneel down, as if under this kind of pressure, they would soon be crushed to dust, not even their bones remaining. Run! The Transcendent roared, forcibly circulating his yuan qi in leaping into the air. You think you can escape? Yang Kai coldly snorted, sending out a sharp divine sense attack that rushed into the Transcendent Cultivator's mind, instantly tearing apart his knowledge sea defenses. The jade pendant that the man was wearing flashed with a brilliant light before exploding into dust with a crisp cracking sound. This jade pendant was a sole defensive artifact that could actively defend against enemy divine sense attacks. Its grade wasn't too bad, at least mysterious grade mid-rank. Even so, under Yang Kai's divine sense attack, this artifact was completely destroyed. The First Order Transcendent Cultivator's body fell heavily to the ground, his eyes suddenly losing their luster. Clutching his head, the Transcendent Cultivator fell to the ground, howling miserably, his voice reaching the ears of the others, causing them to feel as if they had been plunged into an ice cellar. Only then did the square-headed young man realize how big the gap in strength between him and Yang Kai was, and he also understood that what the senior had said before was not an exaggeration. He didn't know what kind of trick Yang Kai had used to reduce a First-Order Transcendent to such a pitiful state. Just how profound was his cultivation? The miserable howls lasted for less than 10 breaths before gradually dying down. The Transcendent Realm Cultivator lay stiffly on the ground, motionless, his aura completely drained away. He was dead. The remaining dozen or so immortal Ascension Boundary Masters all trembled, their teeth chattering as they stared at Yang Kai in horror, not knowing what to do. Yang Kai glanced over at them faintly, but when they met his eyes, all of them couldn't help averting their eyes. A dozen immortal ascension boundary cultivators. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. Back in the central capital, this kind of lineup was already considered quite powerful, but after just a few years, Yang Kai was able to look down on these people with cold eyes. To him, they were nothing more than ants. "I'll ask you some questions, who can answer?" Yang Kai suddenly said. These people were all in a state of panic, thinking they were about to die, so none of them reacted. However, the square-headed young man was the most quick-witted and quickly said, "Me." Yang Kai glanced over at him and nodded lightly. "Tell me, where are you stationed?" "In a mountain valley 50 kilometers away from your sect." The young man was afraid that if he answered too slowly, Yang Kai would be dissatisfied, so he quickly replied. "How many people?" "At least 3,000, that's a lot of people. What about the Saint Realm cultivators?" Yang Kai continued to ask. 3,000 people, although less than half the number of Nine Heavens Holy Land's disciples. If they really fought, it still depended on the number of masters. If the masters won, the battle would be won. If the masters lost, the battle would be lost. Once one's strength reached the transcendent realm, no matter how many cultivators below the transcendent realm came, they wouldn't be put in their eyes. "Lu Gui, if you dare leak information to the enemy, be careful you won't be able to keep your head when you return." An immortal ascension boundary cultivator in the crowd suddenly recovered and shouted. Many others were also dissatisfied, glaring angrily at the young man named Lu Gui, their eyes filled with contempt and disdain. Lu Gui panicked and hesitated for a moment, not daring to continue, only staring at Yang Kai timidly and worriedly, fearing he would be dissatisfied. Yang Kai grinned gently and nodded. "You can rest assured, I promise you, no one will know you told me this, so it doesn't matter if you speak a little more." Saying so, he waved his hand, causing all the immortal ascension boundary cultivators present to freeze in place, unable to move or speak, each of them shivering uncontrollably as cold sweat seeped out of their bodies. With Yang Kai's assurance, Lu Gui seemed to feel relieved and quickly revealed everything he knew. The more Yang Kai listened, the gloomier his expression became. This time, Nine Heavens Holy Land was really in trouble. Shattering Mystical Palace, War Spirit Temple, and Netherworld sect had taken advantage of Nine Heavens Holy Land's external crisis to not only bring in their own friends and family, but also take advantage of the chaos Saintess Nan had stirred up outside to persuade more than a dozen great forces to come and attack Nine Heavens Holy Land. These dozen great forces weren't very strong, each of them having at most a single Saint Realm master, some of them not even having such a master. Counting the 6 Saint Realm masters each of these 3 sects already had, the total number of Saint Realm masters was about a dozen. In terms of numbers alone, Nine Heavens Holy Land had twice as many transcendents as Nine Heavens Holy Land. If a fight really broke out, Nine Heavens Holy Land had no chance of winning. Even with the help of the spirit arrays and barriers, they would only be able to resist for a short time. As Su Hui had said, since these 3 sects had chosen to offend the Holy Land, they had made ample preparations and would not give the Holy Land a chance to make a comeback. These 3 sects had not attacked for 2 reasons. One was because they had made the declaration half a month ago, and the other was because they were waiting for reinforcements to arrive. In about 10 days, these 3 sects would launch a large-scale invasion, preparing to uproot Nine Heavens Holy Land, a behemoth that had existed for countless years, in one fell swoop and enjoy the world energy aura and resources of the 9 peaks. In addition to these 3 sects, the other great forces had basically gathered here because of Saintess Nan and had no enmity with Nine Heavens Holy Land. Lu Gui had a square head, but he was also a clever man, so under the angry gazes of his companions, he clearly told Yang Kai all kinds of information. After listening, Yang Kai already had a plan in mind. Nodding lightly, Yang Kai expressed satisfaction and patted Lu Gui's shoulder affectionately, praising, "Young man, you have a promising future, live well." Yes, yes, many thanks for the praise, Lu Gui responded awkwardly, but his expression suddenly changed as he stared at Yang Kai suspiciously. Just now, Lu Gui seemed to feel that something was missing from his knowledge sea, but after carefully examining it, he couldn't find anything. Yang Kai chuckled, just to be on the safe side, I'll keep your soul brand for now. After you return, don't divulge any information about me, otherwise, even if we're separated by 10 million kilometers, I can easily kill you. Lu Gui's face went pale and he couldn't help retreating a few steps, calling out in horror, soul brand? And, don't even think about running away, I can sense your location at any time. If you dare try anything funny, the consequences, you know what will happen. Understood, understood. Lu Gui nodded repeatedly. Although he didn't know what Yang Kai had done to him, he really did feel that his fate was in the palm of his hand. Then that's all, I'll be going first. Yang Kai grinned, his figure flickering and disappearing from Lu Gui's sight. Lu Gui was stunned for a moment before pointing to his companions who were still standing in place and exclaiming, what about them? There was no response. Lu Gui's expression changed, and it was particularly interesting. A moment later, Yang Kai, who was rushing towards the monster race territory, vaguely heard a series of mournful screams and resentful curses before death. Thinking about it, Lu Gui should have already killed those immortal ascension boundary masters. This little brat wasn't a good person, Yang Kai could see at a glance. Normally, he was just a petty thief. In order to ensure that the secret of what had just happened was not leaked, he would naturally silence him. This kind of person was the most despicable. However, Yang Kai needed to arrange a chess piece in the enemy camp and take advantage of this opportunity to monitor their movements. This kind of cowardly person was undoubtedly a good candidate. As for how Lu Gui would explain himself when he returned, that was his own problem. Flying all the way, according to the direction Su Hui had pointed out, Yang Kai's figure was as fast as lightning. After crossing the 10,000-foot-high mountain, Yang Kai soon felt that he had arrived at a somewhat different place. The world energy flowing through the air was vaguely strange. Just like in the demon land, where the world energy was mixed with a faint demonic chi, the monster race territory was also filled with a faint demonic chi. However, whether it was demonic chi or demonic chi, they were both different forms of world energy. It was only because of the creatures that lived here all year round that the world energy was slightly altered. Behind the 10,000-foot-high mountain was a forest. The Beast Sea jungle was the territory of the monster race. Towering trees, each thick enough for several people to wrap their arms around, blocked out the sunlight. As soon as Yang Kai entered this place, he noticed that a nearby monster beast was paying attention to him. Using his divine sense to investigate, Yang Kai found that this monster beast was only at the 6th order, so he didn't pay it much mind and continued to rush forward, hoping to find a monster beast or monster race member he could communicate with. But soon, Yang Kai noticed that this monster beast was different from the ones he had encountered before. It had been tailing him, as if it had a mind of its own, monitoring him and not rashly attacking. Wherever it passed, it seemed to have come into contact with other monster beasts. As Yang Kai went deeper, the monster beast following him also increased in number. They were organized and disciplined, obviously possessing a certain level of sentience, but not high. Perceiving this, Yang Kai paused and sent out his divine sense in an attempt to communicate with them. Yang Kai was very experienced in this regard, and after communicating with the divine tree for a few days, Yang Kai knew what methods to use to deal with these creatures with low sentience. Chapter 807. The most important thing was to be patient, so that they could clearly feel that he had no malicious intentions. Only in this way would they no longer be vigilant and take the initiative to communicate with him. During this process, even the slightest bit of impatience could result in failure, stimulating their instincts and causing some bad things to happen. Somewhere in the dense forest, Yang Kai stood there quietly, restraining his aura and completely blending into the surrounding environment. He was constantly releasing his divine sense to convey his goodwill. The monster beast that had gathered nearby hid in their hiding places, staring at Yang Kai's direction with ominous eyes. Time continued to pass, but Yang Kai was not in a hurry. After half a day, Yang Kai heard a rustling sound nearby. He turned his head and saw a huge tiger-like monster beast slowly walking out of its hiding place. Rustle, rustle, rustle. More and more monster beast appeared, surrounding Yang Kai from all directions. Yang Kai glanced around and suddenly felt his eyes light up. These demonic beasts were of different shapes and sizes, but every single one of them was extremely handsome. Their appearances were excellent, and they looked awe-inspiring. When they were about a dozen feet away from Yang Kai, they stopped and kept growling from their throats. At the same time, Yang Kai felt that they seemed to be releasing their divine sense, wanting to communicate with him. But their intelligence was not complete, so they could not clearly express what they wanted to express. Yang Kai smiled and transmitted his divine sense, "Hello, everyone. I came here with no ulterior motives, so you don't have to worry. I just want to see your great senior. If it's convenient, can you show me the way?" After the divine sense was transmitted, a roar immediately came from the tiger-like monster beast, as if it was questioning Yang Kai why he wanted to see the great senior. "I have something to discuss with him," Yang Kai patiently answered. All the monster beast fell into silence. They turned their heads to look at each other, seemingly unable to make a decision. After a while, the tiger-like monster beast looked up at the sky and roared. The roar was rolling like thunder, deafening to the ears. Yang Kai frowned, but he didn't show much impatience. He just stood there quietly and waited. He didn't know where the monster race's grand senior was, so he could only ask for help from these monster beasts that had yet to develop intelligence. After that long howl was heard, another howl came from the depths of the forest in response. Soon after, more howls came from afar, as if they were relaying, spreading further and further. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he suddenly understood something. He simply sat down cross-legged and took out a few bottles of pills from his bosom. He then threw them at the monster beast as a gesture of goodwill. These pills were all concocted by him casually. They could increase the flow of yuan qi in the body and had the effect of assisting in cultivation. When the monster beast saw this, they all leaned over and lowered their heads to sniff. The monster beast had the instinct to seek fortune and avoid disaster. They were born with the ability to distinguish between danger and danger. Although the grade of these pills wasn't very high, the overflowing aura from them naturally attracted their interest. After a while, the pills were all snatched up by the monster beast. They swallowed them like beans and looked at Yang Kai expectantly. Yang Kai shook his head and smiled bitterly. He helplessly took out a few more bottles of pills. About half an hour later, Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction. In that direction, an unruly aura was rapidly approaching. Moreover, this person's cultivation wasn't low, at least at the third-order transcendent realm. In monster beast terms, this person was at the peak of the seventh order. Kong. A burly figure fell from the sky and smashed into the ground not far in front of Yang Kai like a meteor. A cloud of dust flew up and a shockwave spread out in all directions, causing the surrounding trees to sway. The monster beast that had gathered around Yang Kai were also frightened and scattered. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked in front of him. He saw a burly middle-aged man of about 40 years old standing in front of him, looking down at him condescendingly. His eyes were filled with contempt. What made him pay attention was his clothes. This person only wore some simple animal skin clothes. His hair was wild and his thick black hair was messy in the wind. At first glance, this person looked like a lion that had gone berserk, appearing rather wild and unrestrained. A monster race. Yang Kai instantly determined this person's identity. The roars just now should have been the monster beast sending him a message. After receiving the news, this monster race master had immediately rushed over. His eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty light. The monster beast, who had been getting along well with Yang Kai, seemed to have been infected by his mood. At this moment, all of them were baring their teeth and roaring towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned and slowly stood up, his expression calm. "Human, you dare intrude into the Beast Sea jungle, your courage isn't small." As soon as the middle-aged monster race master appeared, he shouted, his monster chi surging as if he wanted to kill Yang Kai. "I have some matters to attend to here, I hope this friend can remain calm and listen to my explanation." Yang Kai smiled warmly. "Who's your friend?" The burly monster race master waved his broad palm, a look of disdain on his face as he spat, "Despicable human, my monster race has never been friends with you." "Ah." Yang Kai was speechless for a moment. The other party obviously rejected him, making him feel a little helpless. "Then may I ask for your excellency's name?" Yang Kai cupped his fists and asked. "Great Senior bestows the name, Wild Lion." The monster race master wore a proud expression, as if being bestowed a name by the Great Senior was a great honor, coldly snorting, "Do you remember?" "Yes," Yang Kai nodded seriously. "Damn you," Wild Lion shook his head and looked around before shouting, "What did you do to my compatriots? Why did I see them acting so intimately towards you just now?" "I didn't do anything, I just gave them some pills." Yang Kai casually explained, "Don't worry, they are all pills for cultivation, they will only benefit them and won't do them any harm." "Pill?" Wild Lion's eyes lit up, as if he was very sensitive to these two words. Yang Kai chuckled and asked, "I still have some here, does Brother Wild want some?" "It's our first time meeting, so I didn't prepare anything, this is just a small gift to show my respect." Saying so, Yang Kai tactfully took out a few bottles of pills and handed them over. Wild Lion's expression showed that he was tempted, but there was a trace of struggle between his eyebrows. However, after smelling the pill fragrance, he immediately destroyed his reason and snatched the bottles of pills away, saying in a dissatisfied tone, "Despicable bastard, don't even think about using these things to gain my favor. And, although this father likes you a lot now." Yang Kai laughed involuntarily, secretly feeling that this guy was a little too naive. If all monster race masters were like this Wild Lion, it would be easy to deal with them. After inspecting the bottles of pills, Wild Lion stuffed them into his trouser pocket with satisfaction. He kept them close to him and treasured them to death. Curling his lips, Wild Lion squinted at Yang Kai and said, "I heard you want to see the Great Senior." Without asking, he understood Yang Kai's purpose in coming here. Obviously, the beast roars just now contained information that Yang Kai could not understand. Brother Kwang, can you recommend me?" Wild Lion sneered, "Boy, what kind of place do you think my Beast Sea jungle is? Who do you think my monster race Great Senior is? Do you think he is someone you can meet just because you want to? Seeing that you are so tactful, I won't kill you, just go back to where you came from. Don't be presumptuous here, if you dare to stay here before sunset today, when dusk falls, it will be the time of your death." Yang Kai frowned and patiently said, "Brother Wild Lion, I really have something important to discuss with your Great Senior, can you make it easy for me? Don't try to provoke me, you humans always overestimate yourselves. If you anger me, your end will be very miserable. The Beast Sea jungle has never allowed humans to enter, so today I will be showing you mercy." Wild Lion coldly snorted, clearly not giving Yang Kai any leeway. Yang Kai chuckled, "Is that so, Brother Wild Lion? I heard that someone used to come to the Beast Sea jungle from time to time to drink and chat with your Great Senior." Wild Lion's expression changed as he shouted, "Where did you hear that? Oh, why does that ring on your hand look so familiar?" "Because when that person came, he was wearing this ring." Yang Kai raised his hand and pointed the ring towards Wild Lion so he could see it more clearly. "Nine Heavens Holy Land, the old Holy Master fell, you should have heard. And, in a sense, I am his successor. The old Holy Master and your Great Senior were friends, so I wanted to ask your Great Senior for a small favor." "You're his successor?" Wild Lion couldn't help widening his eyes as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement. That guy was very powerful, he even fought evenly with Great Senior, so how come you, his successor, are so weak? He looked down on Yang Kai, as if he could flick his finger and send Yang Kai flying. Yang Kai didn't care and continued, "You should know that our old holy master brought you a lot of crystal stones and pills. These past 2 years, you haven't received this kind of treatment, right? Since I took over the position of the old holy master, I can bring you many things in the future, such as... Wild Lion's attention couldn't help being attracted. For example, the bottles of pills I just gave you. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Those are already mine. Wild Lion covered his pockets as he stared at Yang Kai vigilantly, fearing he would try to take them back. I know, they are yours. Yang Kai nodded lightly, but in the future, if you want to take them back, you must first let me see your Great Senior. Only when I reach an agreement with your Great Senior can I continue to bring you these things, right? Wild Lion looked up at the sky, his brow furrowed as a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. After thinking about it for a while, he scratched his head and muttered, "Why do I feel like what you said is a bit inexplicable, but it also makes sense. Brat, you're not lying to me, right?" Saying so, he glared at Yang Kai angrily. Yang Kai remained calm, not showing the slightest sign of guilt. Chapter 808. After interacting with him for a while, Yang Kai could see that although this mad lion had gained sentience, he wasn't very clever. Just like many monster beasts, he followed his instincts in many ways. After all, this was a monster beast manifestation, so it was understandable. Such a person's likes and dislikes were written all over his face. He wasn't scheming, and sometimes he was easy to deal with, but sometimes he would turn hostile very quickly. If he found someone pleasing to the eye, he would act friendly, but if he was unhappy, he would immediately attack. In a sense, Yang Kai felt that this kind of person was very interesting. So when facing Mad Lion, he didn't feel the slightest bit unnatural. Fine, I'll take you to Thunder Tree Palace, but whether the Great Senior wants to see you or not is not up to me. Mad Lion hesitated for a while before agreeing. Many thanks. Yang Kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that he had obtained the other party's approval. Thunder Tree Palace. Although he didn't know what kind of place it was, he could vaguely guess that it should be the place where the monster race Great Senior lived. He had come up with an impressive name. After Mad Lion agreed, he didn't delay and immediately set off with Yang Kai, warning him repeatedly not to play any tricks, otherwise, he would definitely teach him a lesson. Yang Kai didn't agree. It wasn't until now that Yang Kai realized how vast the Beast Sea jungle was. There were tens of thousands of monster beasts living here, from newborn cubs to masters who had already achieved human form. There were all kinds of monster beasts here, including almost all species of the monster race. There were only a few monster race gatherings like this in the entire monster race domain, and each of them was ruled by a monster race great monarch. The human territory, the monster race territory, and the demon territory. Among them, the human territory was the largest, followed by the demon territory, and the monster race territory was the smallest. The Beast Sea jungle occupied 1/10 of the entire monster race territory. From here to Thunder Tree Palace, it would take at least 3 days of travel. A round trip of 3 days would take him 6 days, so there was still enough time, so Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. Flying forward, he followed behind Kuang Shi at a leisurely pace, enjoying the scenery of the Beast Sea jungle. Using his divine sense, he found that all kinds of rare ores, spirit herbs were growing in the dense forest, and no one was interested in mining them. Occasionally, some monster beast would directly swallow those rare spirit grasses and spirit medicines, swallowing them like a cow chewing on peonies. When Yang Kai saw this, he couldn't help but have the urge to vomit blood. If he could use those materials to refine pills, the effects would increase by at least several times. It would be far more effective than swallowing them directly. But now wasn't the time to pursue this matter. Although young Kai felt that it was a pity, he didn't say anything. He just kept praising the beast sea jungle for its richness. These words were exactly what Mad Lion wanted. After spending a day together, Mad Lion realized that this human was actually quite nice. His words were quite pleasant to hear. After young Kai gave him some artifacts that were suitable for his use, Mad Lion immediately became friendly with him. The saint-grade artifacts he obtained in the Holy Tomb, young Kai naturally couldn't give them away casually. Each of those artifacts was priceless and rare in this world. Even if he had to give them away, he would give them to those closest to him. However, young Kai had a lot of other artifacts that weren't too high or too low in grade. The last time he went to the sea with Enling, he had collected some of them from the ancient ruins at the bottom of the sea. Now, he decided to give them to young Kai. Holding an artifact in one hand and a pill in the other, Mad Lion's demeanor became very flattering. When young Kai called him brother Kwang or friend, he didn't have the slightest resistance. The entire journey was uneventful. With Mad Lion leading the way, although there were occasionally some monster race masters who were alarmed, none of them tried to embarrass young Kai. After hearing that he was the new holy master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land, all of them cast curious glances towards him and happily let him pass. Perhaps in the eyes of these monster race masters, without Nine Heavens' Holy Land, they wouldn't be happy. In the past, every once in a while, the old holy master would bring a large number of spirit stones, pills, and artifacts, but after 2 years, none of them had seen anything, so naturally they were reminiscing about the past. 3 days later, a towering ancient tree suddenly appeared in front of young Kai's eyes. That ancient tree was as majestic as a mountain peak, piercing straight into the clouds. Its huge canopy almost blocked out the sunlight in a radius of dozens of miles, and its slanted branches were extremely dense. Young Kai was stunned. When he first saw this ancient tree, he thought he was seeing things, but after carefully confirming it, he realized it was really just a tree. It was just that this tree was a little too big. Nothing was too strange in this world. Compared to this ancient tree, the divine tree in the Black Book space was as weak as a 3-year-old baby. Mad Lion saw the shocked expression on young Kai's face and shook his head proudly. Do you see that? That is Thunder Tree Palace, the place where Great Senior and the masters of my race live. Great Senior lives in a wooden house at the top. Why is it called Thunder Tree Palace? Young Kai asked curiously. Mad Lion snorted and explained, that is a 10,000-year thunder-devouring wood, naturally able to attract the power of thunder from the 9 heavens. You must have heard that our Great Senior's true form is a noble scarlet flame thunder dragon, so Great Senior's cultivation requires the power of thunder, so this place is perfect for him. Attracting the power of thunder? Young Kai was stunned. Does that mean it's fine for others to live here? Great Senior's methods are not something you can imagine. The power of thunder from the 9 heavens that falls from the sky is only absorbed by Great Senior, it doesn't affect others. Mad Lion explained proudly. Of course, there are also a few people who need the power of thunder for their cultivation, so Great Senior will share some with them. Along the way, young Kai also learned that Mad Lion greatly worshipped Great Senior. As long as it was related to Great Senior, Mad Lion would show an expression of worship. Therefore, facing Mad Lion's pride at this moment, young Kai was already numb to it and just nodded lightly. So that's how it is, your Great Senior is really amazing. Of course, Mad Lion grinned meaningfully. I wonder if I, Mad Lion, will ever be able to reach Great Senior's level in this life. Anyway, come with me, we'll be there soon. Young Kai nodded and kept up with him. After a short while, the two of them arrived at the foot of the huge ancient tree. As soon as he arrived here, young Kai felt many divine senses lock onto him from all directions, penetrating every inch of his skin like mercury, as if they wanted to inspect him from the inside out. Young Kai's expression remained unchanged as he allowed them to inspect him, not showing the slightest intention of resisting, simply looking around coldly. Below the ancient tree, there were originally many monster beasts, each one of these monster beasts with a fierce appearance and vigorous physique. Purpleback blood spider, golden thread steel turtle, green phosphorus leopard, scarlet marten, all kinds of monster beasts that Yang Kai couldn't name were here. Seemingly attracted by Yang Kai's aura, these monster beasts stood up from where they were crouching and stared towards him with unfriendly looks on their faces, their eyes meeting and their divine senses communicating with one another, as if they were trying to communicate something. Yang Kai secretly shivered, knowing that these monster beasts couldn't be compared to the ones he encountered in the Beast Sea jungle. These monster beasts undoubtedly possessed high intelligence, not inferior to Kuang Shi in the slightest, and their ranks were not low either, each of them at least 7th order or above. Yang Kai secretly guessed that they might be monster race masters who couldn't transform into human form or preferred to maintain their beast form. Under the gazes of so many people, Yang Kai remained calm, his expression calm, attracting the attention of these monster beasts. On the contrary, Kuang Shi, who had arrived here, was a little cautious, smiling foolishly as he greeted the people around him before turning to Yang Kai and saying, "You wait here, I'll go report to Master Kai Dai. Whether or not we can see Great Senior, we'll have to ask her first." Yang Kai gently nodded. Kuang Shi leapt up towards the top of the ancient tree and soon disappeared. Yang Kai stood in place and waited, surrounded by a number of powerful monster beasts, all of them circling around him, as if he was an uninvited guest. However, he was already mentally prepared. Sha. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from above, and at the same time, several figures landed on the trunk of the tree, condescendingly serving Yang Kai, their eyes filled with ridicule. Hearing the noise, Yang Kai raised his head and couldn't help narrowing his eyes. These were several monster race masters who had transformed into human form. Like Kuang Shi, they wore simple and crude clothing, fully displaying their wild nature, and more or less retained some traces of their beast form. The middle-aged man on the left had a hairy tail behind him, a square face, a mane covering his cheeks, and a pair of eyes filled with dignity. Looking at his appearance, his true body should be that of an ape. The woman on the right had a graceful figure, her snow-white slender thighs and flat belly exposed to the air, a pair of small canine teeth at the corner of her mouth flashing with a cold light, and two small and cute cat ears on both sides of her forehead. It was unknown whether her true body was a tiger or a cat. Yang Kai couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. Standing on the trunk, they only observed Yang Kai, seemingly having no intention of making things difficult for him, all of them remaining silent. The woman with the cat ears showed a rather interested expression, muttering something under her breath, her small canine teeth becoming more and more exquisite. Their eyes met, Yang Kai gently nodded, and the several monster race masters lightly pursed their lips and sneered. Suddenly, a scream came from above the ancient tree. Hearing this scream, Yang Kai frowned. Because this scream was clearly from Kuang Shi, who had led him here, and it seemed that he had been severely beaten and was falling from above. Accompanied by a series of cracking sounds, Kuang Shi's burly body smashed through countless branches and fell heavily to the ground under Yang Kai's gaze, directly smashing a large hole in the ground. Daring to casually bring a human to my Thunder Tree Palace, Kuang Shi, are you tired of living? If so, I'll send you on your way right now. A tender shout suddenly came from above, accompanied by a seven-colored light that flashed in front of Yang Kai. Immediately after, a beautiful figure appeared, quietly floating in the air. Although she was reprimanding Kuang Shi, her beautiful eyes were staring at Yang Kai, cold as a blade. Chapter 809. At the same time as this voice sounded, an extremely dangerous aura rushed towards him, causing Yang Kai's hair to stand on end. The yuan qi in his body also began circulating uncontrollably to resist the invisible pressure coming from this figure. The other party was a woman, an exceptionally beautiful one at that. She was dressed neatly in a long moon-white dress that wrapped around her enchanting and graceful figure. There were some floral patterns printed on the hem of her dress, giving her a somewhat petite and cute appearance, but the aura she exuded was extremely sharp. Moreover, behind her was a pair of 7-colored wings. These wings were different from Yang Kai's wind and thunder wings. They were more like the wings of a butterfly, wide and flexible, gently fluttering about, releasing an intoxicating fragrance. These wings looked thin and light, but they had obviously been refined by her into something akin to an artifact. The edges of these wings gleamed with a cold light. Yang Kai had no doubt that this pair of wings alone could cut through gold and break stone, comparable to the sharpest weapon in the world. As soon as this woman appeared, the monster race masters who had been paying attention to Yang Kai all wore solemn expressions and respectfully saluted. Saint Realm. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he immediately judged the cultivation of this petite woman with a pair of 7-colored wings. What's more, she was not an ordinary Saint Realm cultivator. Being able to cause Yang Kai such a huge amount of pressure, she was at least a second-order saint. No, Kai Dai, Master, please listen to my explanation. Kuang Shi, who had been knocked to the ground and smashed into the ground, struggled to his feet, his face swollen and battered, but he didn't dare show the slightest dissatisfaction and simply shouted anxiously. What's there to explain? Kai Dai stared at Kuang Shi coldly, lightly snorting as she waved her hand and an invisible suction force appeared, pulling all the artifacts and pills in Kuang Shi's arms into her hand. After receiving benefits from a human, you brought him to Thunder Tree Palace. Kuang Shi, you're quite bold. Kai Dai shouted in a low voice. The flapping of the wings on her back seemed to speed up, her beautiful eyes filled with a cold killing intent. Wild Lion's face paled as he kept waving his hands. It's not like that, no, it's like this. This human gave Wild Lion some things and told me to bring him here, but there is a reason. I don't care what your reason is, daring to break the rules set by the great senior, you will die today. Kai Dai coldly snorted, preparing to attack Kuang Shi. Yang Kai hurriedly took a step forward. As soon as he lifted his foot, it seemed to affect the nerves of many Demon Clan experts. In the next moment, countless gazes were fixed on him, and waves of pressure came from all directions like a tide. Yang Kai's flesh and blood wriggled, resisting the pressure that was enough to crush a person to pieces. He slowly put his foot down and took a step forward. All the Yao clan cultivators revealed looks of surprise. They did not expect that Yang Kai would be able to do such a thing with his cultivation. Master Kai Dai, is it? Yang Kai cupped his fists and calmly said, this junior is the new holy master of 9 Heavens Holy Land, Yang Kai. I asked Brother Kuang to lead me to Thunder Tree Palace because I wish to meet with Great Senior and discuss something important. The new Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land. Kai Dai frowned, seemingly not believing this. Yes, Kai Dai Master, it is precisely because he is from 9 Heavens Holy Land that I brought him here, otherwise, how could I have the courage to do such a thing? Kai Dai Master is wise. Kuang Shi nodded repeatedly, cold sweat dripping down his forehead, secretly feeling that he had suffered a great loss this time. If he had known Kai Dai would be so angry, he wouldn't have brought Yang Kai to Thunder Tree Palace. Just because you say so. Kai Dai's expression became cold as she shouted, what evidence do you have? The Holy Master's spirit ring is the best evidence. Yang Kai raised the ring on his hand. The monster race masters looked at it for a moment before bursting into laughter. Kai Dai coldly snorted, how can a ring prove your identity? This ring is indeed worn by that man who often visited my Thunder Tree Palace, but how do I know where you obtained it? Then how does Master Kai Dai want me to prove it? Yang Kai stared at her indifferently. Kai Dai spat disdainfully, her body suddenly growing taller as she sat on the tree trunk where the cat-eared woman was, lightly saying, you don't need to prove anything, since you dared come here, only death awaits you. Kuang Shi, you brought this person here. How to deal with him, you know clearly in your heart, right? Kuang Shi stared at Yang Kai for a moment before nodding lightly, understood. Kuang Shi, do your best, don't lose to this human. Come on, dig out his heart, the heart of a human cultivator is the most delicious. If you lose, we'll all look down on you. On the tree trunk, several monster race experts began to shout in high spirits. They sat down as if they were watching a show, quietly waiting for the show to begin. Quang Shi cursed a few times in his heart, although he was somewhat unwilling. Since Kai Dai said so, there was nothing he could do. He could only helplessly look at Yang Kai and say, "Boy, I'm sorry, if you die here, don't blame this Quang Shi for being too ruthless. Brother Quang, feel free to make your move." Yang Kai smiled, looking at Kai Dai provocatively. "I also want to see what kind of methods the monster race masters have. Elder sister Kai Dai, this guy is quite interesting, he's not afraid at all." The cat-eared woman looked at Yang Kai in surprise. "Humph, humans like to play tricks the most, he'll be in for a good time," Kai Dai coldly snorted, seemingly having a good understanding of humans. Quang Shi will definitely tear him to pieces." The cat-eared woman also nodded. From below, a roar suddenly rang out as Quang Shi's hair fluttered in the wind, his body like a war chariot, charging straight at Yang Kai, his momentum soaring like a rainbow. Although he did not use any moves, nor did he use any special abilities, the force behind his charge was enough to break through a mountain. Yang Kai intended to test the extent of his strength, standing in place without dodging, his muscles tensed as he raised his hands to meet the attack. Hong, a violent burst of energy erupted. Yang Kai only felt an irresistible force in front of him as his body flew out uncontrollably. His face trembling, Yang Kai realized that he had underestimated Quang Shi's strength. Just this brute force alone was enough to allow him to stand in an invincible position against many enemies. Stabilizing his body in midair, Yang Kai landed on the ground, retreating a few steps before coming to a stop. "So weak." The cat-eared woman curled her lips, suddenly feeling somewhat disappointed. On the other hand, Kai Dai's beautiful eyes narrowed, a look of surprise flashing across her face. Originally, she had thought that Yang Kai was not that strong. The energy fluctuations coming from his body were clear to see at a glance. His strength was obviously worse than Quang Shi's. But after this collision, Kai Dai was surprised to find that although this human had not been able to block the attack, he did not seem to be injured at all. She had thought that Yang Kai would definitely end up with his arms crushed. Interesting, this boy seems to have some skill. Kai Dai's interest was piqued, and she began to pay close attention to him. After sending Yang Kai flying, Quang Shi seemed to be very dissatisfied with the result, not giving Yang Kai any time to catch his breath, roaring as he once again pounced at Yang Kai, his monster chi releasing an extremely violent and bloodthirsty aura. "Brother Quang, be careful." Yang Kai coldly stared at him as he waved his hand downwards. From the void, a giant golden sword suddenly appeared, carrying with it an irresistible force as it slashed down towards Quang Shi's head. The giant sword swept through everything in its path, releasing a crackling sound as if it could cut through space itself. Mad Lion, who was running forward, suddenly changed his expression and quickly stopped. The moment the giant sword was about to reach him, he raised his arms to block in front of him. King Chang, the profound heavenly sword struck Quang Shi's arms, producing a crisp sound as if it had struck metal. The giant golden sword shattered and Quang Shi's burly body was smashed to the ground, a shallow wound appearing on his arms as blood began to seep out. Yang Kai raised his brow, a look of excitement appearing on his face. Quang Shi's arms had actually managed to block the profound heavenly sword's attack. It was clear that his physique was not inferior to a high-grade artifact. The monster race really has some skill. With his arm injured, Quang Shi turned a deaf ear to Yang Kai's words. After shattering the profound heavenly sword, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from his burly body. Taking advantage of Yang Kai's moment of distraction, Quang Shi flashed behind Yang Kai, his 10 fingers suddenly forming a series of sharp claws as he clawed towards Yang Kai's back. With a single strike, these claws directly split Yang Kai in two. Quang Shi was stunned for a moment as he faintly felt that something was wrong because just now, he did not feel like he had struck anything, nor was there any trace of blood. Kuang Shi, he's behind you. The cat-eared girl watched anxiously and quickly reminded him. Yang Kai smiled lightly as a spear suddenly appeared in his hand, and before Kuang Shi could turn around, he threw it straight at him. Heaven-punishing spear. Kuang Shi's reaction was also extremely fast. After receiving the cat-eared girl's reminder, he immediately dodged, leapt into the air, and swooped down like a hunting eagle, his monster chi condensing into a sealed space, completely blocking Yang Kai's path of retreat. However, a palm imprint suddenly appeared in front of Kuang Shi's eyes, growing larger and larger, more and more terrifying until it completely covered his eyes, making it impossible for him to see anything else. Heaven-covering hand. Kong. Kuang Shi was sent tumbling a dozen times before crashing to the ground. Atop the tree trunk, the several monster race masters were all dumbfounded. Their cultivations were all quite good, so they could clearly feel that in terms of cultivation and strength, Yang Kai was far inferior to Kuang Shi, but in this battle, Kuang Shi was being toyed with like a toy in the palm of his hand. Not only was he unable to approach his opponent, but he could only take a beating without being able to fight back. This was unacceptable to all of them. While they were in a daze, Kuang Shi had already climbed up from the ground, as if the battle just now had truly enraged him. At this moment, the monster chi in his body was quite unstable, his expression ferocious, his eyes bloodshot, as if he would not rest until he had killed Yang Kai. Yang Kai was also not afraid, simply using his 9 heavens divine skills to deal with this enemy. From beginning to end, Yang Kai had not used his full strength. This battle with Kuang Shi was simply a show for the owner of the pair of eyes that were paying attention to this place. If he was not mistaken, the owner of those eyes was the monster race Great Senior. Chapter 8:10. Yang Kai had fully comprehended the 9 heavens divine skills in the Holy Tomb, all he lacked now was experience and maturity. With Kuang Shi, who was equivalent to a third-order transcendent master, to be his practice partner, Yang Kai couldn't ask for anything better. During the battle, the 9 heavens divine skills blossomed with astonishing brilliance, and the more they fought, the more proficient Yang Kai became in using them. The monster race masters on the tree trunk all saw that something was wrong. Kuang Shi wasn't Yang Kai's opponent at all. Elder sister Kai Dai, this human is quite interesting, how can he use so many tricks when fighting? The cat-eared girl's eyes lit up, as if she had just seen something novel, repeatedly praising. Kai Dai gently nodded and patiently explained, humans don't have our monster race's innately strong physique, so they can display some things called martial skills, using the true chi in their bodies. There are even many human martial skills that imitate our monster race's abilities. In the future, when you fight with humans, don't underestimate these, otherwise you will suffer a great loss. I'll remember. The cat-eared girl nodded heavily, suddenly becoming excited. Elder sister Kai Dai, can you catch this human and let me play with him? He can use so many tricks, it'll definitely be fun to play with him. Kai Dai was stunned, rubbing her forehead and smiling bitterly. I'm afraid that won't be possible. Why? Because. Kai Dai hadn't finished speaking when her expression suddenly became solemn, looking up towards Thunder Tree Palace, as if she had received some kind of order, nodding firmly, yes. Saying so, she stood up and coldly stared down at the battle below, shouting, enough. With this order, Kuang Shi immediately retreated from Yang Kai's side, staring at him with a strange expression, shaking his head. You're quite strong, fortunately I didn't act rashly a few days ago, otherwise I'm afraid I would have suffered a great loss. Brother Kuang is too polite, you're not bad yourself. Yang Kai chuckled. That's. Kuang Shi suddenly felt proud of himself, but when he felt Kai Dai's cold eyes looking at him, he immediately turned around and ran away. From afar, his voice sounded out, I'm going to patrol, the forest hasn't been peaceful for a while. After he left, Yang Kai looked up at Kai Dai and smiled, did I pass your test? You think you're so smart. Kai Dai's eyes flashed with disgust as she coldly said, come with me, Great Senior wants to see you." Saying so, she flapped her wings behind her back. Yang Kai nodded and quickly followed behind her, the monster race masters on the tree palace, the tree trunk, Yang Kai's master, and Yang Kai's master's master, but still, Yang's master, Yang Kai. The cat-eared girl simply pursed her lips, looking at Yang Kai with a reluctant expression. As Kai Dai flew higher and higher, the ancient tree really reached the sky, its branches wide and lush. As Kai Dai flew up, Yang Kai saw many monster race masters making holes in the tree trunk, settling down here or building some treehouses on the trunk. The entire ancient tree was like a large family, with monster beasts figures everywhere. Yang Kai inexplicably felt that this place had a unique cohesive force. Throughout the world, there were many monster beast masters, but the number of monster race masters that had gained sentience was very small, so compared to the human race and demon race, the monster race was much more united. Below the Great Senior, everyone was as close as brothers and sisters. Although Quang Shi seemed to be panicking when he saw Kai Dai, he didn't care too much about formalities. In the monster race, everything that had nothing to do with survival and strength was unnecessary. There weren't many monster race masters in human form, most of them still maintaining their beast form. Since entering the Beast Sea jungle until now, Yang Kai had seen no more than 10 monster race masters in human form. Every one of them was a master. The higher they flew, the richer the world energy became. Moreover, Yang Kai was keenly aware that the trunk of this ancient tree contained a lot of thunder attribute essence. Probably because it had attracted the power of the ninth heaven's thunder attribute for many years, this 10,000-year thunder devouring wood had been stained with the aura of thunder. After a long time, Yang Kai felt like he and Kai Dai had stepped into the clouds, surrounded by clusters of cotton-like white clouds, within reach of one's hand, a beautiful sight to behold. Amidst these white clouds, there was an exquisitely built wooden house, standing tall on a slanted branch of an ancient tree. A long aura that Yang Kai couldn't help but spread out from the wooden house. Yang Kai secretly shivered. "Go in, the Great Senior is waiting for you inside." Kai Dai came to a stop in front of the wooden house and pointed to Yang Kai. "Many thanks." Yang Kai nodded lightly and stepped inside. After entering the wooden house, Yang Kai immediately saw a middle-aged man sitting in the middle of the room. This middle-aged man was quite handsome and wore simple linen clothes. He looked harmless to humans and animals, but on both sides of his forehead, there were 2 short horns that were not even as long as a finger. The pair of horns were red and blue in color and contained rich fire and lightning energy. From time to time, they would flash with a strange light. His true body was a peak 8th order monster beast, the Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon, the monster race Great Senior. Yang Kai solemnly said. The Great Senior slowly opened his eyes, staring at Yang Kai faintly, without the slightest intention of looking at him, but under his gaze, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable, as if all his secrets were being completely exposed in front of him. His heart clenching, Yang Kai quickly sealed his knowledge sea and restrained his aura. The Great Senior faintly smiled. Together with his handsome face, he looked somewhat devilish. He asked, "Are you that guy's successor?" Yang Kai nodded, knowing that the person this Great Senior was talking about was the old Holy Master of 9 Heavens' Holy Land. "My cultivation is not as good as his, but my aptitude is good." "Great Senior is too kind." "Then why have you come here?" The Great Senior continued to ask. The Beast Sea jungle generally does not allow humans to enter, those who dare enter have become food for my clansmen. Seeing that you are that guy's successor, I didn't order them to touch you, but if you dare make me unhappy, your end will be very miserable. I have a friendship with that guy, but that doesn't mean I have a friendship with his force, so, you'd best think carefully before you answer. Although the Great Senior's tone was flat, Yang Kai could still hear the impatience hidden in his tone. Perhaps the Great Senior felt he was too young and his cultivation was not enough to speak with him on equal footing. Yang Kai just chuckled, not showing any fear as he slowly took out the 2 universe bags he had brought with him and placed them in front of the Great Senior. I heard that the old Holy Master has a good relationship with Great Senior, so as his successor, this junior naturally came to greet Great Senior. After all, we may meet again in the future. The monster race Great Senior sneered, not even glancing at the 2 Qianquan bags as he said disdainfully, I'm on good terms with him because I recognize his strength. What part of you can make me recognize? Perhaps in a few hundred years you'll have such qualifications, but right now, you're not. Yang Kai frowned, a few hundred years. It won't take that long, at most 20 to 30 years. I'll be qualified. The monster race Great Senior sneered lightly and shook his head, arrogant enough, then you can come back in 20 to 30 years, provided you can live that long. The Great Senior had a look of disdain on his face as if Yang Kai was the kind of person who would die early and be reincarnated early, making Yang Kai very unhappy. Frowning, Yang Kai asked, Great Senior, aren't you interested in making an investment deal? Investment? The Great Senior glanced sideways at Yang Kai and chuckled, invest in you? Why would I do that? I'm not interested in benefits that I can't see. Without waiting for Yang Kai to answer, the Great Senior said, you're having a hard time now, aren't you? Yang Kai nodded lightly and asked suspiciously, has Great Senior heard about the current situation of the Holy Land? The Great Senior slowly shook his head, I have no interest in inquiring about your situation, but that guy came here before he died and predicted the current situation. The old Holy Master predicted it. Yang Kai was stunned. Yes, he knew he wouldn't live much longer and told me that before he died, he should also get rid of the woman by his side, but in the end, she was a woman who had accompanied him for his entire life, so he couldn't do it. After his death, that woman will definitely stir up the anger of the heavens. I think you should be besieged by many people by now. Yang Kai nodded seriously, so Great Senior knows the purpose of my trip. The Great Senior sneered and stood up, I knew as soon as you came. Unfortunately, I won't help you, even if you can bring a lot of materials to my monster race that we don't have. The reason my monster race has been able to reproduce for so long is not because we only have a few masters, but because we don't intervene in the affairs of other races. Once we leave the Beast Sea jungle and enter your human territory, the situation will no longer be something I can control. Don't you humans also have a saying called, putting one's own safety before others? For a little benefit, I would put my entire race in danger. Do you think I, as the monster race's Great Senior, would be so short-sighted? As he spoke, his eyes became sharp. Yang Kai smiled bitterly, since Great Senior understands so thoroughly, I won't say anything more. In fact, whether you help me or not, the people of the Holy Land won't be in any danger, and we've already decided to temporarily give up on the Holy Land. We'll wait until the day we accumulate enough strength to make a comeback. However, I don't want to give the resources of the 9 peaks to outsiders for free. Thinking that Great Senior and the old Holy Master were friends, I wanted to ask you to look after them for a while, so you can take advantage of this opportunity to improve your strength. The monster race Great Senior frowned and stared at Yang Kai coldly, as if trying to see through his true thoughts at this moment. After pondering for a moment, the Great Senior said, the spirit arrays of your place are very powerful and the world energy aura is indeed rich. If my clansmen can cultivate there, their strength will grow rapidly, but this alone is not enough. We will not leave the Beast Sea jungle. What if I can leave all the alchemists of the Holy Land with you to assist you in alchemy? Yang Kai suddenly proposed, as far as I know, your monster race doesn't have anyone proficient in alchemy. I can even leave all the artifact refiners to you. Before we return, they can provide you with a lot of pills and artifacts. Of course, you'll have to provide materials, I think this shouldn't be difficult for you. Chapter 8:11. The monster race was not proficient in alchemy or artifact refining, but they did not lack materials. The spirit grasses and spirit medicines were directly swallowed by the monster beast and the rare ores were also ignored. If these things could be put to good use, it would be enough to greatly improve their strength. Although this monster race Great Senior's attitude was very firm at the beginning, stating that he would not intervene in the affairs of the human race, Yang Kai still caught a glimpse of something interesting from his words. He wanted his people to go to the Nine Peaks and use the rich world energy there to cultivate, but the conditions proposed by Yang Kai were not enough to move him. In other words, this Great Senior was a master who would not act until he saw an incentive. As long as there were enough benefits, his insistence would be worthless. Therefore, Yang Kai took this opportunity to propose that the Holy Land's alchemists and artifact refiners stay behind. Sure enough, this Great Senior was greatly moved, but he still hesitated. Yang Kai chuckled, "There is a crystal stone lode inside the Nine Peaks. Before we return, you can mine it as much as you want. No matter how much crystal stone you mine, it will all be yours." The Great Senior suddenly raised his brow and stared at Yang Kai with interest. "All of the proposals you put forward are completely based on the interests of my monster race. Why is that? It's not as simple as just wanting us to guard your home, is it? The main reason is that there is a place I want Great Senior to protect." Yang Kai was silent for a while before suddenly saying, "Because if the Nine Peaks fall into the hands of those people, they may destroy that place. That is not what I want to see. That place should be very important to you." "Yes, but it is of little value to Great Senior and the masters of the monster race," Yang Kai nodded. "Are you so sure that after my people occupy that place, we will return the Nine Peaks after you return?" The Great Senior looked at Yang Kai with a smile, his eyes filled with a playful light. "Perhaps our president will live there and treat it as his own territory. Since I dared to ask Great Senior to help guard it, naturally I am confident I can take back the Nine Peaks when I return." Yang Kai said confidently, "Moreover, having a good relationship with the Holy Land is also good for you. In the future, you can exchange what you want like before. I want to see how you plan to take back the Nine Peaks from me when the time comes." The Great Senior grinned wickedly. "When the time comes, if you are still not qualified to obtain my approval, not to mention the Nine Peaks, I'll take your life." "So, Great Senior, agree?" Yang Kai asked. "Great." The monster race Great Senior nodded lightly. Yang Kai's offer of all kinds of benefits was tantamount to giving them for free, so how could the Great Senior not agree? Although there was a certain amount of danger in entering the human territory, Nine Heaven's Holy Land was located at the edge of the human territory, and with a master like Yang Kai presiding over it, no one would try to encircle them, so all they needed to do was develop steadily in the Nine Peaks. In his opinion, if Yang Kai wanted to take back the Nine Peaks, he would at least need to have strength equal to his. That would be many years in the future. Perhaps it would be several hundred years. Yang Kai's arrogant claim that he would be able to stand on equal footing with him in 20 to 30 years was not something the Great Senior would believe. In a few hundred years, his clansmen could obtain unimaginable strength and the crystal stones and ores in the Nine Peaks could be completely mined. He could even have the alchemists and artifact refiners of Nine Heaven's Holy Land teach his clansmen alchemy and artifact refining, eliminating the need to rely on outsiders in the future. All kinds of wonderful ideas flashed through Great Senior's mind, making him feel that this deal was not a loss at all. Of course, if they wanted to enter the Nine Peaks, they would first have to help Nine Heaven's Holy Land expel their enemies. Great Senior was well aware of this. At that moment, Kai Dai, who had been waiting outside, suddenly walked in with a dignified expression, not even sparing a glance at Yang Kai as she quickly said, "Great Senior, there's been an accident at the beast transformation pond." Great Senior's expression sank as he immediately stood up and hurried outside, Kai Dai following closely behind. All of them seemed to have forgotten about Yang Kai all of a sudden. A short time later, Yang Kai heard the sound of people rushing up from the ancient trees as the monster race masters began to descend. Yang Kai waited for a moment with a strange expression before also standing up and flying down in the direction these masters had left. He had always been curious about the unique beast transformation pond of the monster race, wondering what kind of mysterious power it contained that allowed the monster beast to take human form. Although rashly approaching the monster race's core would likely provoke the displeasure of the monster race masters, Yang Kai still decided to take a look. Such an opportunity to broaden one's horizons was rare. The beast transformation pond was not very far from the Thunder Tree Palace, only a dozen or so kilometers away. Inside the mountain valley, a shocking energy fluctuation was being emitted. Gazing around, Yang Kai could even see a series of constantly changing colors in the sky. Bursts of painful beast roars could be heard coming from that direction, causing one's blood to boil and their chests to tighten. When Yang Kai arrived at the beast transformation pond, there were already countless monster beast and monster race masters gathered around it. Each of them had a worried look in their eyes as they stared towards the mountain valley, secretly sweating nervously. Even though Yang Kai had arrived, no one paid any attention to him. Standing among the crowd of beasts, Yang Kai glanced over and suddenly his eyes lit up. Somewhere in the mountain valley, there was a deep pit about 300 meters in diameter. This deep pit was filled with an unknown liquid and a variety of mysterious energies were being emitted from it. This should be the monster race's beast transformation pond. At this moment, inside the beast transformation pond, there was a snow-white, two-horned monster beast soaking inside. The energy flowing from the liquid was shuttling back and forth inside this monster beast's body, transforming its bones and flesh. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of changes were occurring, but this monster beast was suffering unbearably. Beside the beast transformation pond, the monster race great senior stood there, his monster chi rolling out in all directions, seemingly trying to help the monster beast transform. Unfortunately, it had little effect. With the beast transformation pond as the center, the ground around it flashed with bright energy from time to time, like the lines of some kind of profound spirit array. Yang Kai's brow furrowed, a little confused. He had heard that the monster race didn't understand spirit arrays, so how had the spirit array around the beast transformation pond been arranged? Moreover, looking at the methods of this great senior, it was obvious he didn't know anything about spirit arrays either. As his monster chi flowed out, it was incompatible with the flashing energy lines, so even if his cultivation was profound, he couldn't help much. "Hey, why are you here?" Yang Kai was watching intently when a petite figure suddenly flashed beside him and a fresh fragrance wafted out. Yang Kai turned his head and found that there was a young monster race master standing next to him. It was the cat-eared girl who had watched his battle with Guangshi. At this moment, she was staring at Yang Kai with a pair of quite interested eyes, her pair of light blue gem-like eyes filled with curiosity, her mouth curling into a smile, her small canine teeth extremely unique. "Hello." Yang Kai cupped his fists towards her and explained with a smile, "I heard there was some movement here, so I came to see what was going on. You're quite bold, daring to come here, be careful they don't tear you to pieces." The cat-eared girl gestured for a while, as if she really could tear Yang Kai to pieces. "They won't, right?" Yang Kai heard this and his face went black. "Hee hee." The cat-eared girl suddenly giggled like a silver bell as she looked at Yang Kai playfully. "You're scared? Are you playing with me?" Yang Kai immediately understood that he had been tricked by this little girl and curled his lips. "What's going on here?" Yang Kai's question seemed to touch on the cat-eared girl's sore spot and the smile on her face quickly disappeared as she sighed, "Poor white jade deer, something went wrong while he was transforming. He's probably going to fail." "What went wrong?" "I don't know. When I was transforming, there was also a problem. At that time, it was thanks to Great Senior's help, otherwise, would have failed." "Are the consequences serious? Why do I see such worried looks on your faces?" "Of course it's serious." The cat-eared girl nodded repeatedly. "It's not that he didn't have enough perception, but that he failed because of the beast transformation pond. If he didn't try hard enough and succeed, he would just maintain his original appearance, but if he failed like this, he may not even be able to keep his life." "Because of the beast transformation pond?" This situation has happened several times, those guys have all died. The cat-eared girl looked sad. Hateful guy, why are you here? At that moment, a tender voice suddenly called out and the monster race master named Kai Dai quickly arrived in front of Yang Kai and the cat-eared girl, shielding the latter behind her as she stared at Yang Kai vigilantly. Who allowed you to come here? Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. I just came here to take a look. Cat lady, did he do anything to you? Kai Dai stared at Yang Kai coldly while asking the cat-eared girl behind her. No, he just wanted to talk to me, the cat-eared girl replied quickly. Be careful of this human, maybe he'll do something bad to you. What kind of things? The cat-eared girl asked curiously, looking extremely innocent. Kai Dai's pretty face blushed slightly as she said, catch you and beat you up, then starve you to death. The cat-eared girl suddenly panicked, shooting a look of dread towards Yang Kai, as if for her, this was the most severe torture in the world. Hey, don't slander me like this, Yang Kai smiled bitterly, do I look like that kind of person? You know best in your heart whether you do or not. Kai Dai sneered, because of Great Senior's order, I didn't do anything to you, you'd better be sensible, otherwise, I don't mind making you behave. Yang Kai said in a depressed tone, alright, I'll go back to Thunder Tree Palace first and wait for your Great Senior to come back, then we can discuss what we didn't finish before. Saying so, he turned around and prepared to leave. He had also seen the beast transformation pond, so if he continued to stay here, he was afraid it would cause displeasure, so Yang Kai decided to withdraw first. Chapter 8:12. Yang Kai was just about to leave and a terrifying energy fluctuation suddenly erupted from the beast transformation pond, accompanied by a loud sizzling sound as the entire beast transformation pond seemed to boil up and bubble up from below. At the same time, the world energy aura in the mountain valley became chaotic and a huge spirit array flashed around the beast transformation pond. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and the step he was about to take immediately came to a halt. Staring towards the location of the beast transformation pond, Yang Kai released his divine sense like a tidal wave and penetrated into the ground. With such a sudden change, Kai Dai didn't seem to be in the mood to continue entangling with Yang Kai. Together with the cat-eared girl, the two of them stared at the beast transformation pond and the white jade deer struggling and howling in pain, a look of deep worry appearing on their faces. Standing beside the beast transformation pond, the monster race Great Senior's expression became even more dignified as the monster chi gushing out of his body became more and more violent, spreading around the beast transformation pond, but as always, it had little effect. Even someone as strong as the Great Senior couldn't suppress the violent energy in the beast transformation pond. The white jade deer soaking in the pool wanted to jump out, but it seemed to be grabbed by a pair of invisible hands, unable to escape at all. A series of urgent howls came from its mouth as it stared at the great sage with a pleading look in its eyes, unwilling to part with its life. All of the demon race who saw this scene couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. It was visible to the naked eye that a mysterious force was rampaging through the white jade deer's body, as if countless insects were shuttling through its flesh and blood. From time to time, a large bump would appear on its body, making it look terrifying. Bright red blood flowed out of the white jade deer's 7 orifices as it seemed this 7th-order monster beast, who had reached the qualifications to take human form, was about to explode and die. The monster chi released by the Great Senior also slowed down a lot as he stared at the white jade deer with a complicated expression, a look of helplessness appearing on his face. Everyone realized that this monster race clansman was about to die, so they all stood in place and silently mourned, many of the monster race masters even shedding tears. Elder Sister Kai Dai, can you find a way to save it? The cat-eared girl sobbed as she begged Kai Dai. Kai Dai smiled bitterly, stroking her head, helplessly shaking her head. Even the Great Senior couldn't do anything about it, so what could she do? Can you let me try? Maybe I can save its life, Yang Kai, who had been secretly observing the beast transformation pond, suddenly said. Kai Dai was startled, looking at him suspiciously. A trace of anger appeared on her charming face. Relying on a human like you? Young Kai stared back at her fearlessly. His eyes were burning. Kai Dai frowned. She didn't know where this human's confidence came from. She disdainfully said, "What ability do you have to save it? Brat, don't think that just because the great senior agreed to some of your conditions, you can do whatever you want. This is the territory of demons, not you humans. If you make me unhappy, I can kill you at any time. If you have the time to talk to me about this, you might as well ask the great senior and see what he thinks." Young Kai coldly snorted. This Kai Dai had displayed a look of disgust ever since she saw him, which made Young Kai feel very puzzled, wondering just when he had offended her. "Maybe I can save it, maybe it will still die, but if you keep talking nonsense, your clansmen will definitely die. We humans have a saying called, treating a dead horse as a living horse. I don't know if you've ever heard of it." Kai Dai's pretty face went cold and was about to say something when the cat-eared girl hurriedly nodded, "I'll go ask the great senior." Saying so, her petite body nimbly leapt forward a few times and arrived at the edge of the beast transformation pond, quickly speaking to the great senior. Kai Dai frowned as she stared at the great senior before coldly glaring at Yang Kai and muttering, "What the hell are you planning? Could it be you want to destroy the foundation of my monster race and destroy the beast transformation pond?" Yang Kai chuckled, "Why are you so suspicious? On top of that, I feel like you're quite repulsed by humans. Is it because someone has done something to you before?" As soon as these words came out, Kai Dai's beautiful eyes suddenly flashed with a cold murderous intent. It seemed that Yang Kai's words had triggered some painful memories she had hidden in her heart and was unwilling to recall, causing her pretty face to distort. Not waiting for her to become angry, Yang Kai said, "I'm not interested in your monster race's beast transformation pond, you can rest assured about that. What I'm interested in is what's hidden beneath your beast transformation pond." "What's hidden beneath?" Kai Dai's brow furrowed, but before she had time to ask more questions, the cat-eared girl rushed back and pulled Yang Kai towards the beast transformation pond, anxiously shouting, "Great Senior wants you to come with him." Yang Kai nodded lightly in under Kai Dai's vigilant gaze, followed by the cat-eared girl to the beast transformation pond. "I'd like to see what you're up to." Kai Dai coldly snorted and hurriedly followed. A group of monster race masters saw this scene and couldn't help showing curious looks, wondering why the great senior wanted this human to approach the beast transformation pond at such a critical juncture. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived at the edge of the beast transformation pond. Feeling it up close, he could more and more understand how terrifying the energy inside was. "Cat Nyang said you have a way." The great senior stared at Yang Kai with a pair of dignified eyes and asked. "I can try." Yang Kai nodded lightly, not boasting too much. "Just try." The great senior frowned, obviously a little displeased. "In any case, it's going to die anyway, isn't it? If I try, it may be able to turn the situation around." Yang Kai smiled lightly. The great senior pondered for a moment before decisively saying, "Good, you do it. But whether it succeeds or not, you'll have to give me a reasonable explanation after this." "I will." Yang Kai nodded. Yang Kai nodded. Since he had chosen to take action, he was mentally prepared to be questioned by the great senior. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai closed his eyes and spread out his divine sense madly like a tidal wave. Feeling the power contained in his divine sense, all the monster race masters present paled, even the great senior couldn't help muttering, "Conflagrated knowledge see." Kai Dai, who was walking over, also came to a stop, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly. Yang Kai's divine sense burst out to the fullest, no longer able to conceal his divine sense cultivation. His spiritual energy was comparable to that of a first-order saint, and it was a special kind of spiritual energy. Like Mercury, Yang Kai's divine sense penetrated into the ground, penetrating every nook and cranny. No one knew what Yang Kai was doing, all they could feel was his divine sense shuttling back and forth in a fairly regular pattern. With the beast transformation pond as its center, from time to time, bright energy lines would flash across the ground. The white jade deer was still in the same state as before, howling miserably in pain. Its flesh and blood squirmed irregularly, and cracking sounds came from its bones. The mysterious power surging in its body was gradually causing it to step into the misfortune of being smashed into pieces. The pair of deer's eyes were filled with beads of blood, which continued to roll down its face, a terrifying sight to behold, but it still stared at Yang Kai with a strange look in its eyes, as if it was looking at its last life-saving straw, full of anxious expectation and pleading. Yang Kai remained unmoved, his divine sense surging faster and faster. Gradually, all the monster race masters felt that the chaotic energy in the beast transformation pond seemed to be stabilizing, as if it was being smoothed out by a giant invisible hand. Everyone's eyes lit up, even Kai Dai, who was still prejudiced against Yang Kai, couldn't help showing a look of concern and expectation, because he had done something even the great senior had failed to do. "Come on!" Mao Nyang cheered for the white jade deer while paying close attention to Yang Kai, feeling extremely nervous. As soon as a good sign appeared, it became more and more uncontrollable. As time passed, the number of bubbles rising from the beast transformation pond gradually decreased and the chaotic energy slowly stabilized. The white jade deer, who was soaking in the pond water, no longer seemed to be in pain and instead showed a look of enjoyment. Did he really do it? Kai Dai stared at the scene in front of her in disbelief, somewhat absent-minded. The surrounding monster race masters were all dumbfounded, holding their breaths as they watched, but even more so, they were filled with excitement and joy. They were happy that the white jade deer had escaped death. After half an hour, everything became calm again. 2 hours later, the white jade deer that was soaking in the pond suddenly showed signs of its flesh wriggling and its bones cracking. It seemed to be enduring some kind of inhumane torture as it let out a series of hurried howls of agony. However, the monster race masters who saw this scene not only didn't show the slightest worry, but instead showed looks of pleasant surprise. Because they knew that the white jade deer was about to transform. Sure enough, as its flesh wriggled and its bones cracked, the white jade deer's beast form gradually began to transform into a human form. Yang Kai also opened his eyes and took in this magical scene, marveling in amazement. The transformation process lasted for a long time. When a naked young man with a pair of antlers on his forehead appeared in the beast transformation pond, all the monster race masters couldn't help bursting into cheers. The great senior standing at the edge of the beast transformation pond stretched out his hand and wrapped the young man in a robe he had prepared, pulling him out of the beast transformation pond. The young man fell to his knees, his whole body trembling violently as he gasped for breath. After a while, he staggered up and turned his head to look around at the world around him, like a newborn baby, his bright eyes filled with curiosity. "There's one more, he. Mao Nyang rushed up and patted the young man's head, a look of joy on her face. "Good." The young man turned his head and glanced at Yang Kai, opening his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out, his immature face filled with gratitude. "Don't worry," Mao Nyang comforted softly, "wait a few days until you recover, elder sister will teach you how to speak." The young man gently nodded, appearing quite obedient. "Kai Dai, take him back to rest," the great senior ordered. Kai Dai gently nodded, shooting a complicated look towards Yang Kai before leading the young man in the direction of Thunder Tree Palace with Mao Nyang. Chapter 8:13. At the edge of the beast transformation pond, the great senior stared deeply at Yang Kai, his expression indifferent as he said, "Recover for a while, we'll talk later." Yang Kai smiled and nodded before sitting down cross-legged. In front of the great senior, Yang Kai's divine sense continued to penetrate into the beast transformation pond, seemingly trying to comprehend something. The great senior noticed this but did not stop him, instead just waving his hand and ordering his clansmen who had gathered around to watch the fun to disperse. Looking at Yang Kai meditating with his eyes closed, the great senior's mouth curled slightly, feeling that he might be able to figure out some of the secrets he had been trying to figure out for years. And this secret had actually been discovered by a human. Even if he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. This little brat, the great senior shook his head and smiled bitterly. It seems that he had underestimated his ability. On top of that, he also possessed a conflagrated knowledge. This secret was simply too shocking. Yang Kai sat there for a day and a night, recovering while exploring the mysteries of the beast transformation pond. The great senior became impatient and had long since returned to Thunder Tree Palace. When Yang Kai opened his eyes again, only Kai Dai was left at the edge of the beast transformation pond. This monster race beauty with a pair of 7-colored wings was looking at Yang Kai with a pair of curious eyes. When their 4 eyes met, Kai Dai's expression suddenly became a little unnatural and she quickly looked away. Kai Dai, master. Yang Kai nodded to her and stood up. Have you recovered? Kai Dai asked faintly. Yang Kai nodded, not knowing if it was an illusion or not, but he felt that this woman's hostility towards him seemed to have lessened a lot. Since you've recovered, come with me, the great senior has been waiting for you. Kai Dai said, flapping her wings and leading the way. Yang Kai hurriedly followed. None of them spoke along the way, but when they arrived at the Thunder Tree Palace, the monster beast and monster race masters all stood up, all of them looking at Yang Kai with a kind expression, none of them showing the rejection they had when Yang Kai first arrived here. It seemed that because Yang Kai had saved the white jade deer, he had won their collective goodwill. The monster race really is united. Yang Kai praised inwardly. This kind of situation would likely never occur in any of the human race's great forces. At most, Yang Kai would only gain the goodwill of a select few, but here in the monster race, no one dared to despise Yang Kai anymore, all of them treating him as the most honorable guest they had ever seen. Arriving at the top of the Thunder Tree Palace, in front of the great senior's room, Kai Dai stopped. Go in. Thank you very much. Yang Kai smiled and walked into the house. Hey! Kai Dai suddenly shouted. What? Yang Kai turned his head to look at her and was surprised to find that her expression was somewhat difficult. Her pink lips wriggled a few times before she mumbled, thank you. After saying that, he flew down quickly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai laughed involuntarily, shaking his head as he walked into the great senior's room. Inside, the great senior looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said kindly, sit down. Saying so, he glanced towards the door and said, you are the first human to have obtained Kai Dai's approval. Even when your holy land's old holy master came here many times, she never gave him a good look. Oh. Then I'm really honored. Yang Kai raised his brow. The great senior smiled and shook his head, but don't blame her for being prejudiced against you, there is a reason for this. Saying so, he handed over a jar of wine, let's drink and talk. This wine was also brought here by your old holy master. Our monster race isn't good at these things. Yang Kai took it, took a sip, and frowned, I have something better, do you want to try? Give it to me. The great senior said without any trace of politeness. Yang Kai chuckled, took out a jar of wine from the black book space, and filled the great senior's cup. The great senior frowned and curled his lips, you little brat, I originally thought you were somewhat pleasing to the eye, how can you be so stingy now? Your old holy master brought hundreds and thousands of jars of wine here, this king also drank them all, what do you mean by pouring me this small cup? Yang Kai's face went black, this wine, I only have half a jar left, how can I drink it so freely? The great senior snorted and curled his lips, a look of dissatisfaction appearing on his face as he picked up the cup in front of him and drank it in one gulp. Suddenly, the great senior's expression changed, his brow furrowing slightly as a look of reminiscence appeared on his face, all of his dissatisfaction disappearing. After a while, he smacked his lips and said, good wine. This is much better than the wine your old holy master brought, come here, fill this cup again. Saying so, he handed the cup back to Yang Kai and urged him to drink. Yang Kai generously filled his cup and the great senior drank it all in one gulp. After drinking 3 cups in a row, the great senior burped in satisfaction. Was this wine made by you? The great senior asked. Yang Kai shook his head. It was brewed by one of my martial uncles. Great senior, you should try it, don't expect too much, this thing takes at least 50 years to brew. 50 years. The great senior secretly clicked his tongue and shook his head. Your martial uncles are really interesting, spending 50 years just to brew this jar of wine. But it's worth it, this wine isn't simple. Yang Kai smiled lightly and took a sip. His cultivation and strength were not as good as the great senior's, so he couldn't drink as fiercely as he did. The energy contained in 1,000 safflower wine brewed by Feiyu martial ant couldn't be underestimated. If one drank too much of it, they would become drunk. Great senior just mentioned Kai Dai's master, what's wrong with her? Yang Kai asked curiously. Oh, her. The great senior thought for a moment before replying. Before she transformed, she was caught by a human. Because her true form is that of a rainbow illusionary butterfly, she is naturally rare and beautiful, so that human kept her as a pet. Although she wasn't abused, she saw a lot of things that she hated. And, the person who caught her wasn't a good person, so she has never had a good impression of humans. So it was like that, Yang Kai finally understood why Kai Dai hated him so much. It's all in the past, the great senior laughed. Great senior chuckled, many years ago, when this king went out to play, I saw her and saved her. Then there's no need to mention it. The great senior nodded lightly and no longer said anything. The atmosphere in the room suddenly fell silent. The great senior stared deeply at Yang Kai for a while before saying, about what happened before, are you ready to explain it to me? What does great senior want to know? What do you know? The great senior didn't answer directly. Yang Kai frowned, I know the general idea. How do you know? Even I haven't been able to understand the mysteries below the beast transformation pond. The great senior's expression suddenly became solemn. Because it is a natural spirit array. Great senior isn't proficient in spirit arrays, right? Yang Kai chuckled, presumably, great senior has also investigated. There is an earth vein at the bottom of this mountain valley that stretches through the ground. A huge amount of energy flows through this earth vein, and the beast transformation pond is the external manifestation of this earth vein. However, the beast transformation pond seems to contain another mysterious power that I haven't figured out yet, but it seems to be able to help your monster race achieve human form. Explain it in detail. The great senior quickly said. I won't hide it from great senior, I am actually an alchemist. The natural spiritual array below is somewhat similar to the spiritual array I use to refine pills. However, that spiritual array is formed by the convergence of countless small spiritual arrays. It is extremely profound and complex. When you monster race achieve human form, it is basically equivalent to an alchemist performing alchemy. What is the relationship between the two? The great senior was confused. The beast transformation pond is the furnace, the earth vein is the spirit array, and the pond water is the medicinal catalyst. You can use the monster race as alchemy pills. You can use the monster race as alchemy pills. And, when performing alchemy, a variety of herbs are gathered together to produce some magical and subtle changes, allowing the medicinal liquids to condense into pills. This is also the case when you achieve human form. When you enter the beast transformation pond, you will be in your beast form, but when certain conditions are met, your flesh and blood will change and you will be in your human form when you come out. The great senior frowned as he muttered to himself, seemingly carefully digesting what Yang Kai had just said. Although his strength was exquisite and his cultivation was profound, when faced with the alchemy territory, he was still somewhat at a loss. After a long time, the great senior helplessly said, I only understand half of what you said, it's not easy to explain. If great senior is willing to learn alchemy, it shouldn't take him more than 8 or 10 years to fully understand. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head, however, great senior's monster chi isn't suitable for alchemy. I don't need to understand alchemy, I just need to understand how the spirit array below the beast transformation pond works. If I'm not mistaken, the reason my clansmen often experience accidents when they achieve human form is because the natural spirit array is damaged, right? And I was able to repair it, so I was able to save that white jade deer. Yang Kai nodded, hesitating for a moment before saying, and, after the crisis of my 9 heavens holy land is resolved, how about I teach Great Senior the relevant spirit array? What condition? The Great Senior narrowed his eyes at Yang Kai, somewhat vigilant. Haha, for any alchemist or artifact refiner, the spirit array they master is a core secret and will not be easily divulged. Doing so will cause me great losses. How does Great Senior intend to compensate me? The Great Senior glared at Yang Kai angrily for a moment before cursing, hateful. As long as you can teach me that spirit array, my monster race will owe you a favor. If you ever need anything in the future, just come find me. Great Senior is quite straightforward, it seems we've become friends, Yang Kai smiled. You're much more difficult to deal with than your old holy master, the Great Senior snorted. The Great Senior snorted, but soon laughed again and raised his glass. Forget it, it's very difficult for you humans to produce 1 or 2 outstanding people. This king is counting on you to be on equal footing with me in 20 to 30 years, so there's no harm in owing you a favor. You can use this favor as a condition to ask me to help your holy land resolve this crisis. No, to solve the holy land's crisis, we'll follow our previous agreement. I'll keep this favor, but I can't use it now. Do as you wish. The Great Senior's mouth twitched, no longer saying anything. Chapter 8:14. After a long chat, both sides were very happy. The half-full jar of Thousand Safflower wine was almost finished by the Great Senior, but Yang Kai didn't feel distressed. For him, gaining the friendship of the monster race was more important. Although there were some interests involved, Yang Kai didn't feel any of that was important. The beast transformation pond had been repaired by him, so there wouldn't be any problems in the short term. There were only a few sets of spirit arrays he could teach the Great Senior, so there wasn't much of a problem. Realizing that time was almost up, Yang Kai proposed to leave. Naturally, the Great Senior didn't insist and allowed Yang Kai to leave. Below Thunder Tree Palace, the white jade deer, who had been rescued by Yang Kai, was waiting. After transforming, he looked like a shy young man with skin as white as a woman's, giving him an extremely delicate appearance. Personally thanking Yang Kai, white jade deer seemed very satisfied. In response to his gratitude, Yang Kai said that it was only a small matter and that there was no need to worry about it. After exchanging some pleasantries, Yang Kai flew back to 9 Heavens Holy Land. From the time he set foot in the Beast Sea Jungle to Thunder Tree Palace, it had taken Yang Kai 3 days, so it would likely take him the same amount of time to return. However, there was still plenty of time, so Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. 2 days later, as he was flying, Yang Kai suddenly noticed an arrogant aura rapidly approaching him. Probing it, he smiled and came to a halt. A moment later, Kwang Shi caught up from a certain direction and called out, "Little brother, you're back." And, Yang Kai nodded, "What a coincidence, we meet again." Kwang Shi grinned, "I've been waiting for you here. Has Great Senior agreed to your request?" "Yes, in a few days, Great Senior will bring his people to my holy land." "Ha, he really agreed?" Mad Lion laughed out loud as if he was very happy. He danced for a while and said to himself, "This is great. I have always wanted to go out and have a look. I don't need to stay in this forest and patrol all day long. I'm bored to death." Yang Kai was surprised and laughed. Only now did he understand what Kwang was so happy about. He cupped his fists and said, "If Brother Kwang also comes, this little brother will welcome you. And, I will definitely treat you well. Of course I have to go. I heard that there are many novel things in your human world. Of course I have to go and see them. There are many interesting things, but there are also many dangers. Brother Kwang, you must be careful when the time comes. What is there to be afraid of? Wild Lion pursed his lips. The more dangerous it is, the better. Otherwise, wouldn't you be as bored as me here? It's great that Brother Kwong thinks this way. Well, it's getting late. I have to hurry back, so I won't say much. Little brother will be waiting for Great Senior and all of you in the Holy Land. Go, go. Be careful. Kwang Shi waved his hand and waited for Yang Kai to leave before turning around and flying towards Thunder Tree Palace in high spirits. From the looks of it, he was going to take the initiative to ask the Great Senior for help. 2 days later, Yang Kai safely returned to Nine Heaven's Holy Land. Releasing his divine sense quietly, Yang Kai soon discovered some differences from when he first left. About 10 kilometers away from the 9 peaks, there was a large number of human activity. On top of that, the barriers around the Holy Land's 9 peaks had become much weaker, as if they had been bombarded. His expression becoming cold, Yang Kai understood that these forces had not abided by the deadline he had set and had launched an attack recently. However, these attacks should only be probing attacks, so the barriers around the Holy Land had not been damaged. News of Yang Kai's return soon spread, and after Su Hui and the other saints heard about it, they quickly gathered. Inside the main hall, all 6 of the Holy Land saints were present, as well as Enling, the only remaining saintess. All of them stared at Yang Kai eagerly, waiting for him to speak. Things have gone smoothly. The monster race's Great Senior has agreed to help you solve this urgent need. Of course, there will be a price to pay. Su Hui and the other saints' spirits shook as they felt this was quite incredible. Although they had agreed to Yang Kai's plan and proposal before, none of them had placed much hope in it. It was only because he was the new Holy Master's face that they didn't dare to object. The one they had to come in contact with was the monster race's Great Senior, not an easy character to deal with. None of them had expected that in less than 10 days, Yang Kai would be able to resolve this matter. That monster race Great Senior, what kind of price does he want us to pay? Su Hui asked suspiciously. While you're recuperating, all the alchemists and artifact refiners in the Holy Land have to stay behind and serve them. And, they will also mine the crystal stone vein in the 9 peaks. Whatever they mine will belong to them. Only these 2 conditions. Only these 2. The 6 saints looked at each other and relaxed. The crystal stone lode being mined by them was a matter of course. If the Holy Land's people temporarily evacuated from this place, the crystal stone lode would definitely fall into the hands of their enemies. Rather than that, it was better to let the monster race take advantage of them. Leaving behind the alchemists and artifact refiners to serve them didn't matter, as long as they were properly arranged and not discovered by others, they wouldn't cause any trouble to the Holy Land. These 2 simple conditions were within the acceptable range of everyone. In this way, rather than saying that Nine Heaven's Holy Land was asking for help from the monster race, it would be more accurate to say that they were using the monster race's strength to deal a heavy blow to their enemies. However, this wolf would not be easy to deal with. If the monster race really took root inside the 9 peaks, it would likely take some effort to drive them away. Su Hui and the other saints didn't want to think too far ahead. No matter what, this was the new Holy Master's decision, all they needed to do was follow. When the day came when the new Sacred Lord grew up, taking back the 9 peaks would be just a matter of time. Watching Yang Kai travel to the monster race for the Holy Land during this time, Su Hui felt more and more that the new Holy Master had become more and more interested in the Holy Land's affairs. According to this momentum, he would definitely be willing to inherit the position of Holy Master. Feeling so happy, Su Hui didn't even care about the current disaster the Holy Land was facing. Great Elder, I saw traces of an attack on the 9 Peaks barrier. While I was away, did they take action? Yang Kai asked Su Hui, who was still in a daze. Su Hui quickly nodded. Just a day ago, they should have just made a tentative attack, but after noticing that the 9 Peaks spirit array had been activated, they gave up. However, judging from their current situation, I'm afraid it will only be a day or two before they launch a large-scale attack. There's still time. You can start arranging the evacuation of the disciples now. Have them all make preparations and inform me when they are ready. Yes, Su Hui and the others nodded solemnly. Although Yang Kai had some friendship with the monster race great senior and even had him owing him a favor, he felt that leaving the Holy Land's people here to coexist with the monster race would not lead to any good results, so he had to evacuate as soon as possible, lest any unpleasantness occur and ruin all his previous efforts. What's more, the place he chose for the Holy Land's people was very suitable for them to enter secluded retreat. The elders and protectors began to busy themselves while Ling followed Yang Kai and explained to him another use of the Holy Master Spirit Ring. The Holy Master Spirit Ring was the symbol of the Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Only with it could one open up places that were normally impossible to open, such as the Treasury or the Nine Peaks Spirit Array. However, this was not the only function it had. By using the Holy Master Spirit Ring, the Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land could use the Nine Peaks Spirit Array to amplify the power of his Nine Heavens' divine skills by several times. Each of the Nine Peaks contained some kind of mysterious energy that corresponded to the essence of the Nine Heavens' divine skills. When the Holy Master of the Holy Land fought on the Nine Peaks, as long as his cultivation was high enough, it could be said that he was almost invincible. Learning of this, Yang Kai's spirit shook and he quickly immersed himself in studying the Holy Master Spirit Ring, discovering that there were indeed some unknown secrets inside it. Yang Kai's confidence in the upcoming war grew. Yang Kai also took some time to visit Nine Heavens' Holy Land's warehouse and swept everything into his black book space without any trace of politeness. In any case, the people of the Holy Land would be temporarily evacuated. Leaving these things here would only benefit outsiders, so he might as well take them himself. Yang Kai had no qualms about taking them. With all kinds of herbs, ores, artifacts, and crystal stones, Yang Kai suddenly became extremely rich. 2 days later, at dawn, Yang Kai, who was meditating with his eyes closed in his room, suddenly felt a burst of energy fluctuations coming from somewhere in the Nine Peaks. Opening his eyes, Yang Kai stared in that direction coldly. It's here. The masters who had gathered here finally couldn't hold back and were preparing to attack Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Slowly getting up, Yang Kai strode out. Outside his room, Su Hui and the others stood in a row, all of them wearing solemn expressions, seemingly waiting for Yang Kai. Everyone's expression was dignified, some were nervous while others shared a common enemy. Seeing Yang Kai appear, all of them bowed respectfully. Yang Kai nodded lightly, let's go take a look and see who is so eager to die. Su Hui and the others' eyes flashed as they quickly nodded and followed behind Yang Kai. They found that after returning from the monster race, Yang Kai no longer seemed to reject them. Although he had not personally admitted it, whether it was his actions or words, they were all guided by his identity as the Holy Master of the Holy Land. Perceiving this, everyone's spirits were lifted, faintly feeling that there was still hope for the Holy Land. Boom! 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 A series of loud noises reverberated between the Nine Peaks. Layers of ripples constantly appeared on the barrier at a certain location, but it remained impregnable. No matter how fiercely those people attacked it, there were no signs of damage. The Holy Master's Spirit Ring was in Yang Kai's possession and he was the one who opened the Nine Peaks barrier, so it could be said that there was a subtle connection between him and this barrier. Any attack that hit the barrier, Yang Kai could feel it 100 times more clearly than Su Hui and the others. These attacks were only the work of a few transcendent realm cultivators, the Saint Realm Masters had not contributed at all. Yang Kai understood. A short time later, the group of people arrived at the edge of the Nine Peaks and stood high up in the air, looking down. Yang Kai couldn't help smiling, so many people. Chapter 8:15. Outside the Nine Peaks barrier, there was a large crowd of people. There were at least a few thousand people gathered here. It seemed that the three great forces had roped in a lot of helpers during this time. Yang Kai watched calmly as he released his divine sense and soon discovered that among these thousands of people, there were three large groups with the largest number of people, immediately understanding that they were Shattering Mystical Palace, War Spirit Temple, and Netherworld Sect. In addition to these three large groups, there were also a number of other forces, each of them occupying a certain position and coldly staring towards the 9 peaks. After seeing Su Hui and the others appear, the cultivator who was attacking the barrier quickly retreated while the others also showed a look of dread. A centipede dies but never falls down. Although 9 Heaven's Holy Land was now on the decline, it was still a powerful force that had existed for countless years. Whether it was in terms of history or heritage, it was far more powerful than any of the other forces present. This deterrent force was still there. In particular, they knew that if they couldn't destroy 9 Heaven's Holy Land this time, when it rose up again, none of the forces present would be able to escape. Every Holy Land's Holy Master was able to reach the peak of the Third Order Saint Realm. This was almost a legend. Throughout the entire Tongxian realm, with the exception of a limited number of great forces, no force dared to guarantee that their disciples would be able to reach such a level. Facing such a force, everyone was more or less afraid. Under the investigation of Yang Kai's divine sense, the number of Saint Realm Masters present was clear at a glance. There were at least 15. 2 of them were second-order saints while the rest were first-order saints. In terms of numbers and cultivation, 9 Heaven's Holy Land was at an absolute disadvantage. Su Hui, I have known you for nearly 100 years, but it wasn't until today that this old master learned that you were born in the year of the turtle. What's wrong? Do you think that by hiding in the barrier of the 9 peaks, you will be safe and sound? Do you think that by doing so, you will be able to wash away the sins of the previous generation's saintess? One of the 3 large groups, an old man who was the leader of the group, shouted. As soon as his voice fell, it caused countless people to roar with laughter, shouting at the same time, ridiculing and cursing him. Su Hui's expression remained indifferent as he coldly asked, Zhang Ao, why are you acting like this? Hearing him call him that, Yang Kai's expression changed and he couldn't help but take a few more glances at the old man. Zhang Ao, a master from Shattering Mystical Palace, a second-order saint. Su Hui had said a few days ago that among these 3 forces, the only one Yang Kai needed to pay attention to was Zhang Ao. He didn't put the others in his eyes, but this Zhang Ao had the same cultivation as him, so if they really fought, victory or defeat was uncertain. How is this old man? Zhang Ao coldly snorted, this old master has brought a group of friends to your 9 Heaven's Holy Land today to seek justice for their dead relatives and friends. Justice? Su Hui's eyes flashed with disdain, a despicable villain like you dares to talk about justice? Whether or not this old man is despicable is not for you to judge. Zhang Ao sneered, your previous generation's saintess was out there slaughtering countless innocent lives, yet you 9 Heaven's Holy Land people just hide here and don't care. Where is the justice for those who have died? Did they ever provoke your 9 Heaven's Holy Land? What wrong have they done to offend you? It could even be said that they don't even know you. That's right, you allowed the previous generation's saintess to continue tormenting innocent lives, you need to give us an explanation for this. If you don't capture the previous generation's saintess and kill her, we'll destroy your 9 Heaven's Holy Land today. From what I can see, they're all cut from the same cloth. Perhaps the previous generation's saintess was sent out by them to harm others. The crowd of heroes became furious and began shouting one after another. Although the words spoken were unpleasant to the ears, most of them were true. Su Hui and the other elders who heard them were furious, but they couldn't refute them. It wasn't that they didn't want to pay attention to Saintess Nan, but rather that they didn't have the strength. The old Holy Master had died, and the only remaining Saintess and future Holy Master had been brought back by them from the Demon Land, so how could they have the time or energy to deal with Saintess Nan? What's more, Saintess Nan was proficient in the 9 Heavens' divine skills, so Su Hui and the others weren't her opponent at all. Last time, when Saintess Nan had attacked, they had spent a great deal of effort to force her back, destroying countless of the Holy Land's foundations and killing many of its disciples. Taking in the expressions of Su Hui and the others, Zhang Ao became even more arrogant and arrogant, repeatedly shouting for Su Hui and the others to hand over the hidden saintess Nan so they could kill her in front of everyone to appease the souls of the innocent people who had died tragically in heaven. Su Hui and the others had no way to defend themselves. The saintess had not killed a single person when she was alive, but after her death, she had slaughtered millions of corpses. This was a secret hidden by the Holy Land, so even if they tried to explain it now, no one would believe them. Zhang Ao, do you really want to be so vicious? When the old Holy Master was alive, he treated your shattering mystical palace very well. Su Hui shouted angrily before turning to the side and asking, Chao Guan, Wizard Jie, do the two of you want to do the same? Of the two people named, Chao Guan was the Temple Master of War Spirit Temple while Wizard Jie was the Sect Master of Netherworld Sect. Both of them were First-Order Saints. Chao Guan chuckled, Great Elder is too polite. Chao Guan, only recognize reason, wherever there is reason, that is where I will stand. Wizard Jie was a thin man with pale skin. He cultivated some kind of evil secret art and the black robe that wrapped his body gave off a dark green aura, making it so that no one could see within a few dozen meters of him. Hearing Zhang Ao's question, Wizard Jie grinned and said, My Netherworld sect only takes someone's money to solve their problems. If Great Elder can afford it, Wizard Jie is willing to help you right now. Wizard Jie. Zhang Ao glared at him gloomily, enough with the jokes. Wizard Jie grinned strangely and shrugged his shoulders, no longer saying anything. Zhang Ao sneered, Su Hui, you just said that the old Holy Master treated us well, but I'd like to ask you something. Every year, our three forces must offer a variety of cultivation materials to Nine Heavens' Holy Land, but 7 years ago, when this old master wanted to enter your Nine Peaks Four Symbols cave to cultivate, he was refused. How is that not being treated well? Su Hui slowly shook his head, Your tribute is not false, but have you ever considered that without the protection of my old Holy Master, would your three forces have been able to develop so smoothly? That great senior of the Beast Sea jungle would have already eradicated you. Don't even mention that great senior. Zhang Ao shouted angrily, his expression becoming violent, Don't think I don't know that your old Holy Master has a good relationship with that monster race great senior and often goes to that Beast Sea jungle. Humans and monsters cannot coexist. Daring to commit such treacherous acts, aren't you afraid of retribution? Every year, there are disciples from my three sects who disappear for no reason, all of them being captured by those monster race bastards. An uproar broke out as many of the masters who had been enticed by Zhang Ao's words wore shocked expressions, as if they had heard some extremely incredible news. All of them turned to Zhang Ao and began asking questions. Zhang Ao laughed and said, the old Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land really has a good relationship with that monster race great senior. This old master has personally seen him enter and leave the Beast Sea jungle several times and even capture a monster beast, using a secret technique to see the memories of that monster beast. This is not something this old master is trying to smear on their heads. After receiving such an answer, the masters who were still hesitating suddenly became firm. Hatred towards other races made them feel that Nine Heavens' Holy Land really wasn't a good thing, and with Zhang Ao saying such a big thing and Su Hui not refuting it, it was obvious he was telling the truth. In an instant, all kinds of hateful gazes began to sweep across Su Hui and the others. Su Hui, why didn't you ask that monster race great senior to come help your Nine Heavens' Holy Land? Zhang Ao looked at Su Hui triumphantly, his expression filled with ridicule. That monster race great senior is a third-order saint, if he takes action, I think we can only retreat. Isn't your old Holy Master a good friend of his? Does the monster race also understand that a person dying is like a lamp going out? Su Hui's face went from blue to white, obviously he was greatly angered, but he couldn't refute this accusation, only feeling his blood boil. It's useless to say anything to them. Yang Kai suddenly said, There's no need to waste words with them, the more you argue, the more difficult it will become for the Holy Land. After all, Saintess Nan's situation is indeed the Holy Land's responsibility. Su Hui nodded sadly. In front of everyone's eyes, Yang Kai stepped forward a few steps and arrived in front of Su Hui and the others. Several thousand pairs of eyes stared at him, all of them showing puzzled expressions, none of them understanding why this young man stood up at this time. Speaking of which, when the people from Nine Heavens' Holy Land first appeared, many people had been staring at Yang Kai suspiciously. Su Hui and the others were obviously masters from Nine Heavens' Holy Land, so it was only natural for them to appear at this critical juncture. Anling was the saintess of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. This was something these people had all heard of, but Yang Kai's origins and identity were something they couldn't guess. So young, yet standing side by side with Su Hui and the others, and Su Hui's attitude towards him was also quite polite. Even Zhang Ao was a bit confused, searching through his memories but unable to recall a young man like Yang Kai from Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Everyone! Yang Kai shouted, Saintess Nan's situation is indeed the Holy Land's responsibility, but the Holy Land is powerless now. Saintess Nan is already dead, she is now nothing more than a walking corpse, so the Holy Land cannot order her to do anything. On top of that, she also harbors murderous intent towards the Holy Land. Presumably, many of you know that Saintess Nan attacked the Holy Land a few days ago. In terms of hatred towards Saintess Nan, the Holy Land is of the same mind as everyone else and wishes to kill her as soon as possible. Therefore, I ask that all of you give the Holy Land some time so that Great Elder can give you a satisfactory answer and eradicate this scourge. After these words were spoken, the masters who had been enticed by Yang Kai all frowned. None of them were fools and could make their own judgments. Now that they thought about it, they found that what Yang Kai said was indeed reasonable. Not only did they not feel any vitality from Saintess Nan, they instead felt a faint death chi. Chapter 8:16. What's more, Saintess Nan had been killing people for 2 years now, not asking for their reason or identity. As long as she saw them, she would immediately kill them, as if her heart was filled with nothing but murderous intent. But before this, all of them had heard that this old saintess of Nine Heavens' Holy Land was a kind-hearted person. Compared to her, it was as if she was a completely different person. The matter of Saintess Nan attacking Nine Heavens' Holy Land a few days ago was also true. In the end, none of them were willing to become enemies with Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Boy, you're spouting nonsense. Zhang Ao glared at Yang Kai and shouted, you said that Saintess Nan is dead. How can a dead person kill people? What a joke. Do you think we're all fools, waiting to be manipulated by you? That's right, since she's dead, how could she do such a thing? Then why is the Holy Land making things difficult for all of you? What good is it to the Holy Land to have Saintess Nan kill people outside? Yang Kai retorted. Zhang Ao opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything for a while. Most of the great forces here had come here because of Saintess Nan, all of them wanting the Holy Land to give them a proper explanation. The ones who really wanted to eradicate Nine Heavens' Holy Land were the 3 forces led by Zhang Ao. They were simply taking advantage of this opportunity to act. Boy, I won't waste time with you, who do you think you are to talk to this old master? Zhang Ao disdainfully snorted, the only one who is qualified to speak to this old master is Su Hui. Su Hui, have you gone senile? Actually expecting a little brat to stand up for you, how laughable. I'm not qualified. Yang Kai grinned, sorry, but I really am. Zhang Ao frowned, not understanding what he meant. I am the new Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land, do you think I'm not qualified? Yang Kai looked down at Zhang Ao and said lightly. As soon as this statement came out, everyone went silent and stared at Yang Kai dumbfoundedly. On the other hand, Su Hui and the others were all shocked, as if they had been struck by lightning, their eyes shining brightly as they stared towards Yang Kai's back, shouting in their hearts. He admitted it. He admitted it himself. He admitted that he was the new master of the Holy Land in front of thousands of people. Su Hui even had the urge to throw his head back and laugh wildly. During this time, he had been trying very hard to make Yang Kai feel a sense of belonging to Nine Heavens' Holy Land, but Yang Kai had stubbornly refused to budge. Although after returning from the monster race territory, Su Hui had felt that Yang Kai's attitude had changed somewhat, but it wasn't until now that he had finally calmed down. If he were to admit it in front of so many people, his status as the new Holy Master was already set in stone. He would not be able to go back on his word in the future. At this moment, all of the Holy Land's masters, including Su Hui, felt as if a big stone had been lifted from their hearts. Feeling extremely gratified, even the difficulties in front of them seemed somewhat trivial. Yu Ying was a beautiful woman, and her charming face glowed with radiance. Her beautiful eyes were full of vigor. Vaguely, they seemed to see the fallen pillars of the Holy Land standing up again, supporting the foundation of the 9 peaks. New Sacred Master. Zhang Ao's face suddenly went pale as he stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. Chao Guan of War Spirit Temple also frowned, his eyes becoming cold. The Wizard of Netherworld Sect, Tribulation, let out a low chuckle, muttering to himself in a voice no one could hear, "Interesting, all of our efforts to draw water with a bamboo basket, there's actually a new Holy Master." These 3 forces had gathered together to recruit masters from all over the world, not just to destroy Nine Heavens' Holy Land and occupy its foundation, but also to obtain the inheritance of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. This was an inheritance that could guarantee one could smoothly break through to the Third Order Saint Realm. Who wouldn't covet it? As long as they could conquer Nine Heavens' Holy Land, capture Enling, and combine their elite disciples with her, it would only take them a few dozen years to produce a top master. At that time, their forces would be able to completely reverse the situation and become an existence not inferior to Nine Heavens' Holy Land. So when they heard Yang Kai say this, whether it was Zhang Ao or Chao Guan, both of them couldn't help feeling frustrated and annoyed that the treasure they coveted had been snatched away by someone else. Su Hui, is what he said true? Zhang Ao asked, his expression becoming fierce. Su Hui stepped forward and said solemnly, "My Holy Land already had a new Holy Master more than half a year ago, but these days we have been busy dealing with external and internal problems, so we haven't announced it to the public yet. Now that things have progressed to this point, we no longer need to conceal it." Hearing this, Zhang Ao suddenly felt a little disheartened. His biggest goal had now been destroyed, and even if he could conquer Nine Heavens' Holy Land, he would not be able to obtain that mysterious inheritance. Seeing Zhang Ao's dispirited appearance, Chao Guan quickly sent him a divine sense message, upon which Zhang Ao's eyes lit up as he grinned meaningfully towards Yang Kai. Obviously, he had found a new goal. As long as he could capture Yang Kai and Enling, the inheritance would fall into his hands. The crowd began discussing this matter, many of the younger generation envious of Yang Kai's good luck, because once he became the Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land, it meant he would reach the heavens in a single bound. No matter what he did before, what kind of cultivation he had, or what his aptitude was, in the future he would definitely stand high above the clouds and overlook the world, becoming an overlord. Envy gradually turned into jealousy as they glared at Yang Kai with hatred, all of them thinking that this kind of good luck should have fallen upon them instead of this little brat of unknown origin. A few kilometers away, in a gathering of forces, 2 beautiful women stared towards Yang Kai, one of them with a look of curiosity and suspicion on her pretty face while the other's face was flushed red and her breathing gradually quickened, clearly somewhat excited. "Hey, Yun Xian, why do I feel like this new Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land is the same person?" Ruan Xinu of Bold Independent Union called out to Yun Xian as if she had discovered a new world. Look, don't they look alike? They look alike, but it shouldn't be him, right? Yun Xian pursed her red lips, he should be dead already, who saw him die? Ruan Xinu frowned, we only saw him being taken away. But if he's not dead, why hasn't he contacted me all this time? Yun Xian couldn't help feeling a little lost as a figure she had been thinking about for a long time appeared in her mind. This figure gradually overlapped with the new holy master in front of her, becoming almost identical. Her heart couldn't help trembling as she wondered if it was really him. Separated by a few kilometers, Yun Xian couldn't see him clearly, so for a moment she couldn't be sure. Ruan Xian coldly snorted, "That little brat must be a womanizer. After toying with you, he abandoned you, so how could he possibly come looking for you again? Don't speak so loudly." Yun Xian was startled, glancing over at the two middle-aged men next to her and lowering her voice, "Don't let my father hear, he still doesn't know." Ruan Xian snorted disdainfully, "I think that person is definitely him. How could there be two people so similar in this world? Unless they're twins. He doesn't care about you anymore, do you still want to protect him?" "I'm not protecting him." Yun Xian's expression became bitter as she continued to stare at Yang Kai. The more she stared, the more she couldn't look away. Whether it was his figure, voice, or temperament, he was exactly the same as the one in her memory, causing her heart to ache a little. "Then do you dare come with me to confirm it?" Ruan Xian asked, "If you get closer, you should be able to see clearly, right? Now." "Of course, right now." Saying so, Ruan Xian grabbed Yun Xian's arm and dragged her towards the source of the sound. "Xian, Bold Independent Union's Union Master Yun Cheng called out, "Where are you going?" "Union Master, we're going to watch the fun, we'll be back soon." Ruan Xian turned around and replied before quickly disappearing. Yun Cheng shook his head helplessly and couldn't help glancing over at the middle-aged man standing next to him and asking, "Ji Yan, you've been staring at that new holy master with a thoughtful expression on your face, have you noticed something?" Hearing this, Ji Yan quickly replied, "Union Master, do you remember a major event I reported to you a few years ago?" "A few years ago?" "The year my raging flame city was destroyed was also the year Union Master and the young lady reconciled," Ji Yan said. "You're talking about that?" "Of course I remember," Yun Cheng nodded lightly. That year, under Bold Independent Union, a city had been destroyed and their losses had been heavy, but what made Yun Cheng happy was that his daughter, who had never spoken to him, had finally returned to him. Ji Yan was Raging Flame City's city lord and it was he who had brought Yun Xian back to Bold Independent City at that time. "What's wrong?" Yun Cheng was puzzled. Ji Yan stared at Yang Kai for a moment before taking a deep breath and whispering, "Union Master, if I'm not mistaken, this new holy master of 9 heavens holy land is the young man who was captured by the coffin-carrying man, what?" Yun Cheng's expression changed, "Are you sure?" Ji Yan nodded, "It's definitely him because he came to Raging Flame City with the young lady at that time, so my impression of him was quite deep. I think the young lady should have also discovered something, so I wanted to get closer to observe him." "Didn't they say he was dead?" Yun Cheng suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem. This matter was related to the mysterious coffin-carrying man. If this news were to spread, it would shake the world. The coffin-carrying man had existed for countless years and everyone wanted to unravel his secrets, but no one had been able to do so and no one knew where he was hiding. If this new holy master was really the one who was captured that year, he must know more secrets than anyone else, perhaps even where the coffin-carrying man was hiding. We all thought he was dead. But now it seems that not only is he alive and well, he has also inherited the position of Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land. Yun Cheng's face twitched as he couldn't help feeling a bit pained. Because this new Holy Master may have once been a disciple of Bold Independent Union. But isn't his strength progressing a bit too quickly? Ji Yan secretly muttered, "When I first met him, he was only an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage cultivator, but now, after only 4 or 5 years, he has already reached the 2nd order transcendent realm, on par with me." Just how did he cultivate? The young lady taking a fancy to him is not unreasonable. Chapter 8:17. You said Xian, Yun Cheng heard this and frowned thoughtfully, "Is there something between her and this person?" Ji Yan let out a hollow laugh, and, according to my observations at the time, but because we all thought he was dead, we didn't report this matter to Union Master. Please punish us. Yun Cheng slowly shook his head. It's fine, Xian is a big girl now, it's inevitable she will have someone she likes. No wonder when she returned to Bold Independent City, she was so depressed for a while. I thought she couldn't let go of her past and had some kind of gap with me, but I didn't think it was because of this. According to your observations, how does this person treat Xian her? Ji Yan respectfully said, not bad, he doesn't show much concern for her, but as for young people, oh. Yun Cheng laughed, if that's the case, if Nine Heavens Holy Land doesn't fall this time, then my Bold Independent Union will have an opportunity. What does Union Master mean? Ji Yan immediately understood what Yun Cheng was implying. Let's wait and see, maybe they won't be able to survive this time, but if they can, then we'll talk about it. And, we need to be careful this time, just put on an act and don't get caught up in this storm. Union Master is wise. On the other side, someone was also looking at Yang Kai with interest. After confirming that Yang Kai was the young man who had been captured by the coffin-carrying man in Raging Flame City, this person couldn't help laughing and quickly walking forward. A short time later, this person arrived next to War Spirit Temple's Temple Master Chao Guan. Temple Master, subordinate has something to report. Chao Guan was glaring at Yang Kai with a gloomy face and impatiently said, we'll talk later. Temple Master, this matter is related to the new Holy Master. The person quickly said. Chao Guan turned to look at him and nodded lightly, Yao Di, what do you want to say? The person called Yao Di quickly leaned over and whispered in Chao Guan's ear. If Yang Kai could pay attention to this person, he would definitely remember his appearance. When he encountered the coffin-carrying man in Raging Flame City, this person had appeared. Along with him were Su Qi of Bright Thunder Spirit Cult and Zhua Xing of Profound Heaven Alliance. Yun Xian had specifically mentioned the identities of these three to Yang Kai. Back then, the three of them had followed the coffin-carrying man all the way to Raging Fire City. Later, Yang Kai was captured by the coffin-carrying man and thrown into the mysterious small world where the ancient demon clan lived. When he came out, he went to Grand Boulder City and was recommended by Grand Boulder City's alchemy grandmaster, Du Wan, to join Bright Thunder Spirit religion, causing Su Qi to lose his life. Hearing Yao Di's description, Chao Guan's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He exclaimed, really? Yao Di nodded heavily. It can't be wrong. This subordinate remembers his appearance. This is really interesting. Chao Guan grinned wickedly, it looks like this time I'll be able to kill two birds with one stone. After capturing him, not only will I be able to obtain the inheritance of Nine Heavens Holy Land, I may even be able to solve the mystery of the coffin-carrying man. Excited, he asked in a low voice, who else knows about this besides you? Yao Di frowned and pondered for a moment, that Ji Yan of Bold Independent Union should also recognize him. After all, he was also present when the incident happened. Bold Independent Union, there's nothing to fear. Keep an eye on them for me, if they dare leak this information, I'll deal with them myself, Chao Guan said disdainfully. Yao Di nodded quickly before turning his attention to Bold Independent Union. The most powerful master in Bold Independent Union was Union Master Yun Cheng, a third-order transcendent. They didn't even have a single Saint Realm master, so Chao Guan naturally didn't put such a force in his eyes. On this continent, only a force with a Saint Realm master at its helm could be considered powerful. Inside the Nine Peaks barrier, Su Hui sincerely said, I think you already know what happened to Saintess Nan. This was not my Holy Land's instigation. If you can withdraw now and not become enemies with my Holy Land will definitely compensate you for the damage Saintess Nan has caused. If you insist on becoming an enemy of my Holy Land, then we can only settle this once and for all. Compensate? You're willing to compensate for the lives of others. Zhang Ao saw many people retreating because of the appearance of the new Holy Master and immediately roared, Su Hui, have you really become senile? Since ancient times, a life for a life, or do you want to apologize with your life? Zhang Ao, don't go too far. Su Hui shouted angrily. Zhang Ao became even more rampant and laughed, I'm going too far. Clearly, it's your nine heavens holy land who is bullying others, not taking their lives seriously. We came here to seek justice. I've already given you justice, why are you still so aggressive? What justice? Why haven't I seen it? What this old master said just now is justice. We will solve the problem of Saintess Nan and compensate all the forces that have suffered damage because of her. Zhang Ao, you still insist on bewitching them into becoming enemies with my holy land. Do you think this old master doesn't know what you're plotting? Having his thoughts pointed out by Su Hui in front of so many people, Zhang Ao's eyes narrowed and he sneered, suddenly nodding, good, I believe what you said, but before you fulfill your promise, I think all of you who have come from afar will need some collateral. Even if I believe you, they won't believe you. What kind of collateral do you want? Su Hui frowned. Zhang Ao's eyes swept over Yang Kai and Enling, grinning meaningfully as he said, your new holy master and saintess should come to my shattering mystical palace for a while. Until you solve the problem of the previous generation saintess, we'll take care of them. Hearing this, Chao Guan quickly echoed, good, Brother Zhang's proposal is good, my war spirit temple supports it. Great Elder can rest assured, the new Holy Master and Her Highness the Saintess will be properly arranged, we will absolutely not harm them. Standing to the side, Wizard Tribulation surprisingly didn't express any opinion, simply letting out a strange laugh. Wishful thinking. Su Hui was furious. Although the new Holy Master was young, he was still the symbol of the Holy Land. If he were to fall into the hands of another force and become a hostage, Nine Heavens Holy Land would become a laughingstock. At that time, Nine Heavens Holy Land would no longer have a foothold. What's more, Su Hui was well aware of Zhang Ao's intentions, so naturally he wouldn't agree to such a ridiculous request. Then there's no need for any nonsense. Zhang Ao's expression became violent as he shouted, just wait until we flatten your Nine Heavens Holy Land and avenge our dead relatives. With this shout, many people became agitated. Indeed, there's no need for any nonsense. Yang Kai took a deep breath and shouted, since we've already spoken, those who intend to reconcile with the Holy Land will naturally reconcile, those who do not are enemies. Saying so, Yang Kai swept his eyes over the crowd. Suddenly, Yang Kai's expression filled with amazement as his eyes fixed on a certain spot in the crowd. There, two women were staring at him, one of them gnashing her teeth and muttering something while the other was staring at him blankly, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly. Yun Xian and Ruan Xianyu. Yang Kai recognized them at once. After not seeing them for a few years, they still looked the same, but Yun Xian looked more and more like a young woman, her body exuding a mature charm while Ruan Xianyu hadn't changed much. The only thing that had changed was the relationship between the two of them. In the past, they had been at odds with one another, but now they were as close as sisters. When their four eyes met, Yun Xian's heart trembled, instantly realizing that this person was definitely the one she had been thinking about day and night. Her expression and eyes became somewhat chaotic, and although she tried to conceal it cleverly, she couldn't hide it from Yun Xian's observation. What do you think? I told you it was him, Ruan Xianyu said bitterly, that heartless bastard is still alive and well. Yun Xian's mind was in a mess and she didn't know what to do. If it weren't for this occasion, she would have rushed over and asked him why he hadn't contacted her even though he was still alive. But now, she didn't dare show her emotions. Seeing that Ruan Xianyu was about to shout, Yun Xian quickly pulled her back, it's not him, although it's very similar. Saying so, she turned around and walked away. Recognizing him at this time was definitely not a good time, it wouldn't be good for either him or her, so Yun Xian decided to ignore him. Hey! Ruan Xianyu stopped in place and hesitated for a moment before hurriedly chasing after Yun Xian and angrily shouting, how is it not him? It's clearly him, even if that little brat turned to ash I would still recognize him. I said it's not him, Yun Xian said impatiently. Fine, if it's not him then it's not him, it's my fault for meddling in other people's business, Wan Xin said unhappily. Looking at the backs of the two women gradually disappearing into the distance, Yang Kai quickly regained his composure. Although he didn't know how bold Independent Union had been implicated this time, he guessed it was because of Saintess Nan. Little brat, you're really pitiful. Zhang Ao looked at Yang Kai coldly. You may be the shortest holy master in the history of the 9 heavens holy lands. Although your holy masters never lived long, you'll definitely break the record this time. Really? Yang Kai sneered softly, I'd like to see just how you'll take my life. Yang Kai's reckless appearance not only didn't show any signs of panic, but instead appeared calm and indifferent, causing many people to find it difficult to accept. Suddenly, a burst of hot yuan qi burst out from Yang Kai's body and rushed out of the barrier, transforming into a giant golden sword several dozen meters long. One of the 9 heavens' divine skills, profound heavenly sword. At the same time, from one of the 9 peaks, a strange and surging energy suddenly burst forth, like a giant beast that had been awakened from its slumber, bringing with it a terrifying aura. Under the influence of the 9 peaks' grand array, this aura and energy instantly merged with the profound heavenly sword. In an instant, the several dozen meter long profound heavenly sword expanded to several dozen meters in length, like a rainbow that cut through the sky, and slashed down towards Zhang Ao with astonishing power. Asterisk chi, asterisk space seemed to be torn apart as a series of sharp explosions rang out. The profound heavenly sword was like a giant mountain falling down, causing many people to be unable to even think of resisting, their expressions changing greatly. Chapter 8:18. When the profound heavenly sword first appeared, Zhang Ao didn't pay much attention to it. After all, Yang Kai's cultivation wasn't high and he was using it through a barrier, so it wasn't a threat to a second-order saint like him. But when it inexplicably expanded, Zhang Ao immediately felt a dangerous aura wash over him. It was as if the power of the profound heavenly sword had suddenly increased by several times. He simply couldn't ignore it. With a deep shout, Zhang Ao hurriedly tried to resist. Asterisk Hong, asterisk the giant sword fell and a golden light burst forth, blinding everyone's eyes. Even someone as strong as Zhang Ao was forced to lower his body and was almost knocked to the ground by this sword strike. Beside him, many of the shattering mystical palace cultivators who had been swept by this golden light were instantly annihilated without even leaving behind a single trace, as if they had never existed in this world. Everyone paled. No one had expected that just a moment ago, the new holy master of 9 heavens holy land, who seemed to want to reconcile with everyone, would in the blink of an eye kill them all. So resolute, so cold-blooded, and without hesitation. His face changed faster than one could flip a book. Roars and curses rang out from the shattering mystical palace's camp. The eyes of these cultivator who had lost their friends and family instantly turned red as the anger in their hearts was ignited, all of them glaring towards Yang Kai. The cultivators from War Spirit Temple and Netherworld sect retreated a few steps in horror as they felt the terrifying power contained in that strike. Seeing the damage caused by that sword strike, all of their faces turned ashen as they trembled all over, subconsciously wanting to find a safe place to hide. The formation suddenly became messy. The tremors of the earth spread out from underground, and the cultivator from the other forces who had been lured here wore complicated expressions. They were standing relatively far away, and Yang Kai's strike had been aimed at Zhang Ao, so it hadn't affected them. At this moment, they suddenly hesitated, not knowing whether they should continue to be enemies with 9 heavens holy land. The law of the jungle was an immutable truth. The previous generation saintess of 9 heavens holy land had indeed incited the wrath of the heavens, but if these people from 9 heavens holy land were telling the truth, then it had nothing to do with them. Furthermore, they had also said that they would compensate the powers that had suffered losses. In this world, there were very few forces like Nine Heavens' Holy Land who would admit their mistakes. If it had been any other great force, they would likely have just accepted their bad luck and simply ignored them. If they retreated now, not only would they be able to avoid more losses, they would also be able to obtain compensation from Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Perhaps they could even use this opportunity to establish some friendship with Nine Heavens' Holy Land. For a moment, many people hesitated. Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, Wizard Tribulation, and the others were stunned for a moment, as if they were stunned by Yang Kai's attack. No matter how they imagined, none of them could have imagined that Yang Kai, who was only a second-order transcendent, could release such a tyrannical move. That blow was comparable to the full strength of a peak first-order saint, and although Zhang Ao managed to resist it, his arms were numb and his blood and qi were in turmoil. His face was flushed red, obviously not feeling well. As saints, they all felt that their lives were in danger under this kind of power, causing their eyes to tremble violently. Yang Kai, who had just released his profound heavenly sword, grinned towards Zhang Ao and slowly stretched out his hand. Above the place where the shattering mystical palace cultivator gathered, the world energy aura suddenly became extremely heavy, and after a brief moment of turbulence, a giant hand seal appeared high up in the sky. From another one of the 9 peaks, a mysterious force once again shot out. Under the support of this mysterious force, this giant hand seal became even thicker and more terrifying, obscuring everyone's vision, making it impossible to see any trace of light. Heaven-covering hand, a single hand that could cover the heavens. Zhang Ao finally recovered and joined forces with another Saint Realm Master from Shattering Mystical Palace, summoning their most prized artifacts and transforming into streaks of light that shot up into the sky. *Xiao, 2 streaks of light pierced through the sky like bolts of lightning, piercing 2 holes in the giant hand seal. The giant hand seal that covered the sky suddenly showed a flaw and its momentum was greatly reduced, but it still continued to press forward. Hong, the earth shook violently as a giant palm print appeared on the ground outside the 9 peaks barrier, occupying a radius of 1,000 meters. At least a dozen Shattering Mystical Palace cultivator were unable to dodge in time and were crushed into meat paste on the spot, their deaths extremely miserable as the stench of blood filled the air. Fierce. A few kilometers away, Yun Cheng's eyes shrank as he exclaimed. So strong. Ji Yan, who was standing next to him, felt a chill run down his spine. Although he felt that Yang Kai's cultivation was on par with his, the kind of attack he had just used was not something a cultivator of his level could display. Ji Yan thought that if he had been standing there just now, even if he didn't die, he would have been seriously injured. By borrowing the power of this 9 peaks grand array, he was able to enhance his attack several times over. Yun Cheng immediately understood. Yun Cheng saw through the mystery at a glance. Although Yang Kai had only taken action twice, each time there was a subtle connection between one of the peaks and his moves, so naturally this couldn't be hidden from Yun Cheng's observation. Sighing softly, Yun Cheng's eyes dimmed slightly. It seems my bold independent union really isn't suitable to get involved in this mess. Although bold independent union had many disciples, there were very few top masters, not even a single Saint Realm cultivator. Under such circumstances, Yun Cheng couldn't help feeling a sense of powerlessness and frustration, which only served to further stimulate his thirst for strength. What are you all waiting for? Break this barrier. Zhang Ao saw that many of his disciples had been killed or injured and roared angrily. Hearing this, the masters from Shattering Mystical Palace awoke from their stupor and quickly summoned their artifacts to attack the barrier. War Spirit Temple's Chao Guan also awoke from his stupor, the shock in his heart instantly disappearing as he hurriedly responded. Yang Kai laughed wildly as he stood alone at the edge of the barrier, constantly displaying his 9 heavens divine skills. One after another, the peaks formed a wonderful connection with him, amplifying the power of his attack several times over. Carefree and unrestrained. Yang Kai had never experienced such a powerful burst of strength before. He could clearly feel how terrifying his attacks were after being enhanced. His attacks were almost comparable to those of a second-order saint. Having shed all pretense of cordiality, Yang Kai no longer held back and went all out. After the profound heavenly sword and heaven-covering hand, Yang Kai also used the heaven-punishing spear, alluring heaven, and imprisoning heaven chain. Yang Kai also used the grand heavenly shield, condensing a few drops of yang liquid to form a shield that directly covered the periphery of the barrier. After being amplified by the 9 peaks, this giant golden shield was like an unbreakable barrier. No matter how the masters attacked, it remained impregnable. Yang Kai, with his own strength, not only did he not show the slightest sign of panic against all the cultivators from shattering Mystical Palace's great forces, he even seemed to be handling them with ease. Su Hui and the others were all dumbfounded. Originally, they had been feeling a little uneasy in their hearts, not knowing whether or not they would be able to survive this crisis, but seeing how outstanding the performance of their new holy master was, all of them put down the heavy stone in their hearts and instead stood behind Yang Kai as if they were watching a good show, neither moving nor speaking, just standing there silently like bodyguards, seemingly bored to death. Zhang Ao continued to roar as he was completely enraged. Waving his hand, he threw out a handkerchief-shaped artifact. This handkerchief was engraved with many lifelike patterns of exotic beasts. It was unknown what material this handkerchief was made of, but it gave off a 5-colored light and gave off a dense aura. Pouring his true essence into the handkerchief continued to expand as it fluttered in the air until it became incomparably huge, covering the barrier all of a sudden. The exotic beasts engraved on the handkerchief seemed to come to life as they rushed through the barrier without any hindrance, swaying their heads and wagging their tails mid-air before turning into sharp attacks that blasted towards Yang Kai. At the same time, Chao Guan of War Spirit Temple also summoned a long sword. This long sword transformed into a beam of light and followed the pattern of the strange beast on the handkerchief, breaking through the barrier and piercing towards Yang Kai's brow with an aura of death. The other masters from these two forces, as well as some of the hot-headed people who had participated in this battle, were also enraged, each of them condensing their own yuan qi and sending out a series of powerful attacks towards Yang Kai. These masters joined forces in an attempt to kill Yang Kai in one fell swoop. In their minds, Yang Kai had undoubtedly become the most dangerous character in this battle, and they all felt that as long as they could kill him, breaking through the barrier and destroying 9 Heavens' holy land would be a cinch. The mysteries of the 9 Peaks spirit array were all related to this new holy master, so obviously, as long as this new holy master had an accident, Su Hui and the others would not be able to resist. This was indeed the case. Without Yang Kai, 9 Heavens' holy land would not last long. The roars of the exotic beasts shook the heavens as they unleashed a series of attacks, each one of which could not be underestimated. All of these attacks were from Saint Realm and Transcendent Masters, each of them seemingly capable of blotting out the sky. Yang Kai, on the other hand, showed no fear and didn't even try to dodge. Su Hui and the others who had been standing behind him all this time also moved, each of them condensing their own yuan qi and condensing it together to meet Yang Kai's various attacks head-on. A huge burst of light erupted a few dozen meters in front of Yang Kai, as if someone had set off a firework, sending out a brilliant burst of 7-colored light. When everyone finally regained their composure, they couldn't help feeling a chill run down their spines. Yang Kai stood in place, unscathed, but the killing moves he had just displayed were once again like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. You want to attack 9 Heavens' holy land with just this much skill? Have you all not woken up yet? Yang Kai taunted them sarcastically. Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others all paled, wanting to refute but unable to do so. Little brat, don't think you're all that. If you hadn't borrowed the power of the 9 peaks, you'd be nothing but a fart. Chao Guan roared, his face filled with unwillingness. Chao Guan really didn't put Yang Kai's true cultivation in his eyes, but this little brat was hiding inside the barrier and using the power of the 9 peaks to fight against them. Chapter 8:19. The 9 Peaks barrier and spirit array were the result of countless years of painstaking efforts of the previous holy masters of 9 Heavens' holy land. These old holy masters were all third-order saints, so the arrangements they had made were naturally not bad. Besides the special methods used by Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and a few other Saint Realm masters, few attacks could break through the Nine Peaks barrier. If they couldn't break this barrier, there was no way they could fight the people from Nine Heavens Holy Land head-on. Realizing this, Chao Guan's face filled with unwillingness. Hearing him say this, Yan Kai just chuckled and snapped his fingers leisurely. No one knew what he meant by this action. But in the next moment, a series of screams rang out around Chao Guan as several dozen War Spirit Temple elites fell to the ground, dead, including 2 or 3 Transcendent Realm Masters. A huge panic spread in an instant and everyone couldn't help distancing themselves from Chao Guan. Even Chao Guan himself couldn't help feeling a chill run down his spine. No one knew what kind of method Yan Kai had used to silently kill several dozen War Spirit Temple elites in an instant. In front of everyone's eyes, he hadn't used any martial skills or artifacts, nor had he released his spiritual energy. It was as if this simple action of his was a death sentence. This kind of unknown method brought great panic to everyone, all of them worried that the next one to suffer would be them. Whether I have the ability or not, it's not up to you to decide, Yan Kai coldly snorted. He didn't want to use the soul-devouring insects that were lying dormant outside, but if he continued to fight like this, he would feel it would be very difficult. Yuan Qi had plenty of time to spare, but connecting his divine sense to the entire Nine Peaks spirit array consumed too much energy, so he could only use this method to deter his opponents. The soul-devouring insects could kill any cultivator below the Saint Realm, so killing several dozen people was naturally a piece of cake. Yan Kai didn't release too many either. These insects weren't very obedient, and not all of the cultivator who came here were determined to become enemies with Nine Heavens Holy Land. If he really wanted to kill all of them, it would be difficult to end the situation. What's more, he also saw Yun Xian and Wan Xianyu here. It would be bad if there were any accidental injuries. Panic was still spreading. After the Hall of Heroic Souls lost a few dozen elites, no one dared to make any rash moves. All of them looked at Yan Kai with an extremely shocked expression. Light flickered in their eyes, and their feelings were extremely complicated. The strength and means displayed by Yan Kai had deeply shocked everyone, making them realize that even if they could capture Nine Heavens Holy Land this time, they would have to pay a heavy price. Wizard Tribulation, why haven't you made a move yet? Zhang Ao suddenly turned his head and roared in one direction. In that direction, Tribulation, the wizard of the Ghost Sect, stood quietly. He had no intention of interfering from the beginning to the end. Wrapped in a green aura, he stood there like an outsider. The wizard Tribulation chuckled. I'm just looking for an opportunity. Then did you find it? Zhang Ao asked in a deep voice. Tribulation the wizard shook his head slowly. I'll settle this account with you later. Zhang Ao coldly snorted, his face filled with displeasure. From the beginning, it was his shattering mystical palace and heroic souls temple who were fighting Yan Kai. Although there were some hot-headed masters who were willing to help, most of them seemed to be watching from the sidelines. Moreover, Yan Kai's attacks were directed towards the two forces, not even bothering to attack anyone else. This made Zhang Ao realize that there was no chance to capture Nine Heavens Holy Land today. If this continued to drag on, once the people's morale dropped, Nine Heavens Holy Land might even counterattack. That old dog Su Hui was not a vegetarian. After dealing with him for so many years, Zhang Ao and Su Hui knew each other very well. I'll let you enjoy yourself for a few more days, this old master will come back to exchange pointers with you some other day. Next time, you won't be so lucky, Zhang Ao said coldly, waving his hand and leading the shattering mystical palace people to quickly withdraw. Next time, if anyone dares to come, we won't be so polite, Yan Kai sneered. So arrogant. Ji Yan, who had witnessed the entire battle from a few kilometers away, couldn't help sighing, he's still young and full of vigor. Bold independent Union Master Yunqing chuckled, let's go, there's nothing for us to do here today, let's withdraw first. Ji Yen nodded and followed Yunqing's pace. Standing at the edge of the barrier, Yang Kai quietly released his divine sense, searching for a certain figure in the crowd, a moment later transmitting his divine sense to him. The young man who was retreating with the crowd paled and hurriedly concealed himself before hurriedly leaving. A short time later, the crowd dispersed, leaving behind only a pool of blood and corpses. Yang Kai let out a soft breath, feeling a little tired. The Holy Land's elders and protectors, on the other hand, looked as if they had just won a great battle, each of them in high spirits as they stared towards Yang Kai, their faces filled with worship and respect. Holy Master, can I call you that now? Su Hui said as he observed Yang Kai's reaction, and after discovering that he didn't try to deny it, he couldn't help feeling relieved and smiling. Holy Master is really not an ordinary person, in just a few days you were able to connect your spiritual force with the 9 peaks, this Su is truly impressed. Ying nodded repeatedly, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. I thought the Holy Land would not be able to escape today, but I never expected it would be so easy to force them back. Don't be too optimistic. Yang Kai frowned, today they underestimated the strength of the Holy Land, which is why they suffered such a big loss. Next time, they won't be so easy to deal with. Hearing this, everyone fell silent, Su Hui asking, with Holy Master here, with the assistance of the 9 peaks alone, we should be able to resist them. Why, how could I possibly have such great ability? Yang Kai slowly shook his head, you may not know, but the power of the 9 peaks is not inexhaustible. I only realized this after establishing a connection with the 9 peaks today. Ah. What do you mean? Su Hui and the others were shocked. At most, I can only use the same amount of power I used today before the mysterious power contained in the 9 peaks is completely drained. At that time, it will no longer be able to provide any amplification to my attacks. On top of that, once the power of the 9 peaks is exhausted, the barrier and spirit array will collapse on its own, Yang Kai explained in a deep voice. Everyone suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem. Today, they were able to force Zhang Ao back entirely because of the 9 peaks. Without them, Yang Kai would still be just a second-order transcendent. Coupled with the 6 Saint Realm Masters present, how could they resist so many people and forces? However, after today's battle, I think half of the people who were enticed by them will probably leave. After all, no one is willing to become enemies with a force that may rise again, Yang Kai analyzed secretly. Half is good, if the rest dare to come, they will truly become enemies with my Holy Land. Next time, I won't hold back, Yang Kai sneered. Yang Kai sneered. In this battle, he had only attacked War Spirit Temple and Shattering Mystical Palace, not even targeting Netherworld sect who had been biding their time. This was to create a clear message for these people that if they did not become enemies with the Holy Land, they would not be attacked. Knowing that Yang Kai had sent them this message, they still chose to attack, which could only mean that they wanted to destroy the Holy Land. How are the arrangements for the disciples coming along? Yang Kai asked. Everything has been arranged properly. Su Hui nodded, but soon became uneasy and hesitant. Holy Master, are we really going to give up on the 9 peaks for the time being? Yang Kai nodded, I've already reached an agreement with the monster race Great Senior, there is no way we can go back on our word now. The Holy Land should avoid direct confrontation for now and let the monster race deal with those people. If they die, they will only blame the monster race. Otherwise, the Holy Land will make many enemies. Su Hui nodded sadly. This time, no matter what, the Holy Land would not have an easy time. If they stayed and fought with those people, if they won, they would create countless grievances, which would be detrimental to the Holy Land's development. If they lost, not only would they suffer heavy losses, they may even lose their foundation. Moreover, judging from the strength and numbers of the other side, it was very likely they would lose. If that was the case, it would be better to withdraw temporarily, bide their time, and leave this mess to the monster race to clean up. In any case, humans and monsters were enemies, so it didn't matter how many people the monster race killed. Holy Master, I still want to ask, where is the place you said could accommodate thousands of disciples? Su Hui looked at Yang Kai eagerly. I'll tell you when I'm done. Yang Kai chuckled, good, you go inform the disciples first and prepare to evacuate. I'll be going out first. Going out at this time? Su Hui was taken aback but didn't ask what Yang Kai was going to do, simply saying, let Elder Yuing and the others accompany you. No need, if they withdraw now, they won't be back for a while. I'm just going to see someone, there's no danger, that's all. Saying so, Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared from everyone's sight, even their divine senses unable to detect him. Flickering heavenly shadow. The only movement divine skill in the 9 heavens divine skills. Su Hui and the others looked at each other, shaking their heads and smiling bitterly, none of them knowing who Yang Kai would go out to see at this critical juncture. A few dozen kilometers away, the many forces and cultivator who had attacked 9 heavens holy land returned, each of them wearing gloomy expressions. Many of them were contemplating whether or not they should get involved in this muddy water. Facing the once behemoth 9 heavens holy land, so many of them had joined forces to barely contend with it. If they failed this time and allowed 9 heavens holy land to turn the tables on them, what awaited them would be endless retaliation. This kind of revenge, how could they, who were not considered to be powerful forces, withstand? He was afraid that it would disintegrate in an instant. Zhang Ao and Chao Guan were particularly unhappy. Inside one of the tents, the two of them and the wizard Tribulation sat down, each of them pointing their spears at the wizard, cursing him for only watching the show today and not helping, causing the two of them to lose a lot of face. The wizard Tribulation didn't seem to care, simply chuckling wickedly, causing Zhang Ao and Chao Guan to become even angrier. Chapter 820. After letting them vent for a while, Wizard Tribulation said, do you two think this wizard can save the situation? You saw that kind of attack, even if this wizard joined in, I'm afraid it wouldn't have helped. At the very least, it wouldn't have put us in such a difficult situation. Zhang Ao shouted in a low voice, so many experts were defeated by a little brat. This is a great humiliation. As he spoke, he viciously slapped the chair under him, smashing it into fine powder. That little brat, I'll make him suffer a fate worse than death. Chao Guan also swore, his eyes spitting fire. After cursing a few times, his mood gradually calmed down. Chao Guan sighed, in the end, they're all in a state of disunity. If those forces could unite like me and Brother Zhang, why would they need to worry about not being able to take down 9 heavens holy land? Zhang Ao nodded. Today, when Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple were fighting Yang Kai, most of the people who had joined them had simply watched the show, very few of them had actually helped. If those people had taken action, perhaps they would have been able to break through the 9 Peaks barrier today. Palace Master, Palace Master. Suddenly, a shout came from outside the tent and a Shattering Mystical Palace cultivator rushed in. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Zhang Ao was already unhappy, so seeing his subordinates act so rudely, he immediately shouted angrily. The cultivator panicked and quickly bowed, Palace Master, a few people from small forces are preparing to leave. Leave? Zhang Ao's eyes narrowed as a cold light flashed from the depths of his eyes. They said they don't want to be enemies with 9 heavens holy land and want to return home. What a joke. Chao Guan stood up and shouted, no one is allowed to leave. At this time, if anyone were to leave, it would definitely affect the morale of others. At that time, it would only lead to more and more people leaving. It looks like we should have a good talk with those who want to leave, Zhang Ao coldly said. As he spoke, he turned to look at Chao Guan and Wizard Tribulation, what do you two think? Exactly. Chao Guan nodded solemnly. Wizard Tribulation also shrugged his shoulders indifferently. The three reached a consensus and walked out together. In another nearby tent, the members of Bold Independent Union were gathered together to discuss something. Union Master Yun Qing constantly turned his head to look at his daughter, a thoughtful look on his face. Yun Xian seemed a bit absent-minded since she returned from the battle today. This made Yun Qing feel like something had happened between his daughter and the new Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Union Master Yen. Ji Yen tilted his head and listened to the movements outside for a while, then said, "It seems that the people from the Star Azura sect and the Snow Chill House are about to leave." Yun Qing nodded. "When I came back, I heard the leaders of the two forces discussing this matter. Speaking of which, our forces didn't suffer many losses at Saintess Nan's hands, only a few ordinary disciples suffered. This time, we simply came here to join in on the fun. We only wanted to seek justice from Nine Heavens' Holy Land, not to become enemies with them. Today, after witnessing Nine Heavens' Holy Land's heritage, it's only natural they want to leave." "What Union Master says is right," Ji Yen nodded. "I heard that only a few forces suffered heavy losses at the hands of Saintess Nan, the rest are the same as us. Zhang Ao's actions are quite intriguing though, they don't seem to have suffered any losses. Could it be they just want to take advantage of this opportunity to add insult to injury?" Yun Qing sneered, "Of course their purpose isn't limited to just this. The Nine Peaks massive foundation is enough to make them envious, but I'm guessing their main goal is the new Holy Master and the only Saintess. As long as they can control these two," Ji Yan's eyes lit up as he suddenly understood, "so that's how it is, their appetite is really big. Before today, I hadn't thought about it, but now I understand. All the forces involved in this matter are just chess pieces for Zhang Ao and Chao Guan. We're still too weak. If we had a big backer, my Bold Independent Union wouldn't need to listen to Zhang Ao and Chao Guan's orders." Saying so, Yun Qing intentionally or unintentionally glanced towards Yun Xian. After discovering that his daughter was silent, Yun Qing couldn't help smiling bitterly. Yun Qing was still very concerned about whether his daughter had anything to do with the new Holy Master. "Then Union Master, what should we do? Should we leave now?" Ji Yen asked. "Leave?" Yun Qing sneered, "Do you think you can just leave like that?" Ji Yen was taken aback and his face paled. "Could it be, that's it, could it be?" Yun Qing smiled lightly before suddenly frowning, "They're already here, let's go out and watch the show." Saying so, he stood up and walked out of the tent, the others hurriedly following behind. Outside, the cultivator from Star Assembly Sect and Snow Frozen Pavilion who was preparing to leave was stopped by Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and Wizard Tribulation. No one knew what they were talking about, all they saw was Zhang Ao's gloomy expression as he exchanged a few words with the leaders of these two small forces before a sudden change occurred. Amidst a series of screams and howls, Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others actually killed all the cultivators from these two small forces. In less than 10 breaths of time, more than 100 corpses were strewn all over the ground. All the onlookers were stunned, their eyes trembling as they watched this tragic scene, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, chills running down their spines. Looking around, Zhang Ao shouted, "Not only did you not seek revenge for your friends and family, you even dared to seek refuge with Nine Heavens' Holy Land, doing things that would only make your friends and family happy. These people are not qualified to live in this world, this Zhang is ashamed to be associated with them. The hatred of those who died, this Zhang will avenge them, all of you can rest in peace." Chao Guan continued, "Everyone, please calm down, Nine Heavens' Holy Land is just a grasshopper at the end of autumn, it won't last long. We will come up with a good plan, the next time we attack, we will be able to achieve our goal. Now disperse and have a good rest, in a few days we will need your help." Listening to these two talking to themselves, no one responded. Only at this moment did everyone realize that they were in trouble. Riding a tiger, Yun Qing smiled and shook his head, a look of self-deprecation on his face. Many of the masters and forces who had been enticed by Zhang Ao and Chao Guan understood the situation, but in fear of Zhang Ao and Chao Guan's strength, none of them dared to speak out. From the way they had treated Star Assembly Sect and Frozen Snow House, if they dared to oppose them, the next one to fall to the ground would be them. Gradually, the crowd dispersed and someone came to collect the corpses of those who had died. After returning to his tent, Yun Cheng looked around and was stunned for a moment before asking, "Where's the young lady?" Yun Xian had been with them just a moment ago, but now she was gone. "Xinu isn't here either, she probably had something to do and left temporarily," Ji Yan replied. Yun Cheng couldn't help feeling relieved and didn't ask any more questions. Somewhere in the jungle, Yun Xian and Xinu both vigilantly followed behind a young man until they left the gathering place and arrived at an extremely remote location. However, the young man's footsteps did not stop and he continued walking forward. "Hey, which force do you belong to? What's your name?" Xinu's patience was not very good, so after following him for a while, she couldn't help calling out after seeing him not say anything and only lead her and Yun Xian forward. This young man's strength wasn't high, so she wasn't worried he would do anything to her or Yun Xian. "Two young ladies, this one is Lu Gui, a disciple of War Spirit Temple," the young man responded quickly, his attitude quite good. "War Spirit Temple?" Xinu frowned, "Why did you call us out here? What is the big matter you just mentioned?" "Huh, you'll know when you follow me. Please rest assured, I'm not a bad person," Lu Gui laughed. Xinu coldly snorted, "Hearing you say that, why do I feel like you're just admitting you're hiding 300 taels? Since there's such a big matter, why didn't you report it to your temple master and instead sneak us out? Tell me honestly, what are you trying to do? I don't have any ulterior motives." Lu Gui wanted to cry, but no tears came out. "I was entrusted with this task. That person asked me to bring this young lady over. It was you who insisted on following. Entrusted with this task." Yun Xian's heart trembled when she heard this and inexplicably felt a sense of expectation, quickly asking, "Who entrusted you with this task?" Lu Gui hesitated for a while before helplessly saying, "Young lady, please don't ask, this one has his own difficulties and really can't say. But you can rest assured, we'll be there soon." Yun Xian quickly cast her gaze into the distance and released her divine sense, but couldn't see or sense anything. "Yun Xian, I think this little brat is a bit suspicious. Maybe there's some kind of trap waiting for us up ahead. I think we should go back," Xinu whispered beside Yun Xian. Yun Xian smiled lightly, "You're exaggerating. He's a disciple of War Spirit Temple, there's no reason for him to do such a thing. Then why did he bring you over? He clearly has some kind of ulterior motive, maybe he's taken a fancy to your beauty. Don't scare me." Yun Xian hurriedly tightened her clothes. "If the two of you really don't feel assured, how about restraining this one first? If we really encounter some kind of danger, this one's life or death will be up to you." Lu Gui listened to their whispers and immediately understood that they were still worried about him, so he took the initiative to propose. "Good, then I won't hold back." Xinu immediately took action and sealed off Lu Gui's true qi in just a few seconds. Lu Gui's expression remained indifferent as he continued to lead the way. Seeing him like this, Yun Xian and Xinu felt relieved. After walking for more than a dozen kilometers, they came to a small lake nearby and Lu Gui let out a sigh of relief, pointing forward and saying, "We're here, that person is waiting for you over there." Looking in the direction he was pointing, Xinu couldn't help covering her mouth and crying out in shock. Yun Xian also wore a look of disbelief, her beautiful eyes flashing a strange light as she stared forward in a daze. Chapter 821. The surface of the lake was sparkling and the water was so clear that even the bottom could be seen, faintly revealing a few fat fish swimming in it. At the edge of the lake stood a man who was smiling at Yun Xian and Xinu who had come with Lu Gui, raising his hand and greeting them, two friends, long time no see. Wuan Xinu and Yun Xian didn't answer, both of them dumbfounded for a moment. Yan Kai shook his head helplessly and stepped towards them. As they approached, Lu Gui, who was leading the way, hurriedly bowed, his expression filled with indescribable flattery. Lord Holy Master, this lowly one had eyes but failed to see. I hope Lord Holy Master will not take offense. It's fine, Yan Kai shook his head. Lu Gui's expression relaxed and he respectfully said, Master, I have brought these two girls to you. Good job. Yan Kai kindly patted the young man who had been controlled by the great heavenly attraction's soul brand, making him feel flattered and quickly nodded, of course, of course. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Gui asked hesitantly, Master, you can see that I have no malicious intentions towards you, so can you first return that soul brand to me? Rest assured, I, Lu Gui, will not allow anyone to reveal even half a word about you, otherwise I may be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Seeing him making such a solemn vow, Yang Kai chuckled, I can't promise you that for the time being, but I won't hurt you as long as you are obedient. How could this one dare not obey? Lu Gui said bitterly. Last time, when Yan Kai left the 9 Peaks for the Beast Sea Jungle, he and some of his companions had tried to intercept Yan Kai, but not only had they failed, they had also been captured by Yan Kai. Now, he was forced to work for him. If the temple master found out about this, even if he had 9 lives he wouldn't be able to survive. Considering all this, Lu Gui's heart filled with bitterness. Those who are obedient will get benefits. Yang Kai observed his expression and knew that he was uncomfortable, so he immediately threw a bottle of pills to him. Lu Gui reacted quickly and caught it. He opened the bottle and sniffed it suspiciously. His face was filled with ecstasy as he exclaimed, Spirit-level pill. Keep up the good work, and you'll be rewarded in the future, Yang Kai praised. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Master Holy Master. Lu Gui was moved to tears. As an immortal ascension boundary cultivator, his status in War Spirit Temple was low and he was usually not valued. The pills used for cultivation were also distributed according to the number of people in the temple. Every month, he could receive at most 2 to 3 mysterious grade pills, but now, just to complete a trivial matter for Yang Kai, he had directly received a bottle of spirit grade pills. This was simply a great thing. All of a sudden, it made Lu Gui dizzy. He didn't even care that Yang Kai had taken away his soul brand and controlled his life and death. Lu Gui secretly felt that following this Holy Master really was a promising future. Yang Kai saw his expression and was quite satisfied, knowing that this guy was a vile character who forbade righteousness at the sight of profit. To deal with such a person, a little bit of sweetness was enough to make him willing to risk his life. Casually lifting the seal Wuan Xinu had placed on him, Yang Kai waved his hand and said, You can go back, there's nothing else for you to do here. Yes, Holy Master. Next time, if you have any use for me, please don't hesitate to ask, Lu Gui said seriously. You will have that opportunity, Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Lu Gui turned around and left, but before he left, he shot a particularly envious look towards Yun Xian and muttered, Young lady, you are truly blessed. It was as if he felt that this young woman being able to have some kind of friendship with this new holy master was simply climbing up the social ladder. Yun Xian's pretty face blushed as Wuan Xinu glared at him, Shut up. Lu Gui let out a dry laugh and quickly fled. After he left, Yang Kai turned to the 2 women in front of him with a smile, After not seeing you for a few years, both of you are still as charming as ever. Glib-tongued. Wuan Xinu snorted disdainfully, You bastard, since you didn't die, why didn't you tell Yun Xian you were safe? You've made her sad for you for so long. Xinu. Yun Xian called out softly, pursing her red lips as her beautiful eyes stared towards Yang Kai, suddenly feeling that the man in front of her, who she had always been worried about, had suddenly become much taller and taller, to the point where she could only look up at him from afar. When she first met him, his cultivation wasn't even as high as hers, and he was dressed in old-fashioned clothes, as if he was an ignorant boy who had just walked out of some remote mountain forest. But after a few years, he had actually become the new holy master of 9 heavens' holy land, and his cultivation was even higher than hers. Now, she was a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator while he had already reached the second-order transcendent realm. Such a gap, even if she worked hard for a few dozen years, she would still be unable to close it. Standing in front of him, Yun Xian couldn't help feeling a sense of inferiority, her heart filled with bitterness. Perceiving Yun Xian's abnormality, Yang Kai frowned, not knowing what she was thinking, letting out a dry laugh. "Don't you recognize me? Even if I turned to ash, I'd recognize you." Yun Xian forced a smile. "Then why are you looking at me like I'm a stranger?" Yang Kai rubbed his nose. "If you're angry because I didn't tell you I was safe, I apologize. I've been too busy these past few years, and there are some things I really don't want others to know." "Humph, I knew you were a heartless bastard," one Xin snorted angrily. "You clearly just wanted to play around with others and run away, unwilling to take responsibility." "What responsibility do I have to take? What happened that time was just an accident, okay?" Yang Kai said awkwardly. Speaking of which, he really hadn't thought about Yun Xian these past few years. Regarding this woman, although Yang Kai felt guilty, he didn't compare her to his senior sister Su Yan. If it weren't for the charm monster's divine sense poison, such an embarrassing situation wouldn't have happened. "Sure enough, you don't want to admit it, I really misjudged you," Ruan Xinu said disdainfully, her eyes filled with disdain. Yang Kai shook his head helplessly. Yun Xian, who had been silent all this time, let out a long sigh and smiled lightly. "Xinu, don't talk about this anymore, it's meaningless. Some things, some people, it's enough to let them go, there's no need to dwell on them. You're really free and easy." Ruan Xinu looked at Yun Xian in surprise. "But you, why did you let a disciple of War Spirit Temple lead us here? Why would he listen to your orders?" Yun Xian looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. "Oh, I had a conflict with him half a month ago, so at that time, I used some kind of trick on him so I can communicate with him using my divine sense. Seeing you today, I had him lead you here," Yang Kai explained. "Is your bold independent union also involved in this matter?" Yun Xian nodded. "Your Holy Land's previous generation saintess went to my bold independent union's territory and killed some of our disciples. After that, Zhang Ao of Shattering Mystical Palace invited my father to come here and demand an explanation from 9 heavens' holy land. My father decided to come here, but he didn't expect them to have no intention of reconciling with you and instead want to fight. They invited you here just to make up the numbers," Yang Kai sneered. "That should be the case. In fact, many of the great forces suffered the same fate as the bold independent union. Before we came here, there were 2 small forces who wanted to leave, but they were all killed by Zhang Ao." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, they really didn't hold back. "After this incident, I don't think anyone will dare to leave again. On top of that, Zhang Ao said that the next time they attack, they will flatten your 9 heavens holy land. Do you think you can stop them?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "If we really fight, the result will be either you die or I die. If the Holy Land has a hard time, you won't have an easy time either. Then what are you going to do? You should leave quickly, it's too dangerous to stay there." "Don't worry, I have a way to deal with it, but you shouldn't get involved," Yang Kai said seriously. "If you get involved, your bold independent union will definitely suffer heavy losses." "What do you mean?" Yun Xian was surprised. "It's hard to say now, but in any case, after you go back, persuade your father to take his people away from here as soon as possible, something big will happen here soon." Yun Xian frowned and nodded lightly, not needing any further explanation from Yang Kai, she chose to believe him. Ruan Xinu sneered from the side, "Aren't you being a little too confident? Although your 9 heavens holy land's barrier is quite good and you have several masters, as far as I know, Zhang Ao's helpers have at least twice as many Saint Realm masters as yours. So what? Yang Kai sneered, if they don't leave, they'll have to pay the price. I really don't understand. Wan Xianyu slowly shook her head. How did a person like you become the new holy master of Nine Heavens' holy land? Everyone has their own opportunities, Yang Kai chuckled, I'd rather not be the new holy master. Wan Xianyu curled her lips, obviously not believing him. In her opinion, any man who obtained such an opportunity would be ecstatic. How could they be so disdainful as Yang Kai said? This little brat is clearly trying to act innocent. Wan Xianyu looked down on Yang Kai more and more, secretly thinking that the reason his strength had improved so quickly was entirely because of Nine Heavens' Holy Land's training. If Nine Heavens' Holy Land was willing to train her, she could also reach such heights. Is there anything else you want to say? Yun Xian looked at Yang Kai and asked. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before shaking his head, nothing. Then we'll go back first, being out here for too long will only arouse suspicion, Yun Xian said, looking at Yang Kai with a complicated expression. Saying so, Yun Xian glanced over at Yang Kai with a complicated expression before softly saying, no matter what, I must thank you for your reminder this time. I will definitely talk to my father about this matter. Also, you have to be careful. I know you're stronger than before and your status is also different, but your strength alone is limited. If you encounter something you can't solve, don't force yourself. I'll remember, Yang Kai nodded. Then we'll be going. If you can survive this crisis, you're welcome to visit Bold Independent City at any time in the future, Yun Xian smiled and left with Wan Xianyu. Standing in place and staring at their disappearing backs, Yang Kai's mood fluctuated. He hadn't expected this woman to leave so quickly, without the slightest hesitation. Originally, Yang Kai had been considering how to appease her emotions, but now it seemed there was no need for that. Chapter 822. Back in the jungle, Wan Xianyu, who was returning along the same path, angrily cursed, you fool, since you saw him again, why did you take the initiative to leave? Isn't it fine as long as he's safe? What else could I have done? Yun Xian smiled. Is this really okay? Wan Xianyu felt somewhat uncomfortable. It's fine. Yun Xian's expression was relaxed and indifferent, he's no longer someone I can reach. Even if I insist on staying with him, I'll only drag him down. It's better to leave now and leave behind a beautiful memory in each other's hearts, that's more than enough. You won't regret it in the future? Wan Xianyu asked. There's nothing to regret. Forget it, do as you please. In any case, it's your own business, don't come crying to me later and say you didn't seize today's opportunity. I won't. Yun Xian said faintly as she glanced back, her beautiful eyes filling with a layer of mist. She knew better than anyone else that in that man's mind, she was just a passerby. If not for that, he would have definitely chased after her. After Yang Kai returned to Nine Heavens' Holy Land, he immediately summoned Su Hui and the other elders and protectors. Holy Master, according to your instructions, the disciples are ready to depart at any time. Su Hui cupped his fists and said. Yang Kai nodded, come with me. Everyone didn't know what he wanted to do, but none of them asked, simply following behind Yang Kai. Shuttling through the 9 peaks, a short time later, the group arrived in front of a huge blue stone engraved with the words Holy Tomb. The Holy Tomb was the resting place of Nine Heavens' Holy Land's previous holy masters. Inside it were the bodies of countless ancestors. Arriving here, the expressions of the several protectors and elders all became solemn. You've all been curious about where the thousands of disciples will be placed, why aren't you asking now? Yang Kai stood in front of the blue stone and looked around at the crowd with a smile. Everyone's expression became solemn as they suddenly understood. Su Hui was shocked, Holy Master, the place you speak of, it couldn't be, besides here, where else do you think I can place you? Yang Kai nodded lightly, the Holy Tomb is the best place. Absolutely not. Su Hui's face changed greatly, this is the resting place of all the previous holy masters, how can we go in and disturb them? Death is like an extinguished lamp. There's nothing wrong with that. Yang Kai shook his head. The Holy Land has its own rules. Aside from the Holy Lord and the Saintess, no one else is allowed to enter the Holy Tomb. Rules are dead, but people are alive, Great Elder. Yang Kai persuaded earnestly. That may be the case, but, no, we really can't. If we enter the Holy Tomb, wouldn't we be disregarding the rules set by our ancestors? How can I maintain my prestige in front of the disciples in the future? You stubborn old man. Yang Kai was amused by him. He turned his eyes to the other elders and protectors and asked, "What do you think?" Shi Kuan quickly averted his gaze with a troubled expression on his face. Meng Tianfei and Luo Xing didn't express their opinions either. Qing Yutong opened her thin lips, wanting to say something, but no words came out. A bunch of wastes. Ying coldly snorted and solemnly said, "Holy Master, although Great Elder is indeed pedantic and stubborn, I think Great Elder is right on this matter." You also think so? Yang Kai stared at this beautiful woman in amazement. Ying nodded firmly. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead and turned his eyes to the last person, Enling, "Don't ask me, I'm just a little girl, I don't understand anything." Enling quickly tried to distance herself from him. Yang Kai grit his teeth and glared at her, expecting her to stand on his side, but at this critical moment, this little girl actually ignored him. Is there really no way? Yang Kai turned to Su Hui and asked in a deep voice. Everything else is easy to discuss, as long as Holy Master gives the order, even if this old master's life is at stake, this old master will immediately offer it up, but this matter. Su Hui firmly declared, a look of loyalty and righteousness plastered on his face, as if Yang Kai was a fatuous and tyrannical holy master. Fine. Without waiting for him to finish, Yang Kai interrupted him, then I wish you all the best. In less than 2 or 3 days, Zhang Ao's group will arrive and the monster race great senior will also lead his monster race masters here. When that time comes, I want to see which one of you will be able to survive. Farewell. Saying so, he turned to leave. Su Hui's eyes flashed and his hands moved quickly, grabbing Yang Kai's clothes and squeezing them tightly, not letting go, asking in amazement, "Holy Master, where are you going? You can sit here and wait for death, but I still have a bright future ahead of me, so I won't accompany you." "Naturally, I'm leaving," Yang Kai said matter-of-factly. "But if you leave, what will happen to the Holy Land?" Su Hui suddenly panicked. "What does that have to do with me? I found a way out for you, yet you refuse to take it, do you want me to be buried with you?" Yang Kai spat disdainfully, "Sorry, I'm not that noble." This. Su Hui was suddenly speechless, thinking to himself that this young man was truly a young man, acting so impetuously. Just a moment ago, this young man had been acting as the holy master of the Holy Land, so how did he suddenly change his mind and become indifferent to the Holy Land? Besides, Yang Kai snorted, as the Holy Master, if no one can carry out the decisions I made, what is the point of remaining here? Even if we survive this crisis, I'm afraid in the future I'll be nothing more than a puppet at your mercy. We wouldn't dare. Su Hui panicked. Then why are you still holding on to me? Su Hui quickly let go, embarrassed to death. Enough. Ying snorted, glaring towards Yang Kai, the Holy Master should act like one, how can you act so shamelessly? Look at what you've done to Great Elder. Saying so, she sighed faintly and turned to Su Hui, Great Elder, what do you think? Su Hui wore a hesitant expression as he secretly observed Yang Kai's reaction, a moment later helplessly saying, since the Holy Master has made such a proposal, we can't break the rules set down by our ancestors. Let's vote by a show of hands. Besides the Holy Master, there are 7 people here, so if the majority agrees to enter the Holy Tomb, then, we can only do so. Good, Ying nodded. Then who doesn't agree to enter the Holy Tomb? Raise your hand for me to see, Yang Kai asked as he swept his eyes over the crowd. The great elder hurriedly raised his hand. The remaining 5 guardian elders and Saintess and Ling all glanced at each other, none of them willing to make a move. You. Great elder stared at the crowd in surprise, a very hurt expression appearing on his face, as if he hadn't expected that when it came to upholding the rules set down by his ancestors, no one would agree with him. Slippery fellow. Ewing muttered softly. She knew that if Yang Kai had asked in a different way, the result would likely have been different. The new Holy Master was still a young man, so who would be willing to refute his opinion at this time? If things didn't go well, he might really develop a sense of rejection towards the Holy Land and simply abandon the Holy Land. No one could afford to bear such a responsibility. Great Elder, many thanks for letting me win, Yang Kai cupped his fists. Su Hui smiled bitterly, since things have gotten to this point, this old master won't say anything more, we'll do as Holy Master says. I'm doing this for your own good, don't look so unhappy. If the Holy Land's previous Holy Masters knew about this, I'm afraid they would forgive you. I hope so. Opening the Holy Tomb with the help of the Holy Master's spirit ring, everyone followed Yang Kai inside, all of them wearing solemn expressions, as if they were on a pilgrimage. Looking around at this city-sized mysterious small world, which had no sun, moon, stars, white clouds, or blue sky, everyone couldn't help feeling a sense of unreality. This is the Holy Tomb. Ewing muttered softly, a look of disappointment flashing across her beautiful eyes. The scene in front of her was completely different from what she had imagined. In her imagination, the Holy Tomb was a peaceful place filled with lush mountains and green rivers, filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. However, this place was filled with a thick yin qi and was surrounded by faint fluorescent lights, giving off a creepy feeling. Everyone else also looked around curiously, only Great Elder Su Hui was constantly bowing to his surroundings, muttering something under his breath, seemingly afraid that their arrival would disturb the slumber of the previous Holy Masters. The energy here is so rich. Qin Yutong gently breathed in, her full breasts heaving up and down exaggeratedly as a look of pleasant surprise flashed across her beautiful eyes. The world energy density between the 9 peaks was already quite good, but compared to the Holy Tomb, it was still dwarfed. No wonder the previous Holy Master liked to retreat here and cultivate. The environment is a bit poor, but this place is perfect for concealing one's strength. Yang Kai chuckled, when I first came here, I was also shocked by the rich world energy aura. I don't even know where it came from. And, this mysterious small world is much smaller than an average mysterious small world, but it should be enough to house all the disciples of the Holy Land. Listening to Holy Master's words, it seems you've been to other mysterious small worlds. Qin Yutong's beautiful eyes lit up as she stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Although mysterious small worlds were well known to the world, there were very few people who had actually entered and exited them. The entrances to these mysterious spaces, which were independent of Tongxian realm, were extremely well hidden and difficult to discover. Yang Kai chuckled and exchanged a glance with Ling, understanding everything without saying anything. Where are the coffins of the previous Holy Masters? How come none of them are here? Su Hui took a look around and couldn't help feeling stunned, there should be many coffins here. Yang Kai's face twitched as he asked tentatively, how do you know there are coffins here? There should be, every previous Holy Master would build his own coffin and send it into the Holy Tomb, and this place is a bit too clean, there's nothing here. Hearing him say this, everyone discovered that something was wrong. The inside of the Holy Tomb was flat, as if it had been cut by a knife. Although the ground was covered in dust and fine powder, there were still some traces left behind by the violent surge of energy. And, where are the corpses of the previous Holy Masters? Shi Kuan scratched his head and looked around. There may be some unknown secrets in the Holy Tomb. And, the last time I came here I also didn't find anything, Yang Kai said quickly. If Su Hui learned that because he had fused with that drop of demon god golden blood, all the bones and coffins in the Holy Tomb had been destroyed, it was hard to imagine what he would think. Chapter 8:23. After a full day and night of work, everything was arranged properly. The thousands of disciples from the Holy Land poured into the Holy Tomb, filling the gloomy, mysterious small world with vitality. Although the number of people was not small, the Holy Tomb was more than enough to accommodate them all. Su Hui and the others had also prepared a lot of living materials in advance, enough for the Holy Land's disciples to live here for a long time. Yang Kai also told them to put aside their worries for the time being and concentrate on cultivating here. When the time came, he would naturally release them again. Su Hui and the others nodded in agreement. Leaving the Holy Tomb, Yang Kai sat alone atop one of the 9 peaks, overlooking the huge foundation that had stretched on for countless years, his mood calm and tranquil. At this moment, 9 Heaven's Holy Land was completely silent, with no one else around except for him. Immersing himself in his secret art, Yang Kai quietly waited. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and stared off in a certain direction, grinning silently and mysteriously. Zhang Ao and the others had come again and were currently cursing and swearing in front of the barrier, bombarding it indiscriminately, a series of loud bangs reverberating throughout the 9 peaks. Yang Kai's figure flickered, and when he reappeared, he was standing not far in front of Zhang Ao and the others. Zhang Ao's eyes narrowed as he shouted, "Little brat, you still have the courage to come out. Today you'll die." Chao Guan beside him also sneered, "Open the barrier and surrender, and we'll spare your life." Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to these words and swept his eyes around, his gaze pausing on bold independent union for a moment before quickly shifting away. "Very good, since all of you insist on becoming enemies with the Holy Land, you can count on your own luck." Many people averted their eyes in fear, while on bold independent union's side, Yun Xian's expression was extremely gloomy. She had discussed with Yun Cheng for a long time the night before and had also passed on the advice Yang Kai had given her, but now that bold independent union was riding a tiger, Yun Cheng had no choice but to follow Zhang Ao and the others. Now they met again. Yun Xian couldn't help feeling a sense of guilt for failing to live up to Yang Kai's good intentions. "Where's Su Hui? Why is it only you?" Zhang Ao keenly sensed that something was wrong. Today, 9 Heaven's Holy Land was far too quiet. Not only was there no trace of anyone walking around, even the only one who had come out to meet the enemy was the new Holy Master. Su Hui and the other elders were nowhere to be seen. "There's no need for the Great Elder to deal with you." Yang Kai curled his lips. "How arrogant. Wait for me to capture you. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant." Zhang Ao was completely enraged. He waved his hand and shouted, "Everyone, there is no need to hold back. I will restrain this brat. You all work together to break this damn barrier. The foundation of the 9 peaks shall be shared by everyone." Hearing him say this, the gazes of many hesitant cultivators instantly burned. 9 Heaven's Holy Land's heritage was extremely deep, and there were countless rare treasures, pills, and profound secret arts and martial skills stored inside. Obtaining even a single one of these things was a huge benefit. Birds die for food and men die for wealth. Zhang Ao threw out such a temptation. Naturally, this could arouse the fighting spirit of many people. In an instant, under the leadership of Chao Guan and Wizard Tribulation, more than a dozen Saint Realm Masters attacked the barrier together, but Zhang Ao still summoned his own artifact and broke through the barrier's blockade, striking towards Yang Kai. Obviously, as he had said, he wanted to restrain Yang Kai's actions. Yang Kai simply chuckled, not intending to confront Zhang Ao at all. His figure floated backwards, avoiding the other party's attack, his expression indifferent and cold. He didn't even try to stop them from bombarding the barrier. Zhang Ao's heart clenched as a bad feeling filled his heart, his pair of eyes staring towards Yang Kai, wondering what he was planning to do. Asterisk chi chi chi, shio shio shio, asterisk a series of ear-piercing sounds rang out as countless attacks bombarded the barrier. To everyone's surprise, 9 Heaven's Holy Land's barrier seemed to be made of paper, unable to withstand a single blow. With so many masters joining forces, after less than 30 breaths of time, the barrier surrounding the 9 peaks shattered, allowing them to move forward unimpeded. Everyone was stunned, none of them having expected things to go so smoothly. After a moment of shock, Zhang Ao was overjoyed and shouted, "Little brat, let's see where you're going to run now." Saying so, he and the dozen or so Saint Realm masters rushed into the 9 peaks and surrounded Yang Kai. Following closely behind them, the other forces that had gathered here also rushed in, as if they were afraid that if they were too slow, the benefits would be snatched up by others. Bold Independent Union's Union Master Yun Cheng's expression changed slightly as he released his divine sense to carefully investigate the 9 peaks, a moment later his expression also changing slightly as he stepped forward. But before he could even step out though, he noticed that his clothes were being tugged on. Looking back, he saw Yun Xian looking at him with pleading eyes. "Xian, what's wrong?" Yun Cheng frowned and asked. "Father, the 9 peaks barrier has been broken, let them do the rest, we should go back now." Yun Xian bit her red lips and said. "Go back now?" Yun Cheng thought for a moment before smiling gently, "Didn't I tell you about it the night before? Why are you saying such things now?" "Father, please believe me, if we stay here, it really won't do us any good." "Yes, Union Master, it's time to go now, while their attention is all on that bastard," Wan Xian quickly said. "You think so too?" Yun Cheng glanced over at Wan Xian thoughtfully, "Do you really believe in that little brat?" The night before, Yun Xian had conveyed Yang Kai's advice. Yun Cheng also knew that this new holy master had met with his daughter the day before yesterday, but he didn't take Yang Kai's advice seriously. The difference in strength was too great, so Yun Cheng really couldn't think of any way to save 9 Heavens Holy Land. The only thing they could rely on was the 9 Peaks Spirit Array and Barrier, but now they had given up on that. "Xian, is it because of your old friendship that you don't want to add insult to injury?" Yun Cheng saw through Yun Xian's worries. "Don't worry, if he really has the ability to escape this disaster, my bold independent union wouldn't make much of a difference. If he doesn't have this ability, my bold independent union wouldn't make much of a difference, but I think he's already at the end of his rope, what a pity." Yun Cheng sighed. Originally, he thought this was a good opportunity for bold independent union to grow stronger. After all, the relationship between his daughter and the new holy master of 9 Heavens Holy Land was not shallow. If he really survived this disaster, would bold independent union need to worry about not having a backer in the future? But now, it seemed this 9 Heavens Holy Land was only strong on the outside but weak on the inside. At this most critical time, only the new holy master had come out to meet the enemy, all the elders, protectors, and disciples had all disappeared. Yun Cheng couldn't help but wonder if this new holy lord had been abandoned here to distract Zhang Ao and the others so that the others could escape. "Don't worry, Zhang Ao is reluctant to kill him," Yun Cheng comforted, "this little brat is of great use to Zhang Ao." Zhang Ao had united so many forces and masters to attack 9 Heavens Holy Land, wasn't his biggest goal to obtain this inheritance? And now, this inheritance should be in Yang Kai's hands, so how could Zhang Ao be willing to kill him? "If you don't want to become enemies with him, you and Xian you should hide away," Yun Cheng said, turning to Ji Yan and ordering, "Take the young lady to a safe place." "Yes," Ji Yan nodded, his yuan qi surging and wrapping up Yun Xian's daughter before flying off into the distance. Yun Xian's face was filled with bitterness as she wanted to continue persuading her father, but she didn't know what to say, her beautiful eyes filled with worry as she watched Yang Kai being surrounded by so many masters. After his daughter left, Yun Cheng snorted and flew forward. "Little brat, your death is near, why haven't you surrendered yet?" Zhang Ao shouted at Yang Kai, his brow filled with a triumphant expression, his eyes blazing, as if he had already obtained the inheritance of 9 Heavens Holy Land. Chao Guan also shouted, trying to persuade Yang Kai to surrender, telling him not to stubbornly resist otherwise he would have to face the consequences. Yang Kai just stared at them indifferently, not saying a word. The place where Yang Kai stood was completely surrounded by more than a dozen Saint Realm Masters and several dozen Transcendents, all of them glaring at him menacingly. However, the look on Yang Kai's face was one of complete calmness, causing everyone to secretly fear him, none of them daring to be the first to rush up and embarrass him. This was the Nine Peaks. Yang Kai had used the power of the Nine Peaks to display the strength of a Saint Realm Master, so if he was forced into a corner, besides Zhang Ao, no one would be able to stop him. "Little brat, you're too weak, how disappointing." Tribulation, the wizard of Netherworld sect, suddenly said meaningfully as he laughed strangely. Yang Kai glanced over at him and grinned, "What do you want?" Wizard Tribulation slowly shook his head, his green aura pulsing like a ghost. "I thought you had some more unexpected means, but it seems I overestimated you. If that's really all you have, I advise you to surrender honestly and allow me to seal your Yuan Qi, lest Brother Zhang and Brother Chao accidentally hurt you." "Haha, I appreciate your good intentions." Yang Kai chuckled, "But if you want to capture me with just the few of you, I'm afraid you're overestimating yourselves. Too arrogant." Chao Guan was furious. No transcendent realm cultivator would dare spout nonsense in front of so many saints. This little brat's arrogance had obviously reached a new level. Temple Master. Not far away, a figure quickly flew over and came to Chao Guan's side. "There's no one inside, all the disciples of Nine Heaven's Holy Land have disappeared." "Not a single person." Chao Guan was shocked. N. At the same time, Zhang Ao, Wizard Tribulation, and the others also received the same report. This discovery inevitably made them a little vigilant, all of them wearing dignified expressions, wondering what kind of trick Nine Heaven's Holy Land was playing. Thousands of people were gone just like that. This was too abnormal. A faint uneasiness rose in his heart, and Zhang Ao immediately decided not to delay any longer. A long night was fraught with dreams. Shouting angrily, "Everyone, follow me, we'll capture this little brat first. As long as this little brat is in our hands, even if Su Hui and the others have great ability, they won't be able to cause any trouble." Chapter 824. Zhang Ao shouted. Everyone nodded, Yuan Qi condensing his qi and preparing to attack together with him to subdue Yang Kai. But before they could act though, a series of screams suddenly rang out not far away. These screams reached everyone's ears, causing all of them to pale. Releasing their divine senses to investigate, after a couple of breaths, the masters who had gathered around Yang Kai all wore gloomy expressions. None of them were weak, so under the investigation of their respective divine senses, they were shocked to discover that a violent aura was pouring in from outside the Nine Peaks. In an instant, the entire Nine Peaks were in a state of panic. On the horizon, there was also a billowing black cloud that was rapidly approaching. Inside this black cloud, a number of figures could be vaguely seen, standing proudly in the void, coldly staring down as an oppressive aura descended from the sky like a great mountain. Zhang Ao's complexion changed greatly, but there was no time to deal with Yang Kai, so he could only shout, "What's going on?" Screams rang out one after another as the smell of blood filled the air. No one had the time to answer Zhang Ao's question. After a while, a shattering mystical palace disciple covered in blood rushed over and reported, "Palace Master, bad news, a lot of monster beasts have come." Monster beast? Zhang Ao's eyes narrowed as he stared over, just in time to see the terrifying scene of a giant blue-eyed python swallowing a cultivator whole. Zhang Ao didn't know which great force this cultivator belonged to, but his strength wasn't too low, at least a peak immortal ascension boundary master, but in front of this giant python, he didn't even have the strength to fight back. The giant python's giant maw seemed to emit an endless suction force as it directly swallowed the cultivator whole, causing a visible bulge to slide down the python's neck. Asterisk chi chi chi, asterisk a series of attacks landed on the giant python's body, causing dazzling sparks to fly. The giant python's body was covered in black scales and seemed to be impregnable, not suffering any damage at all. Shaking its head and wagging its tail, it swallowed a few more cultivators and sent them flying, exploding into a bloody mist on the spot. This was nothing more than a scene from a bloody purgatory. As far as the eye could see, the 9 peaks were filled with ferocious monster beasts of all shapes and sizes. Those monster beasts had crimson eyes, and their bloodlust had been aroused. They were wreaking havoc in the crowd, creating sensational massacres. No one could stop them. Miserable screams rose and fell continuously, mixed with great panic and loss. Where did this monster beast come from? Zhang Ao's face paled as he stared at the black cloud with dread. It seems to be coming from the direction of the Beast Sea Forest. Chao Guan hurriedly replied. Hearing this, all the masters around Yang Kai shuddered as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. The Beast Sea Forest was the territory of the monster race. There was a monster race great sovereign there, a peak expert in the world. Looking at the rapidly approaching black cloud, everyone instantly understood what was going on. That hateful little brat, actually colluding with monster beasts. Zhang Ao's eyes spat fire as he turned to look at Yang Kai. At a glance, he couldn't help gawking. Yang Kai, who should have been in the middle of the encirclement, had at some point disappeared, leaving behind only a few dozen masters. The black cloud finally descended upon the 9 peaks, and from the rolling clouds, a 7-colored light suddenly appeared. Accompanied by this 7-colored mist, a graceful figure flapped her wings and floated down from above, a cold and indifferent expression on her delicate and beautiful face. Kai Dai. Following closely behind Kai Dai, 20 to 30 monster race masters who had already transformed into human form grinned wickedly as they spread out in all directions. Huang Shi took the lead, landing like a cannonball on the ground, smashing open a large crater as he charged towards a nearby Transcendent Realm cultivator like a bolt of lightning, allowing this Transcendent Realm cultivator's attack to land on his sturdy body before grabbing him and biting down on his neck. Blood splashed out as Huang Shi seemed to have gone mad, his eyes filled with joy. The Transcendent Realm cultivator didn't even have time to think about resisting before his neck was directly bitten through by Huang Shi. This bloody scene was imprinted into the eyes of the nearby cultivator, causing him to suddenly become frightened and flee in all directions, none of them daring to face Huang Shi. Before they could escape to a safe place, several demonic beasts rushed out from the side and blocked their way. At the top of one of the 9 peaks, Yang Kai stood there, indifferently watching the bloody purgatory below. A figure flashed and the monster race Great Senior appeared next to him. Great Senior, you've come late, Yang Kai greeted with a smile. Humph, it takes a lot of effort to gather manpower, you didn't give me much time to prepare, the monster race Great Senior coldly snorted. How many have come? 3,000, 6th order and above. 80, 7th order and above, 9, 8th order and above. Yang Kai couldn't help raising his brow, a good lineup. Otherwise, do you think that I alone would be able to guard the Beast Sea Forest and ensure the safety of that area? I would have long since been wiped out by you humans. The Great Senior slowly shook his head, just like your 9 heavens holy land, you rely too much on your holy master. Once the old holy master died, this place became vulnerable. It's them, not me, Yang Kai chuckled. Yang Kai chuckled, he also saw the drawbacks of 9 heavens holy land. Unlike the monster race, in addition to their peak Great Senior, there were many other masters, so even if this Great Senior died one day, the Beast Sea jungle would not be a place they could casually invade. This time, it was likely the monster race had turned out in full force. Remember what you promised me, the Great Senior glanced over at Yang Kai. Rest assured, I've already made a promise to you, how could I go back on it? Yang Kai nodded lightly. How do you want me to deal with these invaders? The monster race Great Senior asked again. Do as you see fit, Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders, putting on a look of indifference. The Great Senior sneered, you little slippery brat, you want me to kill them all, don't you? Yang Kai laughed dryly but didn't answer, tacitly agreeing. But I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Killing too many people won't do my monster race any good, it will only provoke you humans to seek revenge." The Great Senior snorted. He had long seen that Yang Kai was using the monster race's strength to solve his own crisis. If they killed these people, their hatred would only be directed at the monster race, while Nine Heaven's Holy Land could remain uninvolved. Although he understood this, the monster race Great Senior still couldn't refuse Yang Kai's proposal, but when it came to implementing it, he naturally couldn't disregard Yang Kai's wishes. "But there's one thing I don't quite understand. Is it convenient for you to explain it to me, boy?" The monster race Great Senior squinted towards Yang Kai. "What is it? Where are all the people from your Nine Heavens Holy Land? You seem to be the only one here, right? Naturally they've hidden themselves somewhere safe." Great Senior doesn't need to worry. After this matter is over, the alchemist and artifact refiner I promised you will return on time. That's for the best. You won't dare deceive me. Down below, seeing the monster race's menacing momentum and countless masters, Zhang Ao and the others also knew that they had no choice but to wrap up Yuan Qi and use their movement skills to escape. Even if they were unwilling, there was nothing they could do. Bold Independent Union's Union Master, Yun Cheng, was dumbfounded. Looking at the countless casualties he had suffered, at this moment, he felt heartfelt regret. If he had listened to his daughter's advice just now and taken everyone to retreat immediately, they wouldn't have been involved in this storm and there wouldn't have been any casualties. But now, it was too late to evacuate. Nearly half of the hundreds of disciples he had brought with him had been killed or injured. Even he himself was forced to flee under the onslaught of the monster race masters. Seeing Zhang Ao and the others retreat, Yun Qing didn't dare to linger any longer, calling out to the remaining disciples who were still alive to follow behind Zhang Ao and open up a path of survival. After the arrival of the monster race, less than a stick of incense worth of time had passed before the battle gradually subsided. The 9 peaks were now littered with corpses and blood, a ghastly scene. Of the cultivator gathered on the 9 peaks, at least 1,000 had died. One after another, huge monster beast after another raced across the purgatory-like ground, chasing after each other. "Don't chase!" A tender voice suddenly called out as Kai Dai's beautiful figure landed lightly on the ground. The monster beast chasing after the 9 peaks all heard this voice and stopped, as if they had been struck by a curse, all of them roaring towards the heavens. The sound of this howl spread out, causing the surviving cultivator to become even more panicked, all of them mustering all of their strength to flee. "It's so much easier to work with people on hand." Yang Kai sighed. The huge crisis facing 9 Heavens Holy Land had been so easily resolved by the monster race, it was truly frustrating. "This strength is the accumulation of my monster race's strength over hundreds of thousands of years. Do you think it's so easy to obtain?" Great Senior sneered, "But your 9 Heavens Holy Land isn't bad, although it's a bit worse than my monster race." "Indeed, it's worse, otherwise we wouldn't have needed your help," Yang Kai nodded. "Cultivate well, in less than 100 years you'll be on the same level as me. At that time, your 9 Heavens Holy Land will become strong again." 100 years? Great Senior, you're looking down on me too much, Yang Kai spat disdainfully. "Don't tell me 20 to 30 years, this senior won't believe such nonsense." "Just wait and see," Yang Kai rolled his eyes. Saying so, Kai Dai flew up and landed lightly in front of the two, glancing over at Yang Kai faintly before reporting, "Great Senior, the humans have all fled." "Good, pass down the order, clean up the battlefield, then let everyone do as they please. From now on, these 9 peaks will be my monster race's territory. We need to make good use of the resources here." "Yes. Boy, I've solved your problem for you, shouldn't you also fulfill your promise?" Yang Kai nodded. Since he had made an agreement with Great Senior, he had no intention of backing out. Arriving at the Holy Tomb, Yang Kai released the alchemists and artifact refiners who had been arranged in advance and handed them over to Great Senior. Great Senior was extremely satisfied. Although the Holy Land's alchemists and artifact refiners were a little frightened when facing the monster race, after Great Senior guaranteed their safety, they all calmed down. Yang Kai also opened the 9-peak spirit array for the monster race, allowing the world energy aura here to once again become rich. As for the spirit array diagram, Yang Kai had already found a good piece of jade and engraved it with his divine sense before handing it over to the great senior for him to comprehend. These spirit array diagrams were related to the monster race's beast transformation pond and were the most important things to the monster race great senior. Chapter 825. 100 kilometers away from the 9 peaks. In a dense forest, many cultivator figures were hidden, none of them daring to breathe too loudly. The sun shone through the leaves, illuminating the faces of Zhang Ao and the others. It had been 10 days since the day they were defeated by the demon clan and escaped with their lives. During these 10 days, whenever Zhang Ao recalled the scene of that day, he would be filled with unwillingness. He thought he could capture that little brat and force him to hand over the inheritance of 9 Heaven's holy land, but he had never expected that the monster race would intervene at the critical moment. The monster race great senior had brought several dozen masters with him and forced them to flee. Today, the great forces that had gathered around Zhang Ao had long since dispersed, leaving only shattering mystical palace, war spirit temple, and netherworld sect. With such a force, even 9 Heaven's holy land couldn't take them down, let alone take revenge on the monster race. On top of that, these 3 forces had also suffered heavy losses and didn't have many masters left. Withdrawing was undoubtedly the best choice, but Zhang Ao still couldn't swallow his anger. Even after joining forces with so many great forces, he still couldn't do anything to 9 Heaven's holy land. Zhang Ao could already see the scene of his shattering mystical palace becoming the laughingstock of the world. Blood boiling in his chest, Zhang Ao's expression became more and more gloomy. That despicable little brat, actually daring to collude with the monster race, how hateful. Zhang Ao roared as he stared towards 9 Heaven's holy land with bloodshot eyes, filled with unwillingness and helplessness. Chao Guan also wore an angry expression as he whispered, "He dares to commit such a crime. Once this news spreads, I think it will be difficult for him to establish himself in this world in the future." Wizard Tribulation grinned meaningfully. 9 Heaven's holy land is quite interesting, actually joining forces with the monster race, it's quite unexpected. It's not necessarily Su Hui's idea, I've been dealing with Su Hui for several dozen years so I have some understanding of his temperament. It's impossible for him to do such a thing, it's probably that little brat's idea. Zhang Ao coldly snorted, the most important thing now is how to capture him from the monster race. And, that's a bit difficult, Chao Guan frowned deeply. You still don't want to give up. Wizard Tribulation looked at them in surprise, shaking his head, with the monster race great senior protecting him, what ability do you have to capture him? Can he hide for the rest of his life? If I don't catch that brat, I swear I won't give up. Zhang Ao's face was filled with ruthlessness. That's what I meant. Why? Brother Wizard, you've accepted our benefits, and now you want to back out? While speaking, he looked at the Wizard Tribulation gloomily. The Wizard Tribulation quickly raised his hand and said, "It has always been the purpose of the Ghost Sect to accept money and solve problems for people. Since I have accepted your things, I will naturally help you to the end. That would be for the best." Zhang Ao nodded in satisfaction. While the 3 were talking, a cultivator who had gone to investigate the 9 peaks hurriedly returned and respectfully bowed before reporting, "The 9 peaks have been occupied by the monster race. I couldn't find a single 9 Heaven's holy land disciple there, only some traces of monster beast and monster race masters. They seem to be busy mining that rich vein of crystals." Hearing this, Zhang Ao and Chao Guan's faces twitched. If it weren't for the interference of the demon clan, that rich mineral vein would have been theirs by now. "Are you sure you haven't seen a single 9 Heaven's holy land disciple?" Zhang Ao asked with a frown. This news made him very concerned. Not seeing them during the previous battle could be explained as them hiding, but now that they were nowhere to be seen, it was somewhat intriguing. Yes, this subordinate and several dozen others have been monitoring the periphery for a day and night but have not found a single Nine Heavens Holy Land disciple. Nine Heavens Holy Land has thousands of disciples, it doesn't make sense for them to all suddenly disappear. Chao Guan wore a puzzled expression and muttered, "Brother Zhang, could it be that the monster race?" Hearing this, Zhang Ao's expression shook and he let out a strange laugh. "It's possible, the monster race is not so easy to deal with. Perhaps that little brat failed to collude with them and instead ended up being targeted by them. This really is ugly people making trouble, lifting a stone to smash their own feet. That little brat deserves it." Chao Guan also cheered up, his mood suddenly becoming better, but if that's the case, that little brat is now in the hands of that monster race great senior, how can we get him out? Zhang Ao frowned and pondered for a long time but still couldn't come up with a good idea, falling silent for a while. Inside a spacious palace, Yang Kai and the monster race great senior sat cross-legged facing each other, between the two of them was a series of exquisite spirit arrays. Yang Kai endured his impatience as he explained to the great senior. Originally, he had already engraved the several spirit arrays related to the beast transformation pond into a jade stone, but after the monster race great senior examined them carefully, he expressed that he couldn't understand them and insisted that Yang Kai personally explain them to him. Fortunately, this guy's perception wasn't bad. Although he had never come into contact with these spirit arrays before, after 10 days of careful instruction from Yang Kai, he was finally able to grasp the key points of these spirit arrays. All that was left was for him to slowly comprehend them on his own. When the time came, if the monster race great senior encountered any problems, he would be able to fix them himself, no longer needing Yang Kai's help. After Yang Kai finished his explanation, the monster race great senior let out a soft breath, a look of shock flashing across his face as he muttered, "These spirit arrays are in accordance with the heavenly way and are of great benefit to the cultivation of the martial Tao. Who taught you these things?" No comment. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "Oh well, it's not like I want to pry into your secrets. It's just that there are many mysteries and mysteries hidden in these spirit diagrams that I'm afraid you won't be able to see with your current cultivation and eyesight. Although my attainments in spirit diagrams are not as good as yours, my eye for people and things is much better than yours. Boy, treasure and study these spirit diagrams well. One day, you will discover that the power hidden in them is much greater than you think." Yang Kai furrowed his brow thoughtfully. "I heard you say before that you are an alchemist." The monster race great senior suddenly asked. Yang Kai nodded. "Since you are an alchemist, why don't you stay and perform alchemy for my clan? I think your alchemy skills shouldn't be bad. My clan has collected many rare materials over the years, materials that you humans will never be able to find." "No need," Yang Kai stood up, "I'm not interested." "Don't say that, everything can be discussed. Tell me, what kind of treatment do you want?" "I can promise you," the monster race great senior smiled. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, "I appreciate great senior's kindness, but I still have other things to do, so I won't stay here any longer." "Right, the reflecting moon pond I told you about, you must help me keep an eye on it, someone will come to investigate in the future." "You're leaving?" The great senior frowned. "If I don't leave now, I'm afraid I won't be able to." Yang Kai stared into the great senior's eyes without fear. The great senior smiled and pondered for a moment before nodding, "Go, we'll meet again. Take care of yourself, great senior. It may not be long before I return to take back the 9 peaks, so you must take advantage of this time to mine the resources of the 9 peaks." Saying so, without waiting for the great senior's reply, Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared from the palace. After Yang Kai left, the great senior's expression became dignified as he sneered, "A few years? That little brat looks down on us too much. He had brought his clansmen here from the Beast Sea jungle with great fanfare, taking the risk of enmity with the human race in order to help Yang Kai solve the current crisis, so how could he only occupy the 9 peaks for a few years? Great senior, are you just going to let him go like this?" Kai Dai appeared like a ghost and frowned. He holds the secrets of the beast transformation pond. But my monster race is also indebted to him. The great senior's expression became complicated. The great senior's expression was complicated. I know what you're afraid of, but that little brat is trustworthy. He won't easily reveal the secrets of the beast transformation pond. My monster race can't be like the human race, biting the hand that feeds us. Kai Dai, don't try to make any devious plans. I know you want to put him under house arrest, so keep your despicable thoughts to yourself. Yes. Kai Dai respectfully responded, glancing in the direction Yang Kai disappeared, suddenly chuckling, but he's also quite arrogant. First he claimed he could catch up to Great Senior in 20 to 30 years, and now he's saying he'll take back the 9 peaks in just a few years. I really don't know what he's thinking. Young and frivolous. The Great Senior snorted, but I always feel like what he says will come true. That little brat is a bit strange, so I don't want to touch him. I just want to see if he can really do what he says he will do. So that's how it is. A look of understanding appeared on Kai Dai's face. You should smile more. You look better when you smile than when you keep a straight face, the Great Senior suddenly said. Kai Dai blushed as she glared at the Great Senior. How can Great Senior speak like Guangshi? Beauty should naturally blossom more. What's the point of hiding it? It's the same as being a human. What matters most is one's nature. In this regard, I quite admire that little brat, but his unruliness is a bit lawless. Sooner or later he'll suffer a loss. Saying so, a gloating expression appeared on the Great Senior's face, as if he could already see the scene of Yang Kai suffering a loss. Kai Dai couldn't help pursing her lips. She never knew that the Great Senior had such a side to him. Outside the 9 peaks, Yang Kai secretly felt a chill run down his spine. Cooperating with the monster race was undoubtedly like asking a tiger for its skin. The slightest carelessness could lead to eternal damnation. Although the Great Senior's attitude towards him was quite good, dealing with such a master, Yang Kai couldn't help but raise his guard. After all, no one knew whether or not the Great Senior would turn hostile in the next moment. The gap in strength was simply too great. The monster race Great Senior could have a friendship with the old Holy Master because both of them stood at the same height and possessed similar strength. On the other hand, although Yang Kai was the successor of the old Holy Master, he was still just a second-order transcendent cultivator. In the eyes of the Great Senior, this didn't mean anything. Quietly releasing his divine sense and confirming that no one was following him, Yang Kai finally relaxed. He was certain that if he stayed in the Holy Land for any longer, he wouldn't be able to leave. The Great Senior would definitely force him to stay behind and perform alchemy. Chapter 826. It was not until he had run several dozen kilometers that Yang Kai gradually relaxed. Before he could catch his breath, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed as he turned his head in a certain direction. Over there, in the midst of a grey fog, a handkerchief-like artifact was rapidly flying towards him. As the handkerchief spun, the strange beast patterns engraved on it seemed to have come to life, roaring and surging forward ferociously. Immediately after the handkerchief, a rainbow light suddenly appeared, and a fierce aura oppressed Yang Kai, causing his hair to stand on end. Not daring to neglect, Yang Kai quickly displayed one of the 9 heavens' divine skills, the Grand Heavenly Shield. A golden shield quickly took shape in front of him. The strange beasts that rushed out of the handkerchief could not stop their momentum and crashed into the Grand Heavenly Shield one after another, turning into fluorescent light and disappearing. The rainbow light that followed also hit the Grand Heavenly Shield, making a crisp sound as it was bounced back. The Grand Heavenly Shield collapsed at the same time. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as he glared in the direction of the source of the attack. Over there, Zhang Ao laughed, "Boy, you actually dared to come out, the heavens are really helping me." Chao Guan caught the rainbow light in his hand and a long sword appeared in his hand. The wizard Tribulation floated behind the two like a ghost, quietly sizing up Yang Kai. The three originally thought that there was no hope of capturing Yang Kai this time, and just as they were about to recover and plan for the long term, they saw Yang Kai run out of the 9 peaks. Overjoyed, they quickly attacked, trying to subdue Yang Kai in one fell swoop. But what they did not expect was that even without the power of the 9 peaks, Yang Kai was able to block the first wave of attacks from Zhang Ao and Chao Guan, unscathed. Only now did they realize that everyone had underestimated Yang Kai's strength. Let's see where you can run this time. This place is 100 kilometers away from your 9 peaks, even if you want to ask that monster race Great Senior for help, it's impossible, Chao Guan laughed. You're really annoying, Yang Kai looked at the 3 impatiently. He had not expected that they would dare to remain here. Yang Kai had thought that after the monster race took action, these 3 forces would flee back to their sects and close themselves up in seclusion, but unexpectedly, even after everyone else had left, these 3 forces were still waiting for him. 3 Saint Realm Masters, one of whom was a second-order saint, Yang Kai knew he was not their opponent. With Yang Kai's current cultivation and means, he could at most exchange blows with a first-order saint, but even then, he may not necessarily win. The Saint Realm and the Transcendent Realm seem to be fundamentally different. After coming into contact with these 2 Great Senior Saint Great Senior Great Seniors Great Senior Great Seniors Great Seniors Senior Yang Kai's, SSSSS, not he's. Hee, brat, there's a path to heaven but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell but you barge in. Obediently surrender and I'll let you suffer less. Zhang Ao coldly snorted, and as he spoke, his spiritual energy silently penetrated towards Yang Kai, trying to affect his mind and make him lose his fighting spirit. Yang Kai remained motionless, ignoring Zhang Ao's divine sense like a gentle breeze. Zhang Ao's expression became solemn, suddenly feeling a bit strange. This little brat in front of him who was only a second-order transcendent seemed to have transformed into a bottomless black hole. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to probe his depths. You want to capture me with just the few of you? Yang Kai laughed happily, not putting these 3 people in his eyes at all. Why don't you give it a try and see if you can catch me? Little brat, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Chao Guan grit his teeth and shouted, if you cooperate with us now, we won't treat you unfairly, but if we really capture you, we won't be polite to you. Come, if you can't catch me this time, just wait for your sect to be exterminated. Yang Kai's expression became sullen as he became quite impatient. These 3 people were like maggots clinging to his bones, making him extremely unhappy. Yang Kai secretly swore that when he grew up in the future, he would definitely kill these 3. I don't think you have that chance. Zhang Ao opened his hand and the handkerchief-like artifact suddenly produced an infinite suction force, causing the space around Yang Kai to suddenly become as sticky as a swamp. Space began to distort and distort, like the moon in the water or the flowers in a mirror, subtle and unreal. Zhang Ao's face filled with a look of absolute confidence, thinking that even if Yang Kai had great ability, he wouldn't be able to break free from his shackles. Yang Kai just smiled coldly, a cold light flashing across his eyes as he stood motionless in place. The suction force suddenly increased, and the handkerchief rapidly enlarged, wrapping around Kai Yang, completely wrapping him up. Chao Guan was overjoyed and was about to rush over while laughing. Zhang Ao snorted coldly and the handkerchief flew back. After carefully examining it, his face suddenly became gloomy. Yang Kai, who should have been wrapped in the handkerchief, was nowhere to be seen. There was no one inside. He seems to have run away long ago. Wizard Tribulation's eyes flickered like will-o'-the-wisps. At this time, he said coldly. Run away. Zhang Ao's eyes bulged. When did he run away? Probably when you made your move. Jia, 9 heavens divine skills. I've finally seen it. This movement skill is extraordinarily fast. Wizard Tribulation turned his head and looked in one direction. Following his gaze, Zhang Ao and Chao Guan quickly released their divine senses and indeed noticed Yang Kai's aura more than a dozen miles away. At this moment, Yang Kai was fleeing into the distance at an extraordinary speed. His speed made Zhang Ao and Chao Guan's faces turn pale. Because this was already comparable to the speed of a Saint Realm Master. No wonder this little brat didn't panic at all. It turned out that he had something to rely on. Even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth, I will catch you. Don't think you can escape from my grasp like this. Zhang Ao swore fiercely and disappeared in a flash. Chao Guan also hurriedly followed. Wizard Tribulation stood quietly in place for a while, his gloomy face revealing an interesting expression. He then turned into a green mist and disappeared like lightning. While running, Yang Kai spread out his divine sense and grasped the movements of the three people behind him. His face became more and more gloomy. He had never been chased like this before. Although he was not afraid of them at all, Yang Kai still felt very uncomfortable. While running, he secretly looked for an opportunity to get rid of them. But these three people were Saint Realm Masters after all. It was extremely difficult to completely get rid of them. As time passed, Yang Kai didn't know how far he had run. Although he occasionally had a chance to get rid of them for a while, it didn't take long for them to follow him like maggots in a tarsal bone. It was very annoying. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of method these three were using to accurately lock onto his position and chase after him. Yang Kai understood that he had underestimated the attraction of Nine Heavens Holy Land's inheritance to these three people. Just because he didn't care about obtaining a powerful inheritance at the cost of reducing one's lifespan didn't mean others wouldn't be envious. Originally, Yang Kai wanted to fly in the direction of Soaring Heaven Sect. As long as he returned to Soaring Heaven Sect, if these three dared to chase after him, he would make sure they never returned. But as he flew, Yang Kai lost his way and didn't know where Soaring Heaven Sect was, so he could only take one step at a time, his heart filled with anger. On this day, Yang Kai, who was flying, suddenly came to a stop and stared not far ahead. In front of him, an unusual aura was slowly converging and taking form, causing him to become vigilant. A moment later, this aura seemed to become denser and a green mist appeared out of thin air at a speed visible to the naked eye. The next moment, a man wearing a black robe and covered in a green aura strangely appeared. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he stared deeply at the newcomer, his eyes sharp as he shouted, "Wizard Tribulation." He didn't know what kind of divine technique this netherworld sect master had used to appear in front of him in an instant. This kind of mysterious method was beyond Yang Kai's understanding. However, when he appeared, he seemed to be very tired. His originally terrifying and gloomy face was deathly pale, and he was gasping for breath. The true chi in his body was also somewhat unstable. Yang Kai quickly released his divine sense and after confirming that there was no danger within the range of his divine sense, he immediately shouted, "Soul Battle Hall." A white light flashed and a mysterious force suddenly burst out from Yang Kai's body. Before the Wizard Tribulation could react, his soul avatar was pulled out. "Hey!" Wuxia was shocked and called out, but in the next moment, his vision blurred and by the time he could react, he found that his soul avatar had left his knowledge sea and was now in a vast white world with no sky or earth. Not far from him, Yang Kai's soul avatar was looking at him with an unfriendly expression. The Soul Battle Hall was a saint-grade artifact that Yang Kai and Enling had obtained in the ancient ruins at the bottom of the sea. Since obtaining it, this was the first time Yang Kai had used it. The function of this artifact was very special. It could forcibly pull out the enemy's soul avatar and force them to engage in a divine sense battle. However, there was also a drawback. When using it, Yang Kai's soul avatar would also enter it. His opponent was a first-order saint, and Yang Kai knew that his physical cultivation was no match for him, so he did not hesitate to summon the Soul Battle Hall, preparing to end this battle quickly. Yang Kai's eyes burned with fighting spirit. He wanted to know if his current spiritual energy could really compete with a Saint Realm Master. And this place was the best place to test it. Perceiving Yang Kai's intentions, the wizard Tribulation quickly raised his hand. "Boy, don't be impulsive, I didn't come here to fight with you." Yang Kai frowned and sneered softly. "Now that things have gotten to this point, what's the point of saying such things? You don't believe me?" The wizard Tribulation looked at Yang Kai with a funny smile. "If I really had any malicious intent towards you, I wouldn't have appeared in front of you in this way. You can feel it too, my strength consumption is huge, I'm not at my peak at all." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and stared at him deeply, his divine sense constantly circulating around him, observing his reaction, wanting to see if he was telling the truth or not. Chapter 827. Wizard Tribulation's expression was calm. At this moment, he appeared very open and aboveboard. After a while, Yang Kai restrained his hostility and snorted, "If you're not here to fight me, then what are you doing in front of me?" "Naturally I have something to discuss." Wizard Tribulation saw Yang Kai's attitude soften and his expression also relaxed, chuckling lightly. Yang Kai was surprised and frowned. "Are you sure you're not mistaken? You and I can't exist under the same sky, what do you want to discuss with me?" "I didn't say I wanted to exist under the same sky as you, Master Holy Master, this is just your one-sided opinion, isn't it?" "What do you mean?" Yang Kai looked at him coldly. "What I mean is, this wizard is willing to turn weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk with Master Holy Master, what do you think?" "You may be willing, but I'm not." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "You've chased me for so many days, and now you've made things difficult for me. Do you think a few words can resolve this hatred? Aren't you too naive?" Wizard Tribulation wore a helpless expression. This wizard was forced to do this. "Zhang Ao and Chao Guan joined forces to put pressure on me, so I had to do something. When we attacked Nine Heavens Holy Land last time, my Netherworld sect didn't send many people, nor did we participate, but many of our people were killed by the monster race. Serves them right." Yang Kai coldly snorted, but what Wizard Tribulation said wasn't a lie. During the last war, he really didn't see many people from Netherworld sect take action. "Ha!" Wizard Tribulation laughed. "I know that Master Holy Master probably doesn't believe this wizard's words, but how should I put it, this wizard's Netherworld sect's motto is to take people's money and solve problems for them. I received a lot of things from Zhang Ao and Chao Guan, so naturally I had to follow their lead, but now, this wizard doesn't want to do so." "Why?" Yang Kai stared at him intently. "Because I think Master Holy Master is a person who can achieve great things. Zhang Ao and Chao Guan thought that as long as they could capture you, they could obtain Nine Heavens Holy Land's inheritance and hope of breaking through to the Third Order Saint Realm. I can only say that they have been blinded by power." "You don't think so?" Yang Kai looked at Wizard Tribulation with interest. Wizard Tribulation shook his head. "If breaking through to the Third Saint Realm, your Nine Heavens Holy Land wouldn't only have one Holy Master, I'm afraid you would be invincible in this world. Although I don't know what kind of secrets are hidden in your inheritance, this Wu is clear that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Every generation of your Holy Land's Holy Master has a short lifespan and only one Holy Master can reach the Third Order Saint Realm. It can be seen that although this inheritance is powerful, it also has many restrictions. Even if they can catch you and obtain your inheritance, the chances of success are very high. You see more clearly than they do." Yang Kai couldn't help thinking highly of Wizard Tribulation. This guy was dressed in a black robe and exuded a dark green aura, giving off a terrifying aura, but he was actually quite astute. "Holy Master is too kind." Wizard Tribulation smiled and cupped his fists, his attitude modest. "It is for this reason that this wizard does not want to be enemies with you. On top of that, you have also proven your strength. No transcendent has ever been able to survive so many days while being chased by 3 saints. If it weren't for Zhang Ao's second-order saint cultivation, I'm afraid we would have long since lost track of you. If things continued like this, even if we chased you until the end of time, we still wouldn't be able to catch you. But you blocked my path. Yang Kai's face went cold, slightly wary of Wizard Tribulation's unpredictable methods. That came at a huge price. Wizard Tribulation smiled bitterly and shook his head. I won't hide it from Holy Master. This wizard had a fortuitous encounter when he was young and obtained some unknown means that allowed him to tear space and travel thousands of miles in an instant. Tear space. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. But by doing so, it is easy to get lost in a void crack and never find a way out. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't catch you, this wizard wouldn't have used such a risky method. Ever since I obtained it, I have only used it a total of 2 times, and each time I took a huge risk. Wizard Tribulation seemed to be very sincere, explaining his methods to Yang Kai without hiding anything. Is Holy Master interested? Wizard Tribulation said with a smile, if you are, this wizard can offer it to you with both hands. Yang Kai's expression changed and his eyes flashed. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't interested in this means of tearing space and traveling thousands of miles in an instant, but Wizard Tribulation's attitude was intriguing. What do you want to do? Yang Kai frowned and asked in a deep voice. Holy Master worries too much. This wizard really doesn't want to do anything, coming here to show you my attitude. Netherworld sect is willing to be friends with Holy Master forever, what do you think? Yang Kai stared at him coldly, keenly grasping the crux of his words. What he wanted was to be friends with him, not with 9 Heavens Holy Land. For him, Yang Kai was obviously more worthy of friendship than 9 Heavens Holy Land. What good is it for me? Yang Kai's expression relaxed. He could feel that Wizard Tribulation wasn't lying, because his soul avatar didn't show any unusual fluctuations. The means this wizard just mentioned, don't you want them? Wizard Tribulation smiled and said leisurely, this wizard doesn't have any other strong points, but I know how to adapt to the circumstances. That's why Netherworld sect has been able to develop to this day. Although Holy Master's current cultivation is not as good as this wizard's, I believe that within a few decades, you will be able to surpass everyone. I don't want to be dealt with by you when the time comes and my sect will be wiped out. Also, this wizard feels that if I were to fight you now, I wouldn't necessarily win. You really know how to adapt to the circumstances. Yang Kai's lips curled into an evil grin. He suddenly found that this Wizard Tribulation was quite interesting. Although he was a petty person, he was a very magnanimous one, and his eyesight was also quite good. In this soul battle hall, Yang Kai really didn't fear him. Netherworld sect used to be under the protection of your old Holy Master, I hope that in the future it will also be under your protection. This wizard doesn't ask for much, he only hopes that Netherworld sect can continue to prosper. I promise. Yang Kai nodded firmly. Many thanks, Wizard Tribulation cupped his fists solemnly. In the future, you will be very grateful for this wise decision of yours, Yang Kai chuckled meaningfully. Then Zhang Ao and Chao Guan are probably going to be unlucky. Wizard Tribulation said meaningfully. He looked at Yang Kai and laughed loudly. After a while, Wizard Tribulation's expression became serious. He flicked his finger, and a white light shot straight towards Yang Kai. He said loudly, this is full of the process and memory of this wizard's fortuitous encounter. You can check it, and you will know that this wizard is telling the truth. Then I will accept it without hesitation. Yang Kai merged the light ball into his soul avatar. Although that method is amazing and sensational, this wizard still has to advise you not to use it unless it is absolutely necessary. Otherwise, it is very easy to get lost in the space crack. When this wizard first used it. As he said this, he seemed to recall something extremely terrifying. He shuddered and couldn't continue. Anyway, it is always right to be cautious. I will remember that. Yang Kai nodded. He didn't check the message that Wizard Tribulation sent him. There is something else I need to tell you. Wizard, this Zhang Ao and Chao Guan probably won't give up on you in a short time, so I have to follow them for a while. But I think you won't mind. They can't catch up anyway. It doesn't matter. Yang Kai nodded. Then, this wizard will take his leave. After getting Yang Kai's promise, Wizard Tribulation seemed very satisfied. Yang Kai waved his hand and removed the restraints of the Hall of the Gods. In the next moment, the two soul avatars returned to their bodies. Wizard Tribulation nodded at Yang Kai. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly frowned and said, "By the way, have you seen the coffin-carrying man before?" Hearing this, Yang Kai's face turned cold, and his aura became fierce. Wizard Tribulation was shocked. "Don't be so agitated, I was just asking." "Why do you ask?" "Because I overheard Chao Guan and his subordinate, a cultivator called Yao Di, talking about the coffin-carrying man and you. I thought you might have seen the coffin-carrying man before." Yao Di. Yang Kai frowned and suddenly remembered this person. He had seen him outside the City of Raging Fire. He asked anxiously, "What else did they say?" Wizard Tribulation shook his head. "I didn't hear them clearly. They were very secretive. He seemed to be talking to himself. It is said that the coffin-carrying man's hiding place hides an amazing treasure. Whoever can solve the secret of the coffin-carrying man will have the power to dominate the world." "Well, I don't know if the rumor is true or not." "Hee, you don't have to worry about it. It was just a casual remark. Goodbye." After saying this, he walked away in a carefree manner. Staring at his disappearing back, Yang Kai's brow furrowed. As the saying goes, there is no smoke without fire. Although this rumor about the coffin-carrying man wasn't completely true, it wasn't completely false. Behind the coffin-carrying man, there was indeed a power that could allow one to dominate the world, but this power was not something anyone could obtain. Wizard Tribulation seemed to have mentioned this unintentionally, but it was obvious he wanted Yang Kai to be careful not to reveal his relationship with the coffin-carrying man. This guy, his thoughts were quite heavy. Moreover, he was also the kind of person who was willing to pay any price. Just because he was optimistic about Yang Kai's future, he gave up on becoming his enemy. From a certain point of view, he was quite far-sighted. Shaking his head, Yang Kai didn't think too much about it, turned around, and flew off in a certain direction. Zhang Ao and Chao Guan were still chasing after him. The former was a second-order saint, so with his divine sense probing, Yang Kai was helpless and couldn't hide his aura. A month passed in a flash, and it wasn't until now that Yang Kai faintly felt that he seemed to have escaped from Zhang Ao's pursuit. After being chased for so long, not only was Yang Kai depressed, Zhang Ao and the others were also depressed and probably didn't have the patience to continue chasing. After wandering around for a few more days and confirming that Zhang Ao and the others had disappeared, Yang Kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although he wasn't worried about being caught, being in this kind of situation for so long was quite uncomfortable. In front of him was a lush, rolling mountain range with extremely rich world energy aura. Yang Kai spread out his divine sense to investigate his surroundings, but apart from occasionally finding traces of monster beast activity, he didn't see any trace of people. Yang Kai's spirit shook and he immediately flew towards the mountain peak. Chapter 828. Lush green mountains, filled with the fragrance of flowers and birds, the scenery was pleasant and peaceful. Deep inside the mountain, inside a natural cave, Yang Kai sat cross-legged as a stream of memories flashed through his mind. Yang Kai's divine sense swept through the scenes and characters in this memory as if he had experienced them himself. This stream of memories was the one Wizard Tribulation had passed to him, the one of his fortuitous encounters. After getting rid of Zhang Ao and the others, Yang Kai was no longer in a hurry to return to Soaring Heaven sect, so he simply found a place nearby to study the mysterious method of tearing space. He was very interested in this matter. If he could really master this method, even if he encountered an enemy he couldn't defeat in the future, he could easily escape. However, from the advice Wizard Tribulation gave him before he left, using this method was accompanied by great risks. Calming his mind, Yang Kai was able to clearly see the scenes in the stream of memory. In just 1 or 2 days, Yang Kai had already understood everything. Laughing involuntarily, Yang Kai thought to himself that no wonder Wizard Tribulation was so generous as to share his fortuitous encounter with him. It turned out that the restrictions on using this method were also enormous. Originally, Yang Kai suspected that Wizard Tribulation was up to no good, but after understanding everything, he suddenly realized that even if he revealed this method to Yang Kai, it wouldn't be a problem. This magical method was mysterious, but in fact, it was extremely simple. It was like a martial skill, but also like a soul skill, because when using it, it consumed both yuan qi and spiritual energy, and the amount of spiritual energy consumed was unimaginable. Even someone as strong as Wizard Tribulation would be dispirited for a long time after using this method. Yang Kai was just a second-order transcendent, so in Wizard Tribulation's opinion, even if he comprehended this method, he wouldn't be able to use it in a short time. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Yang Kai's yuan qi and spiritual energy were many times stronger than he had estimated, more than enough to support this method. When using this method, the more yuan qi and spiritual energy one consumed, the further one could tear space to reach. Yang Kai immersed himself in the divine technique. It was rumored that all the void corridors and mysterious small worlds on this continent were created during the Great War between the masters of the ancient era. Although the rumors were not necessarily true, Yang Kai also realized that in that era, the cultivator on the mainland had extraordinary abilities. Tearing apart space and creating space might not be a difficult task for them. However, because too much time had passed, martial arts had gradually declined, and this kind of ability was gradually lost. Perhaps, in today's world, the Third-Order Saint Realm Masters could touch upon this threshold and teleport several dozen kilometers or even several dozen kilometers, but they absolutely couldn't tear space and travel 1,000 kilometers in an instant. This was something only the Void Corridor could do. As time passed, the sun set and the moon rose. Yang Kai sat in the stone cave for about half a month, secretly feeling that he had thoroughly comprehended this divine technique and couldn't help but have an eager expression on his face. Although Wizard Tribulation had warned him to be cautious, Yang Kai was not willing to give up now that he had obtained such a method. Only by personally experiencing it could he know whether he could really tear space and prove whether Wizard Tribulation was exaggerating or not. Otherwise, when he really encountered danger in the future, it would be too late to pin his hopes on this method. After contemplating for a long time, Yang Kai stood up. His yuan qi surged and his spiritual energy burst out at the same time. The two forces merged into one, and a subtle change occurred between them as they suddenly bombarded the void. In front of Yang Kai, layer after layer of ripples appeared, as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake. As the ripples spread, Yang Kai continued to release his yuan qi and spiritual energy, his mind following the spread of the ripples. After a long time, his eyes suddenly lit up. In this state of mind, he found that the space in front of him seemed to be somewhat different from usual. When he wanted to examine it more carefully, these traces flashed and disappeared. Gently taking a deep breath, Yang Kai calmly withdrew his true qi and spiritual energy from his body and began adjusting his breathing for the time being. Even though he had thoroughly understood this divine ability, when it came to actually putting it into practice, he still found it difficult. He really couldn't understand how the masters of the ancient era and the ancient era created void corridors and mysterious small worlds, and these were inadvertently created when they were fighting. Compared to them, Yang Kai felt that he was still too weak. Perhaps at this moment, in front of those masters, he was just an ant. Half a day later, after his essence, qi, and soul had been restored to their peak, Yang Kai tried again. His yuan qi and spiritual energy burst out at the same time, searching for a flaw that could allow him to break through the seal of space as the ripples spread out. This time, Yang Kai's feeling was much clearer, and he couldn't help feeling happy as he focused even more. Gradually, the world in front of him began to change. The space around him began to distort strangely, like a transparent cloth that had been folded by someone. At this point, a unique aura leaked out. Yang Kai's spirit shook, and without hesitation, he condensed his yuan qi and spiritual energy into a sharp attack and blasted towards the folded space. Ka, as if a door had been opened, a dark crack appeared in front of Yang Kai. Looking around, there was nothing but emptiness on the other side of this crack, and it was impossible to tell what kind of dangers were hidden on the other side of this crack. The world energy aura throughout Qingyuan Mountain suddenly became chaotic, and an unimaginable attractive force came from the crack, madly swallowing the nearby world energy, forming a violent storm in an instant. As the world energy poured in, the open crack quickly closed. Before Yang Kai had time to examine it carefully, a dark light flashed and the crack disappeared without a trace. The distorted space was restored, and his vision became clear again. Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. He clearly knew that he had displayed half of this divine technique, and as long as he could expand this crack a little more, he would be able to enter and explore it. Gently exhaling, Yang Kai checked his own condition and was surprised by what he found. The Dantian had suddenly lost 3 or 4 drops of yang liquid, and the energy in his knowledge sea had also been reduced by about half. Secretly stunned, Yang Kai understood how great the price to pay to display this divine technique was. Even if he was at his peak, he could only use it twice at most before his spiritual energy ran out. No wonder when Wizard Tribulation appeared in front of him before, he looked like an arrow at the end of its flight. Even with his current cultivation, it was quite difficult for him to display this technique. Quickly dipping a drop of myriad drug liquid into his mouth, Yang Kai took some pills to supplement his spiritual energy, quickly restoring his spiritual energy. An hour later, Yang Kai was full of energy again. After repeated failures and experiments, the accumulated experience was extremely valuable. 3 days later, Yang Kai, who had just recovered, opened his eyes and was brimming with confidence. He believed that this time he would definitely succeed in tearing space. Yuan Qi and spiritual energy spread out in a leisurely manner, not sparing any effort like when he first began. The two forces converged in one place and bombarded the void. The layers of ripples spread out in a rhythmic manner, rising and falling one after another. The space in front of him once again became distorted and wrinkled. Focusing on the fold, Yang Kai burst out with his own strength in an instant. A dark crack appeared and, as if pulled by a pair of invisible hands, suddenly expanded. The crack became the source of the pulling force, crazily swallowing the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's energy. Yang Kai didn't hesitate and directly rushed into the crack. After he entered, the dark crack in space also disappeared. The familiar feeling of dizziness came, but Yang Kai's expression was excited. Not only did he not feel the slightest fear, he instead felt infinite anticipation. Just as he had expected, the crack he created by tearing space was basically equivalent to the entrance to a void corridor, because the feeling the two gave off was too similar. When entering a void corridor, there would also be this subtle feeling of dizziness, but it wouldn't last long before leaving the void corridor and arriving at another place. But this time, the feeling of dizziness persisted, and Yang Kai himself seemed to have fallen into a bottomless abyss, falling down continuously, with no end in sight. Streams of spatial turbulence surged around him, mixed with a terrifying destructive power. Yang Kai was secretly shocked, his mind focused, moving back and forth, avoiding these void turbulences and not letting them hurt him. These void turbulences were not something he could deal with at the moment. They were stronger than the power of the star field, and once he was involved, it was very likely that he would be completely lost. This was also the reason why the Wizard Tribulation asked Yang Kai to be cautious. When that guy first used it, he probably suffered a big loss here, so he still had a lingering fear. Yang Kai was like a lone boat sailing on a stormy sea. Although he was in danger of being overturned at any time, he was always calm and composed, avoiding the void's turbulent currents while releasing his divine sense to investigate the hidden patterns of the void. He was not in a hurry to leave this place, but instead wanted to thoroughly understand how to tear space. He faintly felt that all the secrets were hidden in this seemingly chaotic void turbulence. As long as he could figure out the mysteries here, he would be able to tear space at will in the future without worrying about any danger. Time passed little by little as Yang Kai divided his attention, his expression relaxed. It wasn't until the void turbulence suddenly became chaotic and violent that Yang Kai's expression changed, and he quickly condensed his yuan qi and spiritual energy, tearing a crack in space in front of him again and leaping out. In a flash, Yang Kai returned to Tongxian realm. Everywhere he looked, the world was bright, the sun was high in the sky, and he seemed to be above the clouds. Below his feet was a thick, cotton-like cloud, thick and dignified. The scenery was wonderful, and Yang Kai felt relaxed, allowing himself to fall. Only when he was about to hit the ground did he circulate his yuan qi to stabilize himself. Chapter 829. 2 months passed in a flash. During this time, Yang Kai had been practicing and familiarizing himself with this method of tearing space. Basically, he spent most of his time in the torn void, quietly perceiving the turbulent streams of space, searching for hidden mysteries. When his spiritual energy was exhausted, he would sit down to restore himself, and when his spiritual energy was restored, he would continue, repeating this cycle over and over again. Now, he could easily tear space and travel through the void to reach another part of the world. However, even if he used his full strength, the distance he could travel was still a bit short, only able to travel about 300 to 400 kilometers in an instant. Moreover, he had no way to grasp the direction, so when returning from the void, he could only randomly appear in a certain place. Every time he used this method, Yang Kai was extremely careful and cautious. Because he was in the middle of the turbulent void, he couldn't afford to be the slightest bit careless. The chaotic energy streams were too strange and difficult to guard against. On several occasions, Yang Kai was almost caught up in them, and if he hadn't run fast enough, he likely would never have been able to escape. His tyrannical and tough physique also played a crucial role at this time. Just like in the star field, the turbulent void streams were extremely harmful to his physique. Yang Kai estimated that even if Wizard Tribulation used this method, he would need to summon an artifact to protect himself in order to ensure his safety. On this day, Yang Kai returned from the void and appeared in a gray mountain valley. He couldn't grasp where he had appeared, so every time he returned, he couldn't help being a bit vigilant, fearing he would fall into some dangerous place. This time was the same. As soon as he appeared, Yang Kai immediately restrained his aura and quietly released his divine sense to investigate his surroundings. After a while, Yang Kai looked surprised. He found that at the entrance of the mountain valley, there were at least 100 people gathered there, led by a First-Order Saint Realm Master. The rest of the people were a mix of cultivators. All of them were standing solemnly at the entrance of the valley, but Yang Kai didn't know what they were doing. Yang Kai immediately realized that he had inadvertently entered the territory of some great force, but since there was only one First-Order Saint here, he wasn't worried. He found a place nearby and sat down cross-legged. Then, he concealed himself and began to recover the energy he had consumed. Yang Kai did not have the intention to inquire about the other factions. However, after half a day of recovery, he was surprised to find that the group of people at the entrance of the valley seemed to be carrying out some kind of sacred ceremony. Everyone looked very serious, and the weaker cultivator seemed to be very excited and looking forward to it. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel curious, but he didn't rush to leave immediately. Instead, he continued to stay where he was. After half a day, the ceremony finally came to an end and a series of impassioned chants rang out as the Saint Realm Master muttered some unintelligible words, giving off a profound aura. A moment later, a cultivator whose strength was only at the peak of Yuan Qi state strode into the valley. The peak of Yuan Qi realm was not considered weak in the central capital, but in Tongxian realm, those with such strength were either mediocre or very young. The person who walked into the valley belonged to the latter. Shrouded in the gray fog, he walked straight past Yang Kai. Yang Kai could clearly see that he was just a 14 or 15-year-old boy. Just like himself many years ago, his immature face was filled with an unyielding desire for strength as he excitedly stepped forward. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. Continuing to stay where he was, Yang Kai locked his divine sense onto this young man, wanting to see what he was doing. The valley was not too wide, but it was long and winding and was very deep. The young man walked through the fog, his step steady and his eyes steady. But before he could walk 1,000 meters, from the depths of the valley, a gentle push suddenly appeared and struck him head-on. The young man could not resist at all, and was pushed back by this force, stumbling backwards. After he regained his balance, a look of frustration appeared on his face. Yang Kai, on the other hand, frowned because when this push appeared, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his back, as if something was crawling behind him. When he carefully examined himself, he found that there was nothing on his back at all. Slowly shaking his head, Yang Kai showed a puzzled look. After the young man was pushed back, he lowered his head and walked back, a short time later exiting the valley. The people waiting at the entrance of the valley saw his appearance and immediately understood. The First Order Saint Realm Master didn't even spare him a glance before shouting, "Next!" Another cultivator about the same age as the young man stepped forward. Just like the young man before him, after walking a short distance, he was pushed back by a gentle force and could only turn around and leave in frustration. One by one, the young men walked in and returned helplessly one after another. The Saint Realm Master in charge of this place also appeared somewhat gloomy. After observing for a long time, Yang Kai finally understood what was going on. Although he didn't know what kind of ceremony these people were performing or what they were doing, it should be some kind of test. Unfortunately, none of those young youths passed the test, and they were all stopped at a distance of several hundred to 1,000 feet. Of the hundreds of young men, the number of people who failed to enter became fewer and fewer, each of them sighing in disappointment. Yang Kai quietly glanced towards the depths of the valley, his expression dignified. Every time that gentle force appeared and pushed the young man back, he would feel a tingling sensation on his back. At first, Yang Kai thought it was just his imagination, that some master was hiding behind him and playing with him. But after so many times, after careful observation, he discovered that things were not as he thought. The tingling sensation on his back, as if something was crawling over him, was clearly caused by the golden dragon tattoo on his back. Listening carefully, Yang Kai could even hear a subtle dragon roar. The golden dragon tattoo on his back and the ice phoenix tattoo on Su Yan's back were both left behind by the yin-yang joyous unification art. What does it have to do with this place? Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai walked out of his hiding place and stepped into the valley. Spreading out his divine sense, Yang Kai's expression became one of surprise a moment later. Although he had been secretly observing the movements of the group of people at the entrance of the valley, he had not carefully investigated the terrain here. It was only now that he discovered that this winding valley, if looked down from the sky, was like a giant dragon crouching here. At the mouth of the valley was the dragon's tail, and the dragon's head was the deepest part of the valley. There were several forks in the valley that were shaped like dragon claws. The deeper Yang Kai walked, the clearer the tingling sensation on his back became and the faster the golden dragon tattoo moved. Yang Kai became more and more certain that the inheritance he and Su Yan obtained was related to this place. How could it be so coincidental? Yang Kai secretly frowned. He had just been experimenting with tearing space and had inadvertently come to this place. If that was the case, then which force this place belonged to, Yang Kai could vaguely guess. At the mouth of the valley, the Saint Realm Master's brow furrowed as he weakly called out, "Next." A delicate-looking young man stepped out of the ranks and walked into the valley. After he disappeared into the fog, the Saint Realm cultivator sighed slightly. "Palace Master, this is the last person," a transcendent realm cultivator next to him said. The man called Palace Master nodded slightly. "I know, I'm afraid there's no hope this time." The transcendent realm cultivator frowned. 3 years of searching for 100 young men, yet after so many years there still hasn't been any improvement. Palace Master, is our method wrong? The Palace Master glanced at him. What are you suspecting? Subordinate doesn't dare, but, no buts. Palace Master shouted, although we are not strong now, remember, a long, long time ago, we were one of the most powerful forces in the world. Anyone who saw us had to treat us with respect. No one dared to provoke our disciples when they walked the continent. Yes. The Palace Master's expression became gloomy as he sighed. The ancestors recorded these things in the ancient books so that we would never forget the prosperity and strength of the past. Unfortunately, after so many years, no one has passed the test of Dragon Valley, unable to recreate the glory of our ancestors and the prosperity of our sect. Palace Master, in the past you? The Transcendent Realm Cultivator asked curiously. The Palace Master shook his head sadly. I didn't, but fortunately, I broke through to the Saint Realm, otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to protect this place. A group of youths who were not familiar with the ways of the world listened to the conversation between the two, their eyes filled with curiosity. Right at this moment, the grey mist that enshrouded the Dragon Valley all year round suddenly became chaotic, and the entire Dragon Valley tremored violently. Everyone's expressions changed drastically, and they had no idea what was going on. Those youths were even more flustered, their faces going pale. A resounding dragon roar suddenly resounded from the depths of the valley. A golden radiance soared into the sky from that direction. It was as dazzling as a golden sun. The Palace Master's eyes bulged as he stared at this golden light. The Transcendent Realm Cultivator next to him also did the same, his expression filled with shock and horror. The golden light twisted and twisted, and after a moment, it formed a dragon head filled with endless majesty that looked down indifferently and arrogantly. Under its gaze, everyone couldn't help feeling a sense of insignificance. Even a character as strong as the Palace Master couldn't help trembling as he pointed to the golden dragon head and shouted, "It's here, it's here, it's exactly the same as recorded in the ancient books, the golden dragon head has appeared, the Dragon Emperor has returned, Palace Master, could it be, someone passed the test?" The Transcendent Realm Cultivator asked dumbfounded. The Palace Master was so excited that he couldn't restrain himself, tears streaming down his face. Hearing these words, he didn't respond at all, simply staring at the golden dragon head for a moment before suddenly asking, "The young man who just went in, what's his name, and where is he from?" Chapter 830. In the deepest part of the mountain valley, Yang Kai stared at the golden dragon head that had suddenly appeared, his mood fluctuating. The numbing sensation on his back had reached its peak, and accompanied by a loud dragon roar, the brand golden dragon pattern on his back flew straight towards the dragon head in the sky. For a time, the golden light was so bright that it was almost impossible to open one's eyes. After everything stabilized, Yang Kai discovered that he was now in a world of golden light, surrounded by a massive amount of energy. A golden dragon, only a few meters long, was constantly swallowing this energy. Yang Kai sensed his surroundings and immediately relaxed. This golden dragon, which was only a few feet long, had its own aura. It should be the pattern that had always been imprinted on its back. However, for some reason, it had manifested at this moment. Moreover, as it devoured the golden energy, its body also underwent some subtle changes. It was growing bigger and bigger, and its aura also became denser and more distant. Behind him, there was the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Yang Kai turned his head and was surprised to find a 14 or 15-year-old boy lying on the ground, his face deathly pale as he stared at him in horror. Yang Kai frowned. Just now, all of his attention had been attracted by the changes in this place, so he hadn't even noticed when this boy had been involved. This boy was only Yuan Qi Boundary's 7th stage, so in front of Yang Kai, he was no different from an ant. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He didn't know what was going on here, but his divine sense was trapped in this golden energy sea, so he couldn't detect the situation outside. Moreover, looking around, he couldn't see anything. At this moment, there was only him and this boy. Smiling slightly, Yang Kai stepped forward towards him. He had many speculations in his heart, so he could confirm them with this boy. As Yang Kai approached, the boy panicked to the extreme, and before Yang Kai could get close, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Is that so? Yang Kai was stunned. Although he wasn't very handsome, he wasn't the kind of person who looked fierce, so this boy's courage was a bit too small. With no other choice, Yang Kai could only sit down cross-legged and wait quietly while checking his surroundings. This place was completely covered by a sea of golden energy, and the golden dragon symbol on his back was still eating. Yang Kai tried to see if he could break through the seal of the energy, but he couldn't. This golden barrier was impregnable, and Yang Kai estimated that even if he entered his devil transformation, he wouldn't be able to break through it. He might be able to leave this place by tearing through space, but the golden dragon pattern behind him was still here. Yang Kai couldn't summon it back, so he could only make the best of it. In any case, it was unlikely for the people outside to come in. He also investigated the young man's situation and was surprised to find that the attribute of the young man's cultivation method was the same as his own. It was also of the yang attribute. Although the yuan qi flowing in his body was not very rich, it was still quite good. At least, it was not too bad at his level of cultivation. After waiting for half a day, the young man slowly woke up. Opening his eyes, for a moment he didn't seem to understand the situation in front of him. When he saw Yang Kai sitting in front of him and looking at him with a smile, his expression changed. He hurriedly crawled back a bit and looked at him vigilantly. His eyes were full of fear. Yang Kai chuckled, "Don't be afraid, I just have something to ask you." The young man was still vigilant, putting on a posture like a rabbit fighting an eagle, the yuan qi in his body surging. Yang Kai couldn't help showing a look of approval. In a sense, this young man was somewhat similar to himself in the past. When facing a strong enemy, he unconsciously wanted to resist. "If I want to kill you, it's just a matter of moving my hands, you can't stop me." Yang Kai grinned, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. Hearing him say this, the young man seemed to feel that what he said was true. He sighed heavily, and with a look of resignation, he stood up and said, "Senior, if you have anything to ask, please ask." "Senior?" Yang Kai was stunned. This was the first time he had heard someone call him this, nodding slightly, thinking that senior was senior. In any case, his strength was much higher than this little brat's and there was also a 10-year difference in age, so he wasn't taking advantage of him. "Which great force do you belong to?" Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before asking. The young man's eyes flashed as he hesitated for a moment before replying, "Dragon Phoenix Palace." "Does senior not know?" "Dragon Phoenix Palace, sure enough." Yang Kai took a deep breath. When he noticed that the golden dragon tattoo on his back was somewhat abnormal, he had already guessed it. Now, he had just confirmed it from the mouth of this young man in front of him. Dragon Phoenix Palace, when he was in Ice Sect, Yang Kai had heard Ice Master Qinya mention it. Qinya had told him that the inheritance he and Su Yen had obtained might be related to Dragon Phoenix Palace. Dragon Phoenix Palace was a powerful force a long time ago, not inferior to Ice Sect in the slightest, but because of an accident, its inheritance had gradually declined. A centipede dies but never falls down, so although it had declined, its descendants had never been cut off. Dragon Phoenix Palace wasn't the only great force in Tongxian realm that had suffered the same fate. At that time, Yang Kai secretly decided that when he had some free time in the future, he would go to Dragon Phoenix Palace and take a look, but unfortunately, after leaving Ice Sect, he had been involved in a series of troubles. Until today, when he coincidentally tore through space and arrived here. Yang Kai didn't know if this was the will of the heavens. After learning that this place was Dragon Phoenix Palace, Yang Kai immediately confirmed that the inheritance he and Su Yen obtained in the Heaven's Cave inheritance belonged to this great force. "Senior, who are you?" Why did you open Dragon Valley's barrier that has been sealed for countless years? Before this, we all thought it was just a legend. Me? Yang Kai thought for a moment before saying casually, I have some kind of relationship with your Dragon Phoenix Palace. The young man's expression brightened as he hurriedly asked, then we're family? Family? Huh, it's fine if you think so. The young man's expression suddenly relaxed, that's good, I thought I was going to die this time. Were you afraid I would kill you? Yang Kai squinted at him. The young man scratched his head awkwardly, Senior, please don't take offense, this junior was just thinking too much. Right, this junior is Sun Yu, a disciple of Dragon Phoenix Palace. My surname is Yang. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Greetings, Senior Yang. Sun Yu's expression was filled with excitement, as if he had really met a senior from his sect, his attitude respectful. It wasn't surprising that he would think so. Being able to open Dragon Valley's barrier meant he had some kind of relationship with Dragon Phoenix Palace. On top of that, Yang Kai had personally admitted it, so Sun Yu naturally felt relieved. Since they were family, there was no need for him to be on edge. Come, sit down, I still have a lot of questions to ask you, Yang Kai said amiably. Senior Yang, please feel free to ask, this disciple will answer to the best of his ability, Sun Yu nodded quickly. After chatting with Sun Yu for a while, Yang Kai gradually understood Dragon Phoenix Palace's strength. It wasn't too strong, but it wasn't too weak either. There was at least one Saint Realm Master in the sect, the one Yang Kai had sensed at the entrance to the mountain valley, Palace Master Qinzhou. Although he was only a first-order saint, he was still able to barely guarantee the safety of Dragon Phoenix Palace. The trial of Dragon Valley was held once every 3 years, and these youths were all selected by Dragon Phoenix Palace from the nearby great forces during this time. There were also some who were Dragon Phoenix Palace's own disciples, such as Sun Yu. Those who were selected from Dragon Phoenix Palace's great forces and small families would have to return to their original home if they failed to pass the trial. Every palace master of Dragon Phoenix Palace would continue to host this kind of test in hopes that one day a disciple would be lucky enough to pass it and restore Dragon Phoenix Palace's glory. Unfortunately, over the countless years, many palace masters had passed through, but no one had ever succeeded, leading to everyone in Dragon Phoenix Palace, except for the palace master, believing that there was no mystery in Dragon Valley. It wasn't until today that Yang Kai inadvertently arrived here that they finally saw hope. Sun Yu suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, Damn, Palace Master and the others must think I opened the barrier and passed Dragon Valley's trial. Let them think so, what does it matter? Yang Kai smiled lightly. But, this has nothing to do with me, I was just walking inside the mountain valley when I was pulled here by a strange force. No, I have to go out and inform Palace Master and the others. You can't get out. Yang Kai shook his head and glanced around, not only you, but I also can't get out before this golden energy is completely swallowed up. No way. Sun Yu's face went pale, then what do we do? Wait. Yang Kai replied concisely, not showing the slightest hint of nervousness. Seeing him so calm, Sun Yu also seemed to be affected by his calm demeanor and felt relieved, sitting back down in front of Yang Kai. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai learned from Sun Yu that Dragon Valley hid the Dragon Emperor's inheritance. In addition to Dragon Valley, Dragon Phoenix Palace also had another restricted area, the Phoenix Nest. Hidden inside this Phoenix Nest was the Phoenix Empress inheritance. Anyone who passed Dragon Valley's trial could find a woman they liked and have her inherit the position of Phoenix Empress. Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress were the titles of the two most powerful masters in Dragon Phoenix Palace many years ago. With these two, Dragon Phoenix Palace was one of the most powerful forces in the world. Today, the sect master of Dragon Phoenix Palace only dared to call himself Palace Master. Yang Kai's expression changed as he couldn't help becoming interested in this Phoenix Nest. It should be where Su Yan had gone. For disciples like us who are selected, even if we don't pass Dragon Valley's trial, Palace Master will grant us a secret art. As long as we can find a suitable woman, our cultivation speed won't be too slow. A dual cultivation secret art? Yang Kai asked. Sun Yu blushed and nodded slightly. Have you found a woman you like? Sun Yu shook his head, his face turning even redder, but there are many beautiful women in the palace, we can choose at will, but once we do, we will never leave. Yang Kai's expression changed. Only those who had cultivated a dual cultivation secret art would understand what it meant to never leave. Sun Yu's words resonated with Yang Kai's heart and his eyes couldn't help becoming warmer. Chapter 831. Outside Dragon Valley, all the elders of Dragon Phoenix Palace gathered together and stared towards the bottom of the valley in excitement. Palace Master Chen Zhou was the most excited of all, a big grin on his face. Dragon Phoenix Palace was somewhat different from other great forces because it cultivated a dual cultivation secret art, so basically every master had a life partner. At this moment, Palace Master Chen Zhou's partner, Yu Ting-yi, was also standing beside him, gently holding his hand, but still unable to suppress the trembling of his stalwart body. Yu Ting-yi was a middle-aged beauty with a voluptuous figure, but because her aptitude was slightly lacking, her cultivation was behind Chen Zhou, currently only a third-order transcendent. Seeing her husband like this, she couldn't help smiling. Good, isn't it just the reappearance of the inheritance? Is there really a need to be so excited? Chen Zhou took a deep breath. You don't understand. Every palace master has succeeded the reappearance of the inheritance after countless years, but now it has finally appeared in my hands, how could I not be excited? The reappearance of the inheritance means that my Dragon Phoenix Palace will have a Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress in the future. As long as we have these two, we can restore our former prosperity. Saying so, he shouted, Xiaoling hasn't come back yet. Just as he was about to ask, a figure flew over and before this person arrived, a voice called out, Palace Master, subordinate has returned. It was the transcendent who had followed Chen Zhou before. Chen Zhou hurriedly stepped forward and asked, have you inquired? Where did this disciple come from? Is he a disciple of my Dragon Phoenix Palace or from one of its subordinate forces? Reporting to Palace Master, that young man is called Sun Yu and is a member of my Dragon Phoenix Palace. He has lived here since childhood, Xiaoling replied quickly. Hearing this, Chen Zhou couldn't help smiling and nodding, good, that would be for the best. Although it didn't matter if Sun Yu was from one of the subordinate forces, if he had grown up in Dragon Phoenix Palace from a young age, his feelings for the sect would definitely be extremely deep, eliminating some of Chen Zhou's worries. Who is the teacher who taught him? It's Elder Ling Jian. Xiaoling answered as he stepped aside, Elder Ling has arrived. Chen Zhou raised his eyes and saw Ling Jian walking over with a big grin on his face. When the two sides met, after exchanging pleasantries, Chen Zhou quickly said, Elder Ling has worked hard, it seems you've raised a good disciple. Ling Jian's old face blossomed into a smile. Although he was an elder, Ling Jian was only a first-order transcendent. Even among the elders, he was one of the weakest, so he wasn't valued at all. Coupled with his advanced age, after so many years, he had only held the title of elder in name and enjoyed the rest of his life. Chen Zhou's sect today. The sect's inheritance's disciple had Yang's sect. Since his disciple had obtained the inheritance, as the master in charge of teaching, his status would naturally rise as well, and his value would multiply. Sect master's lord sect disciple, sect realm sect s. Ling Jian couldn't get used to it for a while, but it was quite useful. A group of Dragon Phoenix Palace's elders watched from the sidelines, their eyes red with envy, wondering why the one who opened the Dragon Emperor's inheritance wasn't their own disciple. If one of their disciples had such an opportunity, the one chatting with the sect master right now would be them. The scene was extremely lively as Chen Zhou constantly asked about Sun Yu's situation and information. Ling Jian also told him everything he knew about Sun Yu, telling him all the trivial things that had happened to Sun Yu since childhood. When Chen Zhou heard all of this, not only did he not feel bored, he even praised Sun Yu as a good seedling, saying that in the future, Dragon Phoenix Palace would have to rely on him and Ling Jian. Ling Jian was greatly relieved, thinking that even if he died now, he would have no regrets. The lively scene continued for many days without subsiding. Every day, many people would gather outside Dragon Valley and stare towards the bottom, but they couldn't see anything. Dragon Valley was filled with fog and didn't see the sun all year round, but now, it was shrouded in a golden light and an amazing energy fluctuation was radiating from it, so no one dared to approach. Palace Master Chen Zhou also took some protective measures, dispatching all of Dragon Phoenix Palace's elites to surround Dragon Valley in order to prevent Sun Yu from being disturbed while he was accepting the inheritance. Time passed day by day and everyone was looking forward to seeing Sun Yu emerge from Dragon Valley, causing them to become somewhat anxious. Inside the golden energy sea, Yang Kai fiddled with his small pill furnace, adding various herbs to it, refining pills with his conflagrated knowledge sea, refining his skills and understanding of alchemy. Now, he was only one step away from becoming a saint-grade alchemist, so while waiting here, Yang Kai began performing alchemy. Sun Yu, who had been involved in this storm, seemed to be a diligent person. After spending 2 or 3 days with Yang Kai and learning that he couldn't leave for the time being, Sun Yu sat down cross-legged and began cultivating. The golden energy here was so rich that it was almost tangible, but surprisingly, it wasn't of the yang attribute and instead gave off a sacred and majestic feeling. Yang Kai couldn't tell what kind of energy this was, but he had no problem cultivating. Moreover, the power contained in this golden energy was extremely terrifying. As long as Sun Yu could absorb even a little of it, it would be enough for him to use for the rest of his life. One cultivated while the other performed alchemy, the two had nothing to do with each other, so the days passed by quickly. Yang Kai also didn't need to worry about the materials he needed for alchemy. When he left Nine Heavens Holy Land, he had swept through the Nine Heavens Holy Land storehouse and stored all the materials inside into his black book space, enough for him to spend for quite some time. On this day, Yang Kai had just finished refining a saint-grade pill when he found that Sun Yu had finished his cultivation and was sitting nearby, staring intently at the movements of his hands. "Did you understand?" Yang Kai smiled lightly. Sun Yu shook his head honestly and said suspiciously, "Senior, your alchemy technique is very strange, completely different from anyone I've ever seen before." "What's strange about it?" Yang Kai asked. "You don't use yuan qi. I've seen people perform alchemy before, and when they use yuan qi, the consumption rate is extremely fast, but your alchemy doesn't seem to use yuan qi at all. On top of that, your speed is much faster than those people. What grade pill did you refine?" "A mysterious grade pill." Hearing this, Yang Kai's face went black, secretly thinking that this brat didn't know what was good for him. He had finally managed to refine a saint-grade pill, but in this brat's eyes, it was just a worthless mysterious grade pill. Sun Yu observed Yang Kai's expression and asked in amazement, "Could it be a spirit-grade pill?" "It could be." Yang Kai didn't want to explain too much to him. "Senior is truly amazing. A spirit-grade pill only took you 1 to 2 hours to refine. If the alchemists in my mansion were to know of this, I'm afraid they would die of shame." Even though Yang Kai was used to seeing great storms and waves, hearing Sun Yu's words, he couldn't help feeling a little proud, not to mention this brat still had a serious look of worship on his face. "Why aren't you cultivating?" Yang Kai put away the saint-grade pill and asked. Sun Yu said with a bitter expression, "I can't absorb the energy here. I don't know why it's like this, and I've also used up the 2 crystal stones I carry with me." Yang Kai nodded slightly, knowing that what he said was true. Although the energy here could be used for cultivation, Sun Yu's strength was still too low. Looking at him with a frown, Yang Kai suddenly asked, "Do you crave strength?" Sun Yu was stunned for a moment before nodding solemnly. "Why do you crave strength?" I'm a man. Sun Yu said matter-of-factly, of course I crave strength, and I will definitely meet a woman I like in the future. Without strength, how can I protect her? Yang Kai laughed, well said. All men crave strength without any reason. Sun Yu scratched his head awkwardly as he stared at Yang Kai in confusion. Yang Kai suddenly became serious and quickly said, "Boy, how about I make a deal with you? Senior is too kind, if Senior has something to say, just say it, as long as Sun Yu can do it, he will definitely help," Sun Yu said awkwardly. Yang Kai shook his head and stubbornly insisted, "I just want to make a deal with you." Sun Yu's face also became serious as he realized that Yang Kai might want to talk to him about something important, so after hesitating for a moment, he nodded, "Many thanks for Senior's kindness, please speak. If you want strength, I can give it to you." Yang Kai grinned, "But you have to promise me one thing. And, when we leave here one day and you return to Dragon Phoenix Palace, don't reveal anything about me." Sun Yu was stunned, "Why?" "No reason," Yang Kai shook his head, "just listen to me. But Senior, since you were able to open the barrier here, you must have some kind of relationship with the sect, and the palace master has been looking forward to this all his life. I don't want them to know about me for the time being, but when there is time in the future, I may go see your palace master," Yang Kai replied casually. Yang Kai had yet to clean up the mess in Nine Heaven's Holy Land, so if he became involved with Dragon Phoenix Palace, he would likely never be able to live in peace again. However, since the Phoenix Empress inheritance was hidden in this phoenix nest, Yang Kai would definitely bring Su Yan here again in the future. The people from Dragon Phoenix Palace must now think that Sun Yu had opened the barrier here and improved his strength, making it easier for them to conceal the truth. Of course, that was only if Sun Yu didn't reveal anything. Regarding this little brat, Yang Kai still had some appreciation for him and couldn't bear to kill him to silence him. With the resources in Yang Kai's hands, if he wanted to cultivate someone, it would be extremely simple. Even if Sun Yu's aptitude was mediocre, Yang Kai would be able to refine him, not to mention, the attribute of this boy's secret art was the same as Yang Kai's, which was even rarer. As long as Sun Yu nodded, he would be able to obtain an unimaginable opportunity. After thinking about it for a long time, Sun Yu said, "Although I don't know why Senior wants to do this, I'm sure you have your reasons. Senior won't do any harm to our Dragon Phoenix Palace, right?" "Of course not," Yang Kai laughed. "Good, then I promise I won't reveal your existence." "Boy, you're smart." Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 832. Another 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Sun Yu's strength, who had been staying by Yang Kai's side, had improved greatly. In just 2 months, he had reached the peak of Yuan Qi stage from the 7th stage of Yuan Qi stage. Sun Yu was ecstatic. He was only 15 years old this year, and his aptitude was not very good, but it was not bad either. If he had cultivated at his previous speed, it would have taken him at least a year and a half to reach the peak of Yuan Qi stage. But now, he had done it in just 2 months. He knew that all this was due to the efforts of the senior surnamed Yang, so his attitude towards Yang Kai became more and more respectful. In the past 2 months, this senior had only provided him with some crystal stones to use for cultivation. In addition, he had given him a drop of unknown medicinal liquid every day. Sun Yu did not know what kind of mystery was hidden in this medicinal liquid, but after continuously taking it for 2 months, he could not help but feel like he had been reborn. His body had become lighter than before, his meridians had become tougher and wider, and his flesh and blood were more powerful than before. The most important thing was the Yuan Qi in his body. The purity and richness of the Yuan Qi was completely different from before. When Yuan Qi flowed in his meridians, Sun Yu could even hear some subtle movements. These were all signs of becoming stronger. The most direct manifestation was the consumption of crystal stones during cultivation. In the past, when he had a piece of crystal stone, it would take him at least 5 or 6 days to absorb all the energy in it. But now, 1 crystal stone a day was not enough, and the consumption rate was getting faster and faster. Fortunately, this senior Yang seemed to be extremely rich and did not have to worry about the consumption of crystal stones at all. Every time, he would give him a pile of crystal stones, and once he ran out, he would immediately have a new batch of crystal stones. Moreover, he also provided him with a large number of pills for cultivation, such as mysterious grade pills, spirit grade pills, and so on. Sun Yu was moved to tears. He knew that although this senior did not teach him any magical secret arts or martial skills, he had fundamentally improved his body, changing his physique and aptitude, and this change would be beneficial for a lifetime. Was this the legendary fortuitous encounter? Sun Yu's heart surged with excitement. In the past, when he was in the mansion, although he often heard his master and his fellow disciples talk about how some people with great luck would encounter some fortuitous encounters that others would never encounter in their lifetime, and thus soared to the sky and transformed into a dragon, Sun Yu only thought of it as a legend and never took it seriously. After all, how could such a good thing happen so casually? But now, everything that had happened to him could only be described as a fortuitous encounter. Sun Yu could no longer explain it. He rejoiced in his heart, rejoicing that he was the last one to enter Dragon Valley, rejoicing that he had been pulled into this golden world by that inexplicable force, and rejoicing that he had met such a good person like Senior Yang. Sun Yu could already see the beautiful future beckoning to him. He worked even harder to cultivate, not daring to slack off in the slightest. Such an opportunity was not something that everyone could encounter. Sun Yu was afraid that he would fail to live up to his own fortuitous encounter, but he was even more afraid that he would fail to live up to Senior Yang's expectations. He wished he could split himself into two and not eat or sleep. Yang Kai was very satisfied with Sun Yu's efforts. This little brat had perseverance and determination, and most importantly, he was obedient and was able to endure loneliness. Yang Kai began to appreciate him more and more. Originally, Yang Kai just wanted to give him some benefits as a form of hush money, but seeing him so diligently cultivate, Yang Kai spared no effort in training him. Every day, Yang Kai would give him a drop of myriad drug liquid, crystal stones, mysterious grade pills, and spirit grade pills he refined were all available for him to use at will without any restrictions. Everyone who worked hard should be given such an opportunity. Yang Kai thought about the hardships he had faced on the road to strength and couldn't help wanting to help him. What was rare was that Sun Yu actually understood the principle of relaxation. After breaking through to the peak of the Yuan Qi boundary, he cultivated for a while, but after encountering a bottleneck, he was no longer anxious to succeed and instead began to relax, watching Yang Kai refine pills and asking him about the martial Tao. Breaking through to the immortal ascension boundary from the Yuan Qi boundary was indeed a hurdle. Yang Kai himself had also faced this hurdle in the past, so naturally, he was very experienced and casually gave him a few pointers. Sun Yu's eyes immediately lit up, and after a day and night of contemplation, he once again began cultivating. Time passed day by day. One day, Yang Kai, who was in the middle of alchemy, suddenly noticed a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation from Sun Yu's spiritual energy and couldn't help showing a smile, stopping what he was doing and watching intently. Now was the most critical moment for Sun Yu in opening his knowledge sea, and no one could help him. Everything depended on his own efforts. The process of opening his knowledge sea lasted for a few days, and Yang Kai thoroughly witnessed Sun Yu's perseverance. On several occasions, Sun Yu had almost failed, but he had somehow managed to hold on. When the chaotic darkness was torn apart and an empty space suddenly appeared, Sun Yu's aura underwent some subtle changes. Immortal Ascension Boundary. He had finally broken through. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. After getting along with this little brat for so many days, he had seen his efforts and naturally hoped he would succeed. Fortunately, Sun Yu had held on. The newly formed knowledge sea was completely empty, completely different from when Yang Kai first formed it. When Yang Kai was in the Yuan Qi boundary, he had already cultivated his divine sense, so once his knowledge sea was opened, he had gathered a lot of spiritual energy and condensed it into an ocean. Sun Yu, on the other hand, had to start from the beginning and slowly cultivate his spiritual energy to form his own knowledge sea. Senior. Sun Yu's face was filled with excitement as he called out, somewhat incoherently, I've reached the immortal ascension boundary. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Do you feel any difference from before? And, even if I close my eyes, I seem to be able to see everything around me clearly. As your spiritual energy grows stronger, the things you can see and the distance between you and your spiritual energy will become more and more obvious. Your current spiritual energy is just like a candle in the wind, so work hard. Yes. Sun Yu responded respectfully before quickly closing his eyes and meditating. After a while, he opened his eyes again with an embarrassed expression and stammered, "But Senior, I don't know how to cultivate my spiritual energy. Master didn't teach me this." When he came to Dragon Valley, he was only in the Yuan Qi boundary 7th stage. According to his master Ling Jian's estimation, it would take at least 2 years for Sun Yu to reach the immortal ascension boundary, so he had planned to give him a systematic explanation and guidance at that time. Yang Kai couldn't help bursting into laughter as he generously imparted all of his insights and experiences to her. Sun Yu nodded repeatedly as he listened. And, the best way to cultivate your spiritual energy is to refine a soul-type artifact, which will be of great benefit to your growth. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before smiling. I happen to have a soul-type artifact here that is suitable for you. As he spoke, Yang Kai flipped his hand and a small exquisite sword suddenly appeared. This small sword was something Yang Kai had snatched from Pijing Lake when he participated in the Inheritance War in War City. It had been with him for some years now, but it was only a heaven-grade top-rank artifact. As Yang Kai's strength improved, this soul-type sword had become less and less useful. Sun Yu quickly waved his hand. "Senior, you've already given me a lot of things. This artifact, I have no use for it. It's only a heaven-grade top-rank artifact, so it's a waste for me to keep it, but it's just right for your current realm." Hearing this, Sun Yu hesitated for a moment but didn't say anything more, stretching out his hands and respectfully accepting the small sword, quickly saying, "Many thanks for Senior's gift. Sun Yu will definitely not disgrace Senior's prestige." Yang Kai chuckled, casually erasing his soul aura from the small sword, lightly saying, "Refine it yourself. When you can take this artifact into your knowledge sea, you'll be fine." And Sun Yu nodded seriously, not daring to neglect anything, and quickly began refining it. Yang Kai no longer paid him any attention and focused on refining his own pill. After such a long period of dedicated study and countless alchemy experiences, Yang Kai was now able to easily refine saint-grade pills. He had already become a saint-grade low-rank alchemist. He was only a small step away from meeting the requirements to rescue the ancient demon clan. There weren't many saint-grade alchemists on the entire continent. Du-Wan of Grand Boulder City was one such alchemist and was treated with respect wherever he went. He even managed the Alchemist Guild in Grand Boulder City. With Yang Kai's current skills and means, as long as he wanted to, he could reach the same level as Du-Wan. However, alchemy had always been Yang Kai's support in his pursuit of the martial Tao. His only wish was to pursue the peak of the martial Tao. During the process of alchemy, the use of his conflagrated knowledge sea allowed Yang Kai to discover a lot of questions and information that he had not thought of before, allowing him to gain a better understanding of how to manipulate his conflagrated knowledge sea. Although he was only a saint-grade low-rank alchemist now, Yang Kai estimated that if he used his myriad drug liquid and spirit array, there was a chance he could refine a saint-grade mid-rank pill. The space formed by the golden energy sea was still as solid as ever, and the golden dragon tattoo on Yang Kai's back continued to devour this energy. Its body grew larger and larger, and as it swallowed this energy, this golden dragon also became more dignified, exuding an aura that made one's heart palpitate. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry and simply continued to wait. It had been a long time since he had so much time to do what he wanted to do, so this time's change was an opportunity. Like the golden dragon, Sun Yu was growing at an extremely fast rate every day. After his physique was improved by the myriad drug liquid, his cultivation was no longer as difficult as it used to be. The small soul-type sword Yang Kai had given him only took him a month to absorb into his knowledge sea, and after experimenting with its power a few times, he took a liking to it. His knowledge sea now had a decent amount of spiritual energy and spiritual energy. Every day, Sun Yu had a large number of crystal stones and pills to take, and when he encountered something he didn't understand during his cultivation, Sun Yu felt that he was luckier than anyone else. His attitude towards Yang Kai was as if he was his master and elder, extremely respectful. Chapter 833. On this day, after refining a saint pill, Yang Kai suddenly frowned. He found that inadvertently, the yang liquid stored in his dantian was about to run out. After replenishing a large amount of yang liquid last time, Yang Kai had thought that he wouldn't need to worry about running out of yang liquid for at least 10 years, but now he knew that he was wrong. Every time he tore space, he would need to consume several drops of precious yang liquid. When Yang Kai had been familiarizing himself with this method a few days ago, his consumption had been astonishing. It was time to replenish his stock. Yang Kai couldn't help rejoicing that he still had 60 to 70 fruits from the divine tree in his black book space, each of which contained an amazing amount of yang attribute energy. If he ate all of them, he would be able to replenish his dantian. The divine tree was now placed in his black book space. Although it wasn't easy for the fruit to grow and the cycle was long, this kind of precious treasure was meant for people to consume, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't be stingy. Taking out a fruit, Yang Kai ate it. The sudden movement woke Sun Yu from his meditation, and when he looked up, his eyes couldn't help lighting up. He had now reached the immortal ascension boundary, so he could naturally perceive the extraordinariness of the divine tree's fruit, especially the yang attribute energy flowing through it. However, in front of Yang Kai, he didn't dare reveal too many thoughts. Just as he was about to close his eyes and continue meditating, Yang Kai smiled and reached out to cut him a piece of fruit. It's not that I'm stingy, it's just that you can't eat too much of this. Sun Yu shyly accepted the small piece of fruit and tossed it into his mouth. A moment later, his yuan qi suddenly became violent and his face became extremely red. All of his pores opened up and began spraying out energy, as if he was on the verge of exploding. Yang Kai didn't pay him any mind and simply allowed him to suppress the violence in his body. Sun Yu didn't dare neglect and quickly circulated his secret art to absorb the energy that was pouring into his body. After a long while, the berserk aura gradually calmed down. Sun Yu's entire body was brimming with vitality, and his vitality was also much more vigorous. His face was very rosy, and he seemed to be extremely energetic. Do you still want it? Yang Kai asked. Sun Yu quickly shook his head. It was just a small piece of fruit, but it had almost caused him to suffer a great loss. Seeing Yang Kai eat one fruit after another without any hesitation, he couldn't help thinking to himself that this senior was truly worthy of being called a senior. His own ability was simply incomparable to this senior's. Although the fruit was obviously a good thing, Sun Yu knew his limits and didn't dare to eat it again. Yang Kai ate the 60 to 70 fruits in one go, and the dantian's yang liquid instantly soared to several hundred drops. Just as he was feeling satisfied though, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed and he immersed his consciousness into the black book space. What's wrong? Yang Kai's soul avatar appeared in front of the giant divine tree and asked. There's something strange over there, the divine tree transmitted. It had been a long time since Yang Kai had obtained the divine tree, and its sentience had grown rapidly. Now, it could communicate with Yang Kai without any hindrance and could clearly express its thoughts, no longer acting like it did before. Where? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. Come with me. A golden light suddenly shot out from the divine tree and guided Yang Kai. Following it, Yang Kai soon arrived at a certain spot in the black book space, and looking around, his brow furrowed as a look of surprise appeared on his face. It's here. The divine tree continued to transmit its thoughts as the golden light wandered nearby. Without needing its reminder, Yang Kai also noticed that something was wrong. There were a lot of broken stones scattered here, and some precious ores were also missing. In particular, the number of strange stones he had brought back from Star Field was significantly less. Yang Kai clearly remembered that after experiencing the storm in Star Field, he had collected a lot of strange stones and placed them here, as well as the ores he had swept up from Nine Heavens' Holy Land. But now, it seemed that something had absorbed the essence of some of these ores, leaving behind only some useless impurities. Yang Kai glanced over at the divine tree suspiciously. Last time, he had inadvertently discovered a similar problem, but at the time, he had thought it was the divine tree's doing, so he hadn't paid it any mind. Now, it seemed that this had nothing to do with the divine tree because it would not lie to him. "You've been here all this time, have you found anything?" Yang Kai asked as he carefully scanned the pile of ores with his divine sense, but found nothing. "I haven't found anything." The divine tree hesitated for a moment before replying, "I just feel like something is strange here. Help me keep an eye on this place. If you find anything, tell me immediately," Yang Kai said. Such a strange thing happening in the black book space confused Yang Kai. The energy in these strange stones should have suddenly disappeared, so it should have been swallowed up. If the divine tree didn't do it, then who did? If this problem wasn't solved, Yang Kai felt like a fishbone was stuck in his throat. After receiving a response from the divine tree, Yang Kai left the black book space and continued to improve his alchemy skills. Many days passed peacefully until one day, Yang Kai once again felt the call of the divine tree. Without hesitation, Yang Kai quickly sent his divine sense into the black book space and asked, "Did you find something?" Another golden ray shot out from the divine tree and arrived at the pile of ores. It wandered around two of the ores. "It's them. I can feel it. They are absorbing the essence of those ores. I'm sure of it." Following the direction it pointed, Yang Kai fixed his eyes on it and couldn't help letting out a light sigh. Although there were many ores here and they were all very disorderly, Yang Kai recognized these two stones and clearly remembered where he had obtained them. Because they were quite special, different from the other ores he had. Round black stones. The first one was found in the cave mansion where he obtained the soul-devouring insects. At that time, Yang Kai hadn't yet arrived at Soaring Heaven sect and had followed Sangyan and Feiyu into the cave mansion to investigate. Sangyan and Feiyu had brought back a few things from the depths of the cave mansion, one of which was this round black stone, which Yang Kai had eventually obtained. The second round black stone was found in Floating Cloud City. While waiting for the 1,000-year demon flower to bloom, Yang Kai had been dragged by Du Wan and Nina to participate in the alchemy summit. When he finally won first place, he had found it in the universe bag of a saint-grade alchemist. Because the two round black stones were very similar, almost identical, Yang Kai had paid some attention to them at that time and had carefully examined them, but unfortunately he hadn't been able to find anything special. However, Yang Kai hadn't expected that the culprit behind the strange events in his black book space would actually be these two. What kind of strange stone in this world could absorb the essence of other ores? Yang Kai thought about it for a long time but still couldn't think of anything. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai carefully examined the two round black stones, and after a while, Yang Kai's expression became strange. He discovered that within the two pitch-black round stones, there were actually some exquisite patterns that resembled the meridians of a human body. Unfortunately, the patterns were not very coherent and were intermittent, as if the meridians of some martial artist had been destroyed by someone. This discovery surprised Yang Kai. Because when he first obtained these two round black stones, Yang Kai had carefully examined them and found that there was nothing inside them at that time. The disjointed patterns that had appeared inside them were obviously related to the absorption of the essence of the ores around them. At this moment, there was some unusual energy flowing through these patterns, similar to the yuan qi in a cultivator's body. These two strange stones are quite interesting. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai no longer paid any attention to them. After learning what had happened inside the black book space, he felt relieved and simply told the divine tree to continue observing these two strange stones while his consciousness left the black book space. He faintly felt that these two strange stones weren't simple and that if they were allowed to continue absorbing the essence of other ores, they might undergo some unexpected changes. By absorbing the essence of other ores, they would become stronger, and when the time came to refine a powerful artifact, Yang Kai was sure to refine it. Opening his eyes and looking around, Yang Kai saw that the golden dragon was still swallowing the surrounding energy and wouldn't stop anytime soon. Sun Yu was also immersed in her cultivation, refusing to relax. Yang Kai could only continue performing alchemy. In the holy tomb, he had refined a drop of demon god's blood and obtained the great demon god's divine technique, the soul fission technique. Yang Kai had also been cultivating this technique and was making good progress. His soul fission technique was constantly being nourished by the six-colored soul-warming lotus, constantly becoming stronger and tougher. At this moment, Yang Kai also clearly realized the benefits of the soul fission technique. When this divine technique was cultivated to the extreme, it was equivalent to a person having two souls, allowing them to cultivate spiritual energy at twice the speed of others. There had never been a secret art in this world that had such a miraculous effect. Although Yang Kai had not yet cultivated this technique to the extreme, he could clearly feel that because of the existence of his soul fission technique, whether it was the growth or recovery of his spiritual energy, both were significantly better than before. As such, Yang Kai spared no effort in cultivating his soul fission technique, hoping that one day it would be able to play its role. When the soul fission technique was cultivated to the extreme, as long as one could find a suitable body, they could allow their soul fission technique to enter that body and become their own avatar, allowing them to go to places where they couldn't. Yang Kai was also refining the saint-grade high-rank artifact that belonged to the old holy master. The silver leaf filled with mysterious power was extremely difficult to refine, but fortunately, Yang Kai had plenty of time so he wasn't in a hurry. After confirming the changes in the black book space that day, Yang Kai would check the two pitch-black round stones every few days to see what kind of changes they had undergone. As time passed, the exquisite patterns inside them gradually became more coherent, but the price he had to pay was that the number of ores Yang Kai had collected had greatly decreased. Of the number of rare ores he had obtained from the Star Field and Nine Heavens Holy Land, only less than half remained. At this rate, it would only be a year or so before all the ores in the black book space would be exhausted. Inside the golden sea of energy, whether it was Yang Kai or Sun Yu, both temporarily forgot about the passage of time and wholeheartedly busied themselves with their own affairs. Occasionally, the two of them would stop what they were doing and chat for a while before resuming their work, neither of them disturbing the other. The days passed in a meaningful manner. Whether it was Yang Kai or Sun Yu, both of them had obtained great growth and benefits during this time's changes. Chapter 834. Dragon Valley was long and winding, like a real dragon crouching on the ground. The valley was shrouded in fog all year round, obstructing one's vision. Even the most powerful masters who entered would not be able to see too far. Originally, there were many masters from Dragon Phoenix Palace hidden around Dragon Valley, but as time passed, these masters were now busy with their own tasks. Only Palace Master Chen Zhou and the others who had been waiting at the entrance to the valley remained. At this moment, Chen Zhou stared towards the valley floor with a worried expression and let out a long sigh. 2 years ago, when that disciple named Sun Yu opened the spirit array that had been sealed in Dragon Valley for many years, causing the golden dragon's head to appear, all of Dragon Phoenix Palace had boiled over. All of Dragon Phoenix Palace's elders had focused their attention on this place, feeling that there was hope for the sex revival and that it would not be long before it could once again stand at the pinnacle of Tongxian realm and stand on equal footing with the top forces of the world. However, 2 years had passed and there was still no movement from that place. Although everyone could perceive a burst of shocking energy fluctuations, that disciple named Sun Yu still showed no signs of returning. Gradually, many people became disheartened. Although no one dared to say this in front of the palace master, in private, everyone was speculating that this time, that disciple named Sun Yu had most likely met with misfortune. He was only a Yuan Qi boundary 7th stage cultivator, so after not appearing for so long, it was likely he had already starved to death in Dragon Valley, so how could he have escaped? Staring at the golden light, Chen Zhou let out another long sigh. Palace Master. Chen Zhou's companion, Yu Ting-yi, who was beside him, could not help comforting him. Since that disciple was able to open the spirit array, he must have had a great opportunity. I'm sure the heavens will help the worthy. Chen Zhou did not respond, a gloomy expression filling his face. Yu Ting-yi also sighed helplessly before turning to an old man nearby. Just like Chen Zhou, who had been waiting here for 2 years, this old man had also been waiting anxiously. This old man was the elder who had taught Sun Yu, Ling Jian. Elder Ling Jian's strength was not high, and in Dragon Phoenix Palace, he only held the title of elder without any real power, so he was not very popular. 2 years ago, after Sun Yu had opened the barrier, Ling Jian's status had suddenly soared. Almost every elder who saw him had to treat him politely, allowing him to become like a fish in water in Dragon Phoenix Palace, his life flourishing. But now, no one treated him as seriously as they used to. Chen Zhou and Ling Jian both stood there, gazing at the bottom of the valley, letting out long sighs. Both of them had a worried look on their faces. A figure quickly approached. It was another elder of Dragon Phoenix Palace, Xiao Ling. After arriving, he quietly glanced over at Chen Zhou's face before glancing over at Yu Ting-yi. The latter slowly shook her head, and her beautiful eyes were filled with helplessness and dejection. Xiao Ling immediately understood that the Dragon Valley was most likely still the same as before during this period of time. After a moment of contemplation, he cupped his fists and said, "Manor Lord, the elders have invited you to discuss some important matters. You guys go ahead and discuss. Just tell me the result." Chen Zhou waved his hand dispiritedly. "But Manor Head, this matter must be decided by you personally. We dare not overstep our authority." Xiao Ling had a troubled expression on his face. Chen Zhou frowned, a look of impatience appearing on his face. Seeing this, Yu Ting-yi quickly said, "You should go, you haven't asked about the affairs of the palace these past 2 years, I want to wait here for the Dragon Emperor to return." Before Yu Ting-yi could finish speaking, Chen Zhou interrupted her. Yu Ting-yi smiled bitterly. "Do you think this time will be the same as before?" "Humph, ignorant fools, the Dragon Emperor will return, but now is not the time." Chen Zhou coldly snorted, a look of determination appearing on his face. Yu Ting-yi smiled and nodded, "If you say so, then so be it, but there's no need to be in such a hurry. The elders are all waiting for you, you can come back as soon as you see fit. As for here, Elder Ling Jian and I will keep watch, we won't let our guard down." Chen Zhou glanced over at her for a moment before nodding lightly, "Then you need to be careful and keep your eyes open." Yu Ting-yi nodded, feeling extremely helpless in her heart. Chen Zhou couldn't help glancing over at the bottom of the valley before preparing to leave with Xiao Ling. Right at this moment, the Dragon Valley, which had been silent for 2 years, suddenly erupted with earth-shattering energy fluctuations again. The misty Dragon Valley seemed to have been swept up by a gust of fierce wind, and the sky suddenly became clear and bright. Gazing around, Chen Zhou stared straight at the bottom of the valley. Chen Zhou's footsteps suddenly came to a halt, his body trembling with excitement as he stared towards the valley. Ling Jian, on the other hand, was also observing closely, his pair of turbid eyes flashing with anticipation as his withered hands trembled. "There's movement." Chen Zhou couldn't help shouting. Xiao Ling, who had come to invite Chen Zhou, also couldn't help stopping in place and staring towards the valley floor suspiciously, his mood subtly becoming somewhat excited. Although the elders had always been dissatisfied with the palace master not asking about the affairs of the palace these past 2 years, instead spending all his time at the entrance to Dragon Valley, and even felt that it was impossible for that disciple named Sun Yu to survive, when such an abnormal phenomenon appeared in front of them, Xiaoling couldn't help feeling a sense of expectation. After all, he was also a member of Dragon Phoenix Palace. At the bottom of the valley, inside the golden sea of energy, the golden dragon finally finished swallowing all the energy here, its body exuding a dazzling light, as if it was a real dragon that was coiled up in place, exuding a majestic aura. Sun Yu, who was in the middle of meditating, was suddenly alarmed and raised his eyes, only to see a pair of wash-basin-sized dragon eyes, causing him to freeze in place as a pained expression appeared on his face. At that moment, he felt as if his soul was being pulled out of his knowledge sea and was about to be crushed. In front of him, a figure flickered and Yang Kai appeared in front of him. Sun Yu quickly closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and began circulating his secret art. A resounding dragon roar rang out, and the golden dragon soared into the sky. The clear sky seemed to be torn open and in an instant, all the light was swallowed up, blinding everyone within 100 kilometers. The golden dragon seemed to have been trapped for thousands of years, and now that it was free, it soared through the sky to its heart's content. A moment later, it suddenly swooped down and slammed into Yang Kai with a devastating force. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as he instantly felt that he had regained what he had lost. What's more, it carried with it an unimaginably terrifying amount of energy. His clothes exploded with a loud boom, turning into fine powder. Yang Kai reacted quickly and summoned out several grand heavenly shields to wrap Sun Yu up. At the same time, he also summoned the Silver Leaf Saint Great High Rank artifact. The silver leaf pulsed with a series of unusual fluctuations and in the blink of an eye, it grew in size and enveloped Sun Yu. Facing such a violent force, if Yang Kai had not done so, Sun Yu would not have been able to resist at all and would have been reduced to ashes in an instant. After such a long time, Yang Kai finally managed to refine this artifact that belonged to the old Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. This silver leaf had a myriad of transformations and infinite uses, capable of both offensive and defensive functions, not the slightest disgrace to its Saint Grade High rank. Kacha, the sound of bones dislocating resounded throughout Yang Kai's body as his physique began to wriggle and the yuan qi in his body began to circulate at an unimaginable speed, placing a huge burden on his meridians. In an instant, Yang Kai's skin began to crack in countless places, blood gushing out and covering his body in a golden sheen. Under the powerful restorative power of the demon god Golden Blood, the damaged areas were quickly repaired. However, this was still not enough to stop the impact of the world energy in his body, constantly breaking and repairing his body, repeating the process over and over again. Yang Kai remained calm, and not only did he not show any signs of pain, he even seemed to be in high spirits. When the golden dragon returned to his body and transformed back into the golden dragon tattoo, Yang Kai suddenly felt that the world in front of him had undergone some subtle changes. The world energy that flowed between him and the heavens had also become somewhat different from before. Faintly, Yang Kai seemed to be able to see traces of the heavenly way and martial Tao. The key points he had not been able to grasp before were now easily grasped. Standing in place, Yang Kai held his breath, closed his eyes, and began to comprehend quietly. Above his head, the wind and clouds were converging. All the heaven and earth energy within a radius of 100 miles was being pulled by an invisible force, madly converging in this direction. This violent world energy manifestation naturally alarmed the elders of Dragon Phoenix Palace, causing almost all of them to rush out of their nests and gather in front of Dragon Valley, staring blankly ahead. Chen Zhou and Ling Jian, who had been guarding this place all this time, couldn't help but stare at this scene with amazement, the latter even crying tears of excitement. Although they did not feel Sun Yu's aura from this place, everyone knew that this scene was definitely related to him. Perhaps he had succeeded in inheriting the Dragon Emperor's inheritance and was now undergoing the final test. Such violent energy fluctuations, this is a sign of a breakthrough. Xiao Ling muttered to himself. Yu Ting-yi also nodded lightly. It's not inferior to the breakthrough of a Saint Realm master. When Chen Zhou broke through to the Saint Realm many years ago, a world energy manifestation had also appeared, but compared to this scene, it was still somewhat inferior. Was the Dragon Emperor's inheritance really so amazing? When Sun Yu entered this place 2 years ago, he was only at the Yuan Qi 7th stage, so what was his current level? It was impossible for him to reach the Saint Realm in just 2 years, right? Could he withstand such a violent energy fluctuation? Everyone couldn't help worrying. Chen Zhou suddenly shouted, "Pass down my order, seal off the surrounding 30-kilometer radius of my mansion, no one is allowed to enter. If anyone dares to force their way in, no matter who they are, kill them without mercy." Such a big disturbance was bound to attract nearby masters, and if it was someone who coveted the Dragon Emperor's inheritance, it would likely cause some unnecessary disturbances. In particular, the nearby frozen nether cave heaven had become restless as early as 2 years ago and had been using all kinds of methods to inquire about the situation in Dragon Valley, but since Sun Yu's fate had been unknown for the past 2 years, they had not acted too recklessly. However, with the appearance of this world energy manifestation today, they would definitely take action. Seeing Chen Zhou's murderous look, Xiao Ling also realized the seriousness of the matter. He hurriedly accepted the order and began to make arrangements. The Dragon Emperor's might has finally reappeared today, these past 2 years. I haven't waited in vain. Chen Zhou's eyes flashed with tears, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Chapter 835. At the bottom of Dragon Valley, Yang Kai stood quietly in place, as if he was immersed in a sea of world energy. This feeling was quite subtle and was something Yang Kai had never experienced before. The strength in his body continued to rise and soon reached a peak level, but there was still no sign of it stopping, continuing to climb crazily until it broke through its original limit. Yang Kai clearly knew that he was on the verge of breaking through. It had been several years since his last breakthrough, and while waiting for the golden dragon to devour him, Yang Kai had not neglected his own cultivation and had gained many insights during the process of alchemy. It could be said that this time's breakthrough was completely natural, without the slightest hindrance. The power of the world energy poured into Yang Kai's body, tempering it and refining his Yuan Qi. His flesh and blood wriggled and flowed, filling every part of his body with unimaginable power. Yang Kai was ecstatic. Opening his mind and body to the fullest, he welcomed the baptism of the world energy in a completely defenseless manner. When most cultivators were breaking through, they would use their true qi or artifacts to protect themselves so as to avoid being injured by the world energy during their breakthrough. Although this approach was extremely safe, it would also result in fewer benefits. However, Yang Kai did not need to do this at all. This was one of the benefits of having a tyrannical physique. The stronger one was, the more benefits one would obtain, creating a virtuous cycle. This was why every cultivator paid so much attention to their foundation. The more solid their foundation was, the more benefits they would receive in the future. Yang Kai's foundation was impregnable. Glancing casually at Sun Yu, who was wrapped in the grand heavenly shield and the silver leaf, Yang Kai found that he would not be affected, allowing him to relax. A series of sensational world energy descended from the sky like a bolt of lightning, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake, as if the end of the world had arrived. The people from Dragon Phoenix Palace guarding the entrance to the valley all paled, their eyelids twitching. Seeing such a destructive force, no one could guarantee that Sun Yu would be able to return safely. Chen Zhou and Ling Jian were both as anxious as ants on a hot pan. They wanted to go to the bottom of the valley to see what was going on, but they were also afraid that they would disturb Sun Yu if they rashly went there. It was at this time that Xiao Ling, who had rushed out to arrange the deployment, came back with a report that the nearby frozen nether cave heaven had indeed been alerted and all the masters there had been dispatched. Under the leadership of 2 First Order saints, they were rushing towards the Dragon Valley. Chen Zhou's face turned cold, and a sharp cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. It was as cold as the edge of a blade. Since the decline of Dragon Phoenix Palace, this frozen nether cave heaven had come into being. Normally, the two forces would have no shortage of friction, but since each side had a Saint Realm Master presiding over them, there were always minor disputes, but no large-scale battle had ever broken out. Everyone knew that once a large-scale battle broke out, no one would be able to gain any benefits. Although Dragon Phoenix Palace only had one Saint Realm Master, Chen Zhou, if they really fought, frozen nether cave heaven wouldn't be able to afford too many losses. But this time, they had come in full force, and Chen Zhou was well aware of why they had come. Elder Ling, I'll leave this place to you. If Sun Yu can return safely, take him away from Dragon Phoenix Palace and tell him that the revitalization of my palace depends on him. Palace Master. Ling Jian's complexion changed, faintly realizing what Chen Zhou wanted to do. Xiao Ling, Ting Yi, come with me to meet the enemy. I want to see what kind of ability they have to invade my Dragon Phoenix Palace. Chen Zhou shouted, his figure flickering as he flew off into the distance. Xiao Ling and Yu Ting Yi also hurriedly followed. At the mouth of the valley, only Ling Jian remained. Staring at the bottom of the valley, Ling Jian became as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, stomping his foot and muttering, "Smelly brat, you still haven't come out? You're making this old master anxious." From the depths of the valley, a burst of world energy descended, but Yang Kai didn't refuse it all and simply accepted it all with a look of excitement on his face. This situation lasted for about an hour before the world energy that had gathered around Dragon Valley gradually thinned out and the terrifying world energy that had enveloped it gradually dissipated. An invisible wave of world energy, centered on Yang Kai, quickly spread out in all directions. At this moment, Yang Kai's body felt light and a sense of incomparable comfort spread from every inch of his skin and physique. Gently clenching his fists, Yang Kai's strength surged. Spreading out his divine sense, the range he could reach was much further than before, allowing him to observe more subtly. Third Order Transcendent Realm. He was only a minor realm away from the Saint Realm. A few dozen kilometers away, some people were fighting, and it was a battle to the death. Bursts of powerful Saint Realm auras were transmitted over, causing Yang Kai to frown slightly, wondering what was happening. Not paying much attention to what was happening outside, Yang Kai lowered his head and examined himself. The golden dragon tattoo that should have been on his back seemed to have a life of its own at this moment, constantly moving across Yang Kai's skin from his back to his chest, giving him an extremely strange appearance. At this moment, this golden dragon tattoo also contained an unimaginable amount of energy, a power that even Yang Kai couldn't help feeling somewhat apprehensive. This golden dragon tattoo was filled with endless majesty and a unique aura. Demonic Chi. Having come into contact with so many masters from the monster race and even having spoken with a monster race great senior, Yang Kai was naturally very familiar with this demonic Chi. At this moment, the energy contained within this golden dragon tattoo was clearly demonic Chi. With a flash of understanding, Kai Yang instantly understood everything. The inheritance here was the real Dragon Emperor inheritance. What he and Su Yan obtained in the Heaven's Cave inheritance was nothing more than a primer. Only by coming here to obtain the hidden mysteries could they truly become the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress. Yang Kai didn't know why he understood all of this, but it should have something to do with obtaining the real Dragon Emperor inheritance. After examining this for a long time, Yang Kai was extremely satisfied. Taking out a set of clothes from the black book space and putting them on, Yang Kai released the protective shield around Sun Yu. The grand heavenly shield shattered and the silver leaf-like artifact was also taken back by Yang Kai. Sun Yu seemed to still be in a state of shock, but after seeing Yang Kai, he quickly cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks, Senior, for saving me." He clearly knew that if it weren't for Yang Kai protecting him just now, he would have long since died. Facing such terrifying power, even if he cultivated for a few dozen more years, he wouldn't necessarily be able to resist. A minor matter. Yang Kai smiled lightly, turned his head towards the entrance of the valley, and said, "There seems to be a first-order transcendent cultivator waiting for you over there." First-order transcendent. Sun Yu was surprised but immediately became excited. That must be Master. Damn, we've been trapped here for so many days, Master must be anxious. Senior, do you know how long we've been here? About 2 years, Yang Kai replied casually. That long? Sun Yu was secretly dumbfounded. 2 years had passed in a flash, he hadn't even noticed the passage of time. Following Yang Kai had given him huge benefits, the pleasant surprise and excitement had diluted his concept of time. Don't be in such a hurry to leave, Yang Kai chuckled, looking at him and saying, do you remember the agreement between us? Sun Yu nodded firmly, I remember, Senior has treated me like a respected master, I will not reveal your existence. Very good. But, if Palace Master and Master ask about the Dragon Emperor's inheritance, how am I supposed to answer? Yang Kai frowned, feeling that there was no good excuse. Although he had been cultivating Sun Yu all this time, allowing his aptitude to undergo earth-shaking changes, and given time, Sun Yu was certain to have great achievements, this Dragon Emperor's inheritance could not be faked. Shaking his head, Yang Kai said, let's not talk about that for now. Your Dragon Phoenix Palace's master seems to be in a fierce battle with someone and seems to be at a disadvantage. In a fierce battle? Sun Yu frowned, releasing his divine sense but was unable to sense anything. Sun Yu's cultivation wasn't high enough so he couldn't perceive anything happening a few dozen kilometers away, but after a moment of contemplation, he realized, it must be those from frozen nether cave heaven. Damn it, that group of bastards must have noticed the commotion here and decided to invade my Dragon Phoenix Palace. Is there some kind of enmity between your two forces? Yang Kai was surprised. Sun Yu shook his head, it's just them looking for trouble. They specialize in ice attribute secret arts and martial skills, but my Dragon Phoenix Palace has something they covet. Yang Kai frowned, suddenly thinking of the key point, the Phoenix Nest's inheritance. Sun Yu nodded, now that the Dragon Emperor's inheritance has appeared, the Dragon Emperor will definitely need to find a woman he admires to inherit the Phoenix Nest's inheritance. That is frozen nether cave heaven's goal. Once they succeed, they may try to annex our Dragon Phoenix Palace. Yang Kai chuckled meaningfully. Senior, what are you laughing about? Sun Yu was surprised. You're in big trouble. Yang Kai gloated. Sun Yu thought about it for a moment before his expression became bitter as he suddenly understood. Everyone in Dragon Phoenix Palace thought he had opened the barrier and obtained the Dragon Emperor's inheritance, so even if this news was tightly sealed, it would not be able to escape frozen nether cave heaven's notice. In other words, frozen nether cave heaven's goal this time was none other than Sun Yu. They wanted to capture him and force him to choose a woman from frozen nether cave heaven as the successor to the Phoenix Empress and allow her to obtain the Phoenix Nest's inheritance. Senior. Sun Yu's face was filled with panic as he stared towards Yang Kai, hoping he would be able to rescue him. Don't worry, since this is something I caused, I'll help you deal with it. I'll also take this opportunity to let your Dragon Phoenix Palace confirm that you have obtained the Dragon Emperor's inheritance. Sun Yu was overjoyed, many thanks, Senior. It's fine. Yang Kai smiled lightly, go, I'll protect you and make sure you don't suffer any harm. Be brave. Yes. After receiving Yang Kai's promise, Sun Yu was extremely excited and hurried off towards the entrance of the valley. It seemed that in his opinion, this Senior Yang would be able to easily repel frozen nether cave heaven. After Sun Yu left, Yang Kai turned his gaze towards the direction of the battle, a displeased expression filling his face. The Phoenix Nest's inheritance belonged to Su Yen, but frozen nether cave heaven had actually set their sights on her, it was no different from stirring up trouble. If it weren't for this reason, Yang Kai would not have been willing to intervene in the disputes of other great forces. However, Dragon Phoenix Palace had some kind of relationship with him, so this time he had decided to help free of charge and return the favor of obtaining the Dragon Emperor's inheritance. Chapter 836. Ling Jian stood at the entrance of Dragon Valley and waited anxiously, muttering something under his breath, but never seeing Sun Yu emerge from Dragon Valley. Gradually, Ling Jian even began to believe that his disciple had perished in that terrifying heaven and earth might. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, a tall and slender figure rushed over from the direction of the Dragon Valley. Ling Jian's body shuddered as he cast his gaze toward that direction with wide eyes. This figure was somewhat similar to Sun Yu, but it was taller and stronger than he remembered. Ling Jian's vision was blurred by his old age, so he couldn't determine what this figure was for a while and began paying close attention. A moment later, the appearance of this figure finally entered Ling Jian's eyes. After confirming that this person was Sun Yu, Ling Jian burst into tears, laughing and crying as he cursed, "Smelly brat, you've finally come out. You had me worried sick. Master." Sun Yu wore an extremely excited expression as he rushed over to Ling Jian and bowed deeply, but before he could say anything, Ling Jian grabbed his arm and hurriedly said, "Come with me." Seeing him like this, Sun Yu asked curiously, "Where are we going?" When Frozen Nether Cave Heaven invaded, Palace Master and the others were busy defending, but the other side had 2 Saint Realm Masters. We were unable to stop them. Before Palace Master left, he ordered me to take you to a safe place after you came out. The future revitalization of the sect will depend on you. Where's the safe place? Sun Yu frowned. Twin Spirit Pavilion. My Dragon Phoenix Palace has always had a good relationship with the Twin Spirit Pavilion. We'll go to their place and hide for a while. Ling Jian had already thought about where to go. His apprentice Sun Yu had now inherited the Dragon Emperor's inheritance and was certain to grow into an overlord in the future. On top of that, he urgently needed to find a suitable woman to inherit the Phoenix Nest's inheritance. Presumably, the Twin Spirit Pavilion, who knew about all this, would protect them properly. As long as he accepted this kindness, it wouldn't be unreasonable for Sun Yu to find a Phoenix Empress from the Twin Spirit Pavilion. In any case, the Phoenix Empress inheritance couldn't fall into the hands of an enemy like Frozen Nether Cave Heaven. "I'm not going." Sun Yu suddenly broke free from Ling Jian's grasp and stood in place. Ling Jian was stunned, turning around to look at Yang Kai, anxiously stamping his feet. "You stinking brat, even at this time you still won't listen to Master's words. Do you want to anger this old master to death?" Sun Yu snorted coldly and said, "The sect is in danger. How can I just walk away? Since the Frozen Nether Cave Heaven dared to invade, I will make them pay the price." Ling Jian couldn't help feeling a little absent-minded as he looked at his apprentice in a daze. For a moment, he couldn't understand the situation. Although his disciple had inherited the Dragon Emperor's inheritance, where did he get the confidence to say that Frozen Nether Cave Heaven would pay the price? Did he have the ability to do so? Releasing his divine sense, Ling Jian scanned Sun Yu's body, and after discovering his current realm, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he cried out involuntarily, You want us to pay the price? Ha ha ha, brat, you're so arrogant." A loud laugh suddenly came from the side. Along with this sarcastic voice, a number of figures quickly appeared from all directions, each of them wearing white robes that served as a stark contrast to their appearance. Sun Yu's complexion changed and he couldn't help hiding behind Ling Jian. Ling Jian's expression also became dignified, protecting his apprentice while coldly glancing around and shouting, "Frozen Nether Cave Heaven's people." The newcomers were from Frozen Nether Cave Heaven, 5 in total, all of them Transcendent Realm Cultivator. With such a large number and level of Cultivator, there was no suspense in the face of Ling Jian, who was only a First-Order Transcendent. As such, they had appeared without fear and stared at this master and apprentice pair with mischievous looks on their faces. The middle-aged man leading this group looked at Sun Yu with a smirk and shouted, "Little brat, are you the one who just said you want my Frozen Nether Cave Heaven to pay the price?" Sun Yu's face went pale and he didn't dare to speak. Although his aptitude had greatly improved under the cultivation of Yang Kai and his cultivation had soared, in the end, he was still just a 16 or 17-year-old boy who had never experienced any great storms. Now that he was facing 5 transcendents at once, his courage had completely disappeared. If it weren't for his master standing in front of him protecting him, he likely would have already lost all will to fight. Hiding behind Ling Jian, he looked around as if he was looking for something. A moment later, his face lit up and his panicked expression gradually calmed down. After the middle-aged man said this, he no longer paid any attention to Ling Jian and his apprentice, instead turning his eyes towards the bottom of Dragon Valley along with the other 4, stroking his chin and asking, "The heavenly manifestation just now should have been caused by something happening here, right? And, this place is said to be Dragon Phoenix Palace's Dragon Valley and to contain the Dragon Emperor's inheritance. We never believed it, but now it seems it may be true. For the past 2 years, Chen Zhou has been guarding this place. If that's the case, then one of Dragon Phoenix Palace's disciples must have obtained the Dragon Emperor's inheritance, right? And, we've already inquired about it. The one who entered is called Sun Yu and only has a cultivation at the Yuan Qi boundary 7th stage. That little brat sure has good luck. Let's go in and take a look then capture him." These 5 transcendent realm cultivators completely ignored Ling Jian and his disciple and began talking amongst themselves one after another. Ling Jian was still on edge, but after listening to their conversation, he suddenly realized that this was an opportunity. These 5 didn't seem to know that the young man in front of them was the Sun Yu they were looking for. After all, they had never seen Sun Yu before, and the change in Sun Yu's cultivation was too great, leading these people to make some wrong inferences and believe that Sun Yu was still inside. "Friends," Ling Jian said vigilantly, "if you want to go in, this old master won't stop you, but can you let us leave first?" "You want to leave?" The middle-aged man in the lead glanced over at him and chuckled, nodding, "Good, let this little brat cut off his own tongue first. Daring to say he wants our frozen nether cave heaven to pay the price, a tongue like that will only attract trouble. Keeping it is useless, sooner or later it will only bring him a fatal disaster." Ling Jian's complexion changed as he smiled apologetically, "My young apprentice is young and ignorant, this old master will apologize to you on his behalf. I hope that master can be magnanimous and let him go this time." Ha 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 ha. The 5 people from frozen nether cave heaven burst into laughter, feeling quite amused. The middle-aged man sneered and said, "We can let him go, young people will inevitably make mistakes, we don't want to bully the weak. And, since he is your apprentice, you can take his place and accept his punishment. Kneel down and kowtow a few times, then loudly say that your Dragon Phoenix Palace is worse than dogs and pigs, I'll consider letting him go, how about it?" Saying so, he turned to Ling Jian and glared at him. Ling Jian's expression became cold. Although he was extremely old, in the end, he was still a cultivator who had reached the transcendent realm, so he still had his blood and backbone. This middle-aged man acting so arrogantly, how could Ling Jian not be annoyed? But when he remembered Palace Master Chen Zhou's previous instructions, Ling Jian suppressed the anger in his heart and shot a humiliating look towards the middle-aged man, his expression indifferent as he slowly knelt down. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with a mocking light as he sneered. "Master!" Ling Jian suddenly reached out and supported Ling Jian, his young face filled with a gloomy light like the calm before a storm. All of his previous timidity and panic seemed to have been thrown away, replaced by a pair of clear eyes filled with hatred and murderous intent. "Smelly brat!" Ling Jian glared at him. Sun Yu slowly shook his head before taking a step forward and walking over to Ling Jian, turning to the 5 people in front of him and asking, "You came here to find Sun Yu this time, right?" "Little brat, you talk too much nonsense," the middle-aged man said with displeasure. "I am Sun Yu, you don't need to look for me inside." The middle-aged man was startled as he stared at Sun Yu in amazement, seemingly unable to react for a moment. The other 4 also wore similar expressions. "There's no need to doubt me." Sun Yu sneered, "When I entered, I was indeed only at the Yuan Qi boundary 7th stage, but that was 2 years ago. Crossing a great realm in 2 years?" The middle-aged man exclaimed. Sun Yu was now an immortal ascension boundary 7th stage cultivator, so compared to the Yuan Qi boundary 7th stage, he had indeed crossed a great realm. Because the gap in strength was so great, when they arrived here, none of them had expected this young man to be Sun Yu. Another person's eyes lit up. Could this be the power of the so-called Dragon Emperor's inheritance? If you think so, it's possible. Sun Yu lightly snorted, a leisurely look upon his face. Facing 5 transcendent realm masters, he didn't show the slightest bit of fear, completely different from before. When the 5 people from frozen nether cave heaven heard him say this, their expressions suddenly became excited. In just 2 years, a cultivator had grown from the Yuan Qi boundary 7th stage to the immortal ascension boundary 7th stage. This was nothing short of a miracle. They instantly realized how powerful the Dragon Emperor's inheritance was. Even their gazes towards Sun Yu had become scorching hot. "You smelly brat." Ling Jian coughed up blood in anger. These 5 people had eyes but failed to recognize his identity. Originally, as long as they suffered some grievances, they would have a chance to leave this place. As long as he could protect Sun Yu, Ling Jian didn't care how much he was insulted, but now this fool had actually admitted it. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? Ling Jian really didn't know if there was a hole in this kid's head. He had never thought he would be so stupid before. Although his aptitude wasn't very good, his temperament wasn't smooth enough, and he wasn't very clever, at least he shouldn't be so stupid, right? Why did his temperament suddenly change after going to Dragon Valley? Ling Jian couldn't wait to slap this disciple of his unconscious, lest he continue to blabber on. "Master, it's fine." Sun Yu smiled slightly, nodding gently to his master, his expression confident. Looking at his son's smile, Ling Jian didn't know why, but he seemed to be affected by it and his mood inexplicably calmed down. The pressure he felt from the 5 transcendents also became much lighter. Chuckling, Ling Jian nodded, "Good, since it's like this, Master will accompany you. Whether we live or die will depend on the good fortune of this master and disciple. We won't die. If anyone dies, it will be them." Sun Yu's tone suddenly became cold as he glared towards the 5 people, like a sharp knife stabbing straight into their eyes, bringing with it an aggressive aura. The 5 transcendents couldn't help taking a step back, their expressions solemn as they frowned. Chapter 837. Sun Yu's confident expression made the 5 transcendents from frozen nether cave heaven somewhat confused. Although this little brat had crossed an entire great realm in just 2 years, in the end, he was only an immortal ascension boundary 7th stage cultivator. Against the 5 of them, how could he possibly resist? So why wasn't this little brat afraid? Instead, he was looking at them like a cat playing with a mouse. After hesitating for a moment, the middle-aged leader shouted, "Smelly brat, I'd like to see how you'll kill us." Saying so, he waved his hand and shouted, "Capture this little brat and kill this old dog." The 4 people behind him immediately moved, all of them moving like bolts of lightning, instantly arriving in front of Ling Jian and his disciple. One of them grabbed Sun Yu, wanting to capture him alive, while the other 3 attacked Ling Jian mercilessly, intent on taking his life. Ling Jian didn't even have time to react before the attacks of the 3 arrived, causing him to break out in a cold sweat, silently cursing his fate. But in the next moment, a strange scene occurred. Of the 4 people who rushed over, whether it was the transcendent who grabbed Sun Yu or the 3 who attacked Ling Jian, all of them seemed to be under some kind of spell, their movements suddenly becoming sluggish as their faces filled with pain, each of them covering their heads with their hands and rolling on the ground, howling miserably. The spiritual energy in their knowledge seas suddenly burst out in a chaotic manner, as if some kind of attack was destroying their souls. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed as he shouted. But there was no response. After 5 breaths of time, the 4 people stopped moving, all of them lying stiffly on the ground, their vitality drained away, their eyes wide open. Ling Jian stared at all this in amazement, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Sun Yu was also gasping for breath, unable to calm his mind for a moment. Just now, the frozen nether cave heaven cultivator had grabbed his arm, but now such a sudden change had occurred. Glancing around happily, Sun Yu knew that all of this must have been caused by Senior Yang's intervention. Worthy of a powerful master. For transcendence who had rendered this master and disciple powerless had actually died so inexplicably, and from the look on the middle-aged man's face, it was obvious he hadn't noticed anything amiss. Sun Yu's heart settled as he stared towards the middle-aged man with a grin. Meeting his gaze, the middle-aged man couldn't help taking a few steps back, a chill running down his spine. "Little brat, did you do this?" The middle-aged man still couldn't believe it and asked in a trembling voice. "Facing a dying man, there's no need for me to answer, right?" Sun Yu calmly pointed his finger towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was terrified and let out a strange cry, summoning his own artifact to protect himself as he fled. He didn't know what he had done, but his sect master had, and disciple, Sun Yu and disciple, if he remained, he would be next. Was the inheritance of the dragon monarch so strange and unpredictable? In any case, Yang Kai had to inform the two Saint Realm seniors of this news so they could be on guard. "Die!" Sun Yu shouted. As his voice rang out, the middle-aged man, who had already fled a few dozen meters, suddenly screamed and, like his four companions, clutched his head with both hands and fell to the ground. After stabilizing himself, his soul returned to the netherworld, his eyes dim. 5 transcendents dying like this caused Sun Yu's face to flush with excitement, constantly glancing around, an expression of wanting to be praised. "Good job, keep up the act." Hearing Senior Yang's voice in his mind, Sun Yu was suddenly filled with energy, feeling like his entire body was filled with strength, wishing he could fly to the frozen nether cave mansion sect right now and start a massacre. "Smelly brat." Ling Jian's lips trembled, his face faintly pale as he stammered, You killed 5 transcendents." Even now, Ling Jian still couldn't believe what he was seeing. Everything in front of him was too surreal and ridiculous. He still remembered that 2 years ago, this disciple of his couldn't even defeat a cultivator of the same level. 2 years later, this disciple of his had actually defeated 5 powerful enemies that even he couldn't compare to. Ling Jian couldn't help feeling like he was in some kind of dream. "No, master, it's all thanks to the Dragon Emperor's inheritance." Sun Yu couldn't bear to deceive his master and replied tactfully. Ling Jian was stunned for a moment before crying bitterly, "The heavens have eyes, the heavens have eyes. Master, we won't go to Twin Spirit Pavilion, I want to find the Palace Master and help the sect resolve this crisis." "So that's how it is." Seeing Sun Yu's strange methods, Ling Jian was no longer as insistent as before, only saying somewhat worriedly, "There are 2 Saint Realm Masters over there, although Palace Master can handle one of them, you." "Don't worry master, I know what I'm doing." Sun Yu's expression was firm, intentionally or unintentionally glancing around. Although he didn't see Yang Kai, he knew that Senior Yang was hiding right beside him. Sun Yu was unscrupulous. "Good. I'll go with you, I'll explain to the Palace Master. When the sect is in danger, as disciples of the sect, we really shouldn't run away." Ling Jian was also inspired by his disciple's words, his fighting spirit soaring. The master and disciple pair flew together towards the scene of the battle. 30 kilometers away, mid-air, a group of cultivators were engaged in a fierce battle, constantly suffering injuries and deaths, their corpses falling from the sky. The brilliance of martial skills and artifacts blooming in the sky was a clear indication of the tragedy of the battle. Dragon Phoenix Palace and Frozen Nether Cave Heaven had a long history of grievances, so this time Frozen Nether Cave Heaven had come prepared. On top of that, they had one more Saint Realm Master, so naturally they had taken the initiative. Less than half an hour after the battle began, Dragon Phoenix Palace had already suffered heavy losses. Palace Master Chen Zhou and Yuting Yi had joined forces to fight the 2 opposing Saint Realm Masters, causing them to suffer many wounds and consume a great deal of their strength. If not for fear of Chen Zhou's desperate resistance, the two Saint Realm Masters from frozen Nether Cave Heaven would likely have already killed him. By Jing Chu, Yan Ji, if you don't destroy my Dragon Phoenix Palace today, one day I'll kill you all. Chen Zhou shouted, his voice rumbling like thunder, filled with unwillingness, anger, and helplessness. Yu Ting-yi stood side by side with him, panting heavily, her full breasts heaving up and down as blood dripped from her lower abdomen. She was only a third-order transcendent, so in such a high-intensity battle, she really couldn't bear it. However, because she and Chen Zhou cultivated a dual cultivation art, when the two of them fought together, they were able to increase Chen Zhou's strength. She had no choice but to join the battle. Without her, Chen Zhou would be alone. Bai Jing Chu and Yan Ji of frozen Nether Cave Heaven glanced at each other before leaping out of the battle, the former laughing loudly. Chen Zhou, since we've come here today, we'll do as you wish and destroy your Dragon Phoenix Palace, you don't need to worry about that. As for killing us all, I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Chen Zhou wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered, the Dragon Emperor's inheritance has appeared, the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress will return and avenge my Dragon Phoenix Palace. The Dragon Emperor's inheritance? Yan Ji chuckled, saying casually, is it in Dragon Valley? I don't know if my subordinates have arrived yet, but looking at the time, they should have. I'm afraid your Dragon Emperor's successor is currently in the hands of my subordinates. Rest assured, I'll help you cultivate your Dragon Emperor's successor. Good, we won't treat him unfairly. It's said that the Dragon Emperor's successor still needs to find a Phoenix Empress successor. My frozen Nether Cave Heaven has countless beauties, once that little brat gets there, I'm afraid he'll forget to return. The two of them spoke in a casual tone, causing Chen Zhou's complexion to change dramatically as his heart sank to the bottom of his stomach. Over in Dragon Valley, only Ling Jian was left standing guard. With his strength, it was impossible for him to resist a powerful master. If this really happened, Dragon Phoenix Palace would no longer have a chance to rise again. Despicable. Chen Zhou ground his teeth and cursed. Yan Ji's eyes flashed as he sent out a burst of pure spiritual energy from his knowledge sea towards Yu Ting-yi, who was standing beside Chen Zhou. Having been distracted by the words of these two, Chen Zhou was caught off guard, and by the time he reacted, Yu Ting-yi had already been struck. A pitiful cry rang out as Yu Ting-yi seemed to have been struck by a huge force, her delicate body flying back several dozen meters as she fell to the ground, her face pale. Chen Zhou's eyes went bloodshot and he was about to rush forward to rescue her when Bai Jing Chu intercepted him and sneered, "Without your woman, I want to see what you'll use to fight me." Dragon Phoenix Palace's dual cultivation secret art was quite extraordinary. When a man and woman pair cultivated dual cultivation together, their strength would increase significantly, so Yan Ji had seized this opportunity to severely injure Yu Ting-yi. Without her by his side, neither of them feared Chen Zhou. As they spoke, the two of them arrived at Chen Zhou's side and a fierce burst of energy erupted. Yan Ji's expression remained cold, but he didn't intervene and instead chased after Yu Ting-yi, his eyes filled with murderous intent, obviously wanting to take advantage of this opportunity to kill her. Scram! Seeing that his companion was about to suffer an accident, Chen Zhou flew into a rage and waved his fan-like artifact, summoning thousands of wind blades, each of which was as sharp as a knife, to create a gust of wind. Chen Zhou, you're finished. Don't be so stubborn, watch your woman die with your own eyes and then be buried with her. Bai Jing Chu didn't show the slightest fear as he took out a bell-shaped artifact. This artifact emitted a mysterious sound that formed a shockwave that blocked the wind blade's attack. At the same time, Bai Jing Chu continued to provoke Chen Zhou, causing his mind to become unstable. After a moment of delay, Yan Ji had caught up with the severely injured Yu Ting-yi, grinning wickedly as he sent out a palm strike towards her head, showing no mercy. At that moment, a silver leaf-like artifact flew out from the side, rapidly expanding in size and wrapping Yu Ting-yi in it. Yan Ji's palm struck the silver leaf, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea. The strength and power behind his palm didn't seem to have hit anything at all. On the contrary, the silver leaf flashed with layers of light, and the dense energy bounced back like a tide, sending Yan Ji flying back in an instant. The silver leaf wrapped around Yu Ting-yi and flew straight into Dragon Phoenix Palace, disappearing from sight. Seeing this scene, Chen Zhou, who was filled with worry and uneasiness, couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief, at the same time frowning slightly, wondering which powerful master had come to his rescue. Chapter 838. Sweeping the area with their divine senses, none of them found any traces of other Saint Realm masters. Just as they were feeling confused though, the silver leaf which had wrapped Yu Ting-yi and flown into Dragon Phoenix Palace suddenly flew back and transformed into a silver stream of light in front of the old man and young man. The water of the Milky Way sparkled and was so clear that one could see the bottom. It emitted an unusual energy fluctuation that contained a great power. Bai Jing Chu and Yan Ji of Frozen Nether Cave Heaven narrowed their eyes as they stared at the old man and young man suspiciously, quickly discovering that the cultivation of these two people who had suddenly entered the battlefield was nothing to be afraid of. The old man was a first-order transcendent and looked like he had one foot in the grave, unable to exert much strength. The young man, on the other hand, seemed to be brimming with vitality, but he was only an immortal ascension boundary 7th stage cultivator, even worse than the old man. Facing these two people, Bai Jing Chu and Yan Ji really didn't put them in their eyes, but the silver stream of light in front of them was something they couldn't ignore. After all, it was this artifact that had just saved Yu Ting-yi's life. Yan Ji, who had attacked Yu Ting-yi, knew just how powerful this artifact was. At the very least, it was a saint-grade mid-rank artifact. That was a grade that even Yan Ji was envious of. Although there were also saint-grade artifacts in Frozen Nether Cave Heaven, there were only 2 saint-grade low-rank artifacts. Yan Ji and Bai Jing Chu had to pay a huge price to obtain one each, begging others to refine them for them. In order to refine these 2 artifacts, Bai Jing Chu and Yan Ji had almost emptied Frozen Nether Cave Heaven's Yuan Qi, and even now they hadn't been able to restore much of it. What was the background of this old man and young man? His cultivation was not high, yet he was able to use such a powerful artifact. This was extremely strange. Just as Bai Jing Chu and Yan Ji were wondering about this, Chen Zhou's eyes narrowed as he called out, "Sun Yu." At a glance, he recognized that the young man was the disciple who had entered Dragon Valley 2 years ago, while the one next to him was obviously Ling Jian, who had been guarding the entrance to Dragon Valley. This master and disciple pair had just come out of Dragon Valley, so why had they suddenly rushed into this battlefield? Chen Zhou immediately became anxious. He was already worried about Yu Ting-yi's injuries, so when he saw Sun Yu appear in front of such a powerful enemy, his movements suddenly became sluggish. Bai Jing Chu, who was fighting against him, reacted quickly and immediately used some exquisite means to suppress him. Sun Yu. Yan Ji rolled his eyes and muttered to himself, "I heard that the person who entered the Dragon Valley was also called this name. Boy, was that person you? Old man, so what if it's me?" Sun Yu was not afraid. Not only did he admit it, he even scolded Yan Ji. Not only was Yan Ji not angry, but his eyes lit up and he laughed, "Haha, this is really a case of wearing out iron shoes in search of something, only to find it so easily. This old master was a little worried that those people wouldn't be able to find you, but I never thought you would deliver yourself to me." "Very good, very good. You mean the 5 transcendents who went to Dragon Valley?" Sun Yu sneered softly. "How do you know?" Yan Ji's eyes narrowed, faintly feeling that something wasn't quite right. Facing a master like him, this boy was acting far too calm. Even the old first-order transcendent beside him was trembling uncontrollably, seemingly unable to bear the pressure he was exuding. "Of course I know," Sun Yu grinned meaningfully, "because they're all dead, dead by my hands." "Dead by your hands?" Yan Ji was dumbfounded, shaking his head disdainfully. "Little brat, do you think this old master will believe you just because you say so? Don't you weigh your own weight before speaking such big words? How naive. 5 transcendents, none of them weak, how could they have been killed by an immortal ascension boundary 7th stage boy? Although the artifact in front of them was a bit strange, Yan Ji didn't believe Sun Yu had such ability. It doesn't matter if I believe it or not, the next one is you, Sun Yu coldly snorted. You little brat. Yan Ji laughed dumbly, don't try to provoke this old master, it won't do you any good. Although this old master won't kill you, he can still make you suffer a bit. Be a good boy and come here yourself, lest this old master has to act. The conversation here reached the ears of Chen Zhou, who was fighting by Jing Chu, causing him to cough up blood in anger. Ling Jian, you old fool. Why did you bring Sun Yu here? Chen Zhou had done his best and was only able to entangle by Jing Chu. Yan Ji was almost unstoppable. Now that Sun Yu had appeared in front of him, how could there be any good result? This was Dragon Phoenix Palace's last hope. Ling Jian really didn't know how to act properly. Palace Master need not worry. Ling Jian didn't answer, but Sun Yu shouted, since this disciple dared to come here today, he has full confidence in himself. Since Frozen Nether Cave Heaven dared to offend my Dragon Phoenix Palace, we must make them pay the price in blood and let them know that my Dragon Phoenix Palace is not easy to bully. Saying so, Sun Yu turned a fierce glare towards Yan Ji, old dog, you're the first. Sun Yu was young and full of vigor, so he believed in Yang Kai, so he shouted these words quite loudly and confidently. After his voice spread out, all the cultivators who were fighting paused and turned their heads towards him. A moment later, the cultivators belonging to Frozen Nether Cave Heaven burst into laughter, their laughter mixed with contempt and mockery, causing the people from Dragon Phoenix Palace to feel ashamed. It was as if all of them felt that this little brat didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yan Ji also laughed, crossing his arms behind his back and saying, little brat, I'd like to see how you'll make me pay the price. This old master will stand here and not move, the two of you can attack together. Heh, those 5 transcendents just said something similar, and then, they all died. Sun Yu snickered. As soon as his words fell, a resounding dragon roar rang out and an amazing golden light burst forth, illuminating the sky. All the cultivators below the Saint Realm were instantly blinded and at the same time felt a sensational pressure descend from the sky, suppressing them so much that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly, for fear that if they made the slightest movement, they would be crushed to pieces. Facing Sun Yu, Yan Ji, who had been calm and composed a moment ago, suddenly grimaced. Amidst the dazzling golden light, Yang Kai seemed to see a huge creature rushing towards him. Not daring to hesitate, Yang Kai quickly condensed his strength to protect himself while summoning a spirit-grade mid-rank defensive artifact. If he didn't do so, he was afraid he would be killed in an instant. Hong, the earth shook violently as a violent energy wave swept out in all directions, causing the trees to sway and the wind to distort. Yan Ji let out a muffled groan as he was sent flying like a kite. At that moment, he felt as if he had been hit head-on by a huge force, causing the protective barrier in front of him to collapse and even his spirit-grade mid-rank artifact to crack. Looking down, Yan Ji saw that his artifact had indeed lost a great deal of its spirituality and would need to be repaired before it could be used again. What was that? It actually destroyed my spirit-grade mid-rank defensive artifact in a single blow. The golden light gradually stabilized and Yan Ji finally saw what had attacked him. His eyes narrowed as he stood there completely dumbfounded. Up in the air, a golden dragon several dozen meters long was looking down at him with a pair of eyes as large as copper gongs, filled with contempt and disdain. Under its gaze, Yan Ji couldn't help but feel a sense of shame. The golden dragon's appearance was flamboyant, a layer of golden scales covering its body, giving it an extremely majestic appearance, as if no attack could hurt it. Its claws were extremely sharp, flashing with a cold light, making one doubt that they were claws that could easily tear apart high-grade artifacts. Energy manifestation. Yanji frowned, but quickly denied his own guess. The golden dragon in front of him was too real, so real that it was impossible for it to have been condensed by Yuan Qi. In other words, it was a real giant dragon. The uncrowned king of the monster race, a legendary existence capable of reaching the ninth order. Yanji had once heard that the monster race had several great seniors who were peak 8th order monster beast, and one or two of them had the bloodline of a true dragon, which was why they were able to reach such heights. For the monster race, the bloodline of a true dragon was the noblest. Because of this bloodline, one or two great seniors could cultivate to the equivalent of a 3rd order saint. But in front of Yanji, a true dragon had appeared. This was a legendary 9th order monster emperor, an existence that surpassed the peak of strength in this world. Feeling the scorching energy emanating from this golden dragon, Yanji felt a chill run down his spine. Yanji stood dumbfounded in place. Ling Jian, who had brought Sun Yu here, was also dumbfounded. His whole body kept shaking as he wiped his turbid eyes over and over again, as if he wanted to see more clearly and confirm that there was no illusion in front of him. Even Sun Yu's face was filled with excitement, his eyes filled with worship. The might of the Dragon Emperor. On the other side, Chen Zhou couldn't help shouting as he stared blankly at the golden dragon, unable to believe that he would one day be able to witness such a scene, let alone that Sun Yu could actually accomplish such a feat 2 years ago. This disciple was still unknown, a trivial Yuan Qi boundary 7th order cultivator. Although it was confirmed that he had obtained the Dragon Emperor's inheritance, Chen Zhou estimated that even if he came out safely, Dragon Phoenix Palace would have to cultivate him for a few dozen years before he could truly grow. But now, as soon as Sun Yu came out of seclusion, he directly found a Saint Realm Master to fight and even allowed the might of the Dragon Emperor to reappear. Chen Zhou couldn't help laughing loudly, feeling that even if he died now, it would be a worthy death, not letting down the expectations of his ancestors. Bai Jingchu wasn't in the mood to chase after Chen Zhou and instead just stood there, staring blankly at the golden dragon, shock filling the depths of his heart. All the cultivators who were fighting stopped what they were doing and watched this sensational scene. A huge panic and uneasiness quickly spread like a tide, causing all the cultivators in frozen nether cave heaven to feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Chapter 839. 30 kilometers away from Dragon Phoenix Palace, the appearance of a true dragon caused both sides to be dumbfounded. Sun Yu, who was in the midst of worshipping this true dragon, suddenly heard Yang Kai's warning in his mind and quickly composed himself before shouting towards Yanji, "Today, this place will be your burial ground, hand over your life." A dragon roar rang out again as the several 100-meter-long true dragon transformed into a golden beam of light and shot towards Yanji. Yanji did not dare show any neglect, quickly summoning a long sword in his hand. This was his Saint-grade low-rank artifact, the Profound Ice Sword. As soon as this artifact was taken out, Yanji's aura soared, his whole body exuding an icy chill. The Profound Ice Sword also began to emit waves of icy chi, as if it was hiding some kind of profound mystery, ready to be unleashed at any moment. Before the true dragon could reach him, Yanji lightly shook his Profound Ice Sword and in an instant, this Saint-grade sword transformed into a myriad of sword phantoms, dazzling anyone who saw it. A cold aura burst from Yanji's body, like a cold wind blowing from an ancient snowy mountain, causing the temperature within a 1,000-meter radius to plummet. The Saint-grade low-rank sword bombarded the true dragon with an irresistible force. The massive golden dragon did not try to dodge and instead charged straight towards this attack. Sparks flew in all directions, and it seemed as if countless attacks had slashed onto the golden scales of the enormous dragon, causing bursts of bright sparks to sputter out. A scorching aura assaulted his face, and the might of the Profound Ice Sword was like a flower in a mirror, abruptly becoming unreal before being completely evaporated. Yanji's eyes narrowed as a sense of panic filled his heart. His frozen nether cave heaven mainly cultivated ice attribute secret arts and martial skills, so encountering a true dragon that contained such intense heat was like a mouse encountering a cat. It was the biggest nemesis. The power contained in the profound ice sword could not even display 80% of its usual power. Yan Ji did not dare use his exquisite means at will. Under the influence of this scorching aura, the strength in his body seemed to have become somewhat unstable. The true dragon was right in front of him, opening its ferocious mouth. Yan Ji let out a strange cry, the long sword in his hand swung out, swaying a circle of light, like an ice lock flying out, enveloping the golden dragon. Yan Ji's actions were only a desperate attempt to create some time for himself to escape. Facing a ninth-order monster emperor, Yan Ji knew that he was not a match for him. The other party's prestige was too great, and if he continued to fight, he might die. In front of it, Yan Ji felt like he was walking on a tightrope, his life hanging by a thread. Unexpectedly, the rings of light blocked the gold dragon's attack. The gold dragon froze in midair, unable to break free for a while. Yan Ji frowned, faintly feeling that something was not quite right. If this golden dragon was really at the 9th level, it would have been impossible to stop it. Carefully inspecting it again, Yan Ji was surprised to find that this golden dragon was quite majestic, but it didn't seem to be so invincible. The energy fluctuations that surged out of its body were almost the same as his own, or even slightly inferior. Rolling his eyes, Yan Ji no longer hurried to escape, instead using all of his exquisite means to engage the golden dragon in a fierce battle. Seeing the Dragon Emperor's power so great, Chen Zhou, who had been at an absolute disadvantage, suddenly became spirited and began fighting back, quickly recovering from his disadvantage against Bai Jingchu. The Dragon Phoenix Palace cultivator was also extremely excited, their originally dull eyes shining brightly, as if they could see a bright future for their sect. In an instant, they switched from defense to attack, forcing the invaders from frozen nether cave heaven to retreat again and again, causing them to suffer heavy casualties. Sun Yu, who was protected by the Silver River, stared at the battle in the sky with wide eyes, clenching his fists tightly as he cheered for the golden dragon in his heart. Sun Yu was also wondering why Senior Yang hadn't shown up yet. He seemed to be only using the methods of the Dragon Emperor's inheritance. With his strength, if he appeared here, he would definitely be able to beat the crap out of Yan Ji and the others. Sun Yu's vision wasn't high, so he didn't know that in terms of realm and cultivation, Yang Kai was actually just a third-order transcendent cultivator, one that had just broken through not long ago. After fighting for a while, Yan Ji suddenly burst into laughter. It turns out this big worm is only a so-so, ha 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 ha. When the golden dragon first appeared, Yan Ji was really frightened. After all, the one in front of him was a legendary 9th-order monster emperor, but after fighting for so long, he finally understood the true strength of this golden dragon. It was on par with him, the only difference was that it was more durable. Yan Ji's various methods bombarded its body, but none of them were able to hurt it at all of them blocked by its golden scales. This golden dragon shouldn't have truly matured yet. Currently, it's only an early-stage 8th-order monster. Yan Ji judged in his heart, no longer panicking as before, becoming much calmer. The profound ice sword exuded a cold aura that collided with the heat radiating from the golden dragon's body, destroying each other in the process. The entire sky was filled with white fog at this moment, and while standing in the distance, one could only see flashes of light and bursts of energy, unable to see what was happening inside. Inside this fog, Yan Ji and the golden dragon collided with each other. In close contact, Yan Ji saw some human-like emotions in the two giant dragon eyes and couldn't help frowning. He felt like he wasn't fighting a monster beast, but rather a human. The golden dragon's ability to adapt was simply too fast, and as the battle progressed, Yan Ji felt more and more pressure, as if the golden dragon was rapidly growing. Those incomparably sharp dragon claws struck out, faintly bringing with them the power to tear apart space. Every time Yan Ji was frightened to the point of breaking out in cold sweat. With a cold expression, Yan Ji stabilized his state of mind, and the profound ice sword in his hand suddenly burst out with a faint light. Beside him, sharp icicles suddenly appeared, blotting out the sky as they shot towards the golden dragon. Facing such an astonishing momentum, the golden dragon opened its huge mouth, and from that mouth, a golden energy erupted like a volcano. Hong, the two violent energy fluctuations collided, each containing a completely different martial Tao concept. In the midst of the collision, a brilliant light bloomed, dazzling like fireworks, shocking everyone. The scorching energy was undoubtedly purer and more condensed, and all the icicles that came into contact with it melted in an instant, the remaining momentum bombarding Yan Ji. Yan Ji's expression was flustered, and just as he was about to dodge, a mocking voice suddenly sounded in his mind. When this voice sounded, his movements couldn't help but stop, his eyes trembling as he looked at the golden dragon not far away. By the time he wanted to dodge, it was already too late. A golden energy that was enough to incinerate everything instantly enveloped him, and Yan Ji screamed miserably, releasing a burst of cold energy from his body to counteract the scorching heat. A moment later, he flew to the side, gasping for breath. Although he didn't suffer any fatal injuries, his beard and hair were all scorched, making him look very distressed. Looking at the golden dragon, his eyes were filled with resentment. The voice that had disturbed his state of mind just now should have been transmitted by this golden dragon in front of him, causing him to be caught off guard. What he cared about was that the voice actually sounded like a human's voice, not a monster beast. "I don't care if you are the Dragon Emperor or not, since you dare hurt me, you will die today." Yan Ji roared madly, suddenly throwing out the profound ice sword in his hand. The long sword suddenly transformed into a strangely shaped demon beast in midair. It was huge, comparable to the golden dragon. Baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, it pounced on the golden dragon and bound it tightly with a biting chill. With a dragon's roar, the golden dragon flew up, but was unable to break free from the monster beast transformation of the profound ice sword. Yan Ji took advantage of the situation and rushed forward. Cold qi surged between his hands. One of his hands became crystal clear like an ice crystal, exuding a biting cold light. Like a sharp thorn, he suddenly stabbed towards the golden dragon's abdomen. Yan Ji's impregnable scales could not withstand this attack and were directly broken apart. Yan Ji's hand penetrated more than 3 inches before it was blocked by the squirming flesh. When he pulled his hand out, crimson blood mixed with golden light spurted out, splashing all over his face. "Ha ha ha!" Yan Ji laughed wildly. From the beginning of the battle until now, he had finally hurt his opponent, and this gave him hope of victory. Without waiting for the golden dragon to counterattack, he quickly retreated and said with disdain, "You think your body is invincible? How naive." After these words came out, the golden dragon seemed to be completely enraged, and its huge body twisted and suddenly became much smaller. The shackles binding it were suddenly broken. Yan Ji was stunned. He had never heard of a monster beast being able to change the size of its body at will. He knew about the monster beast transformation, but the scene in front of him was just too bizarre. Without waiting for him to recover, the golden dragon, whose body had shrunk by several times, rushed towards him, its claws gleaming with a cold light and carrying an aura of death, causing Yan Ji's scalp to go numb. He found that although the golden dragon's body had shrunk, its majesty had not changed in the slightest, causing people to tremble with fear, and after shrinking, its movements were undoubtedly more convenient and faster. While flying, several golden chain-like energy suddenly shot out from the side of the golden dragon, wrapping around Yan Ji's space. At the same time, a golden spear appeared out of thin air, bringing with it the power to destroy the heavens and earth, shooting towards him. Shio, in the blink of an eye, it broke through the shackles of space and bombarded Yan Ji. "Impossible!" Yan Ji cried out. His eyesight was not bad, so naturally he could see that whether it was the chains or the spears, they were all martial skills of a high grade. How could the monster beast display such an exquisite martial skill? While screaming, Yen Ji hurriedly avoided the spears, but was unable to get rid of the pursuit of the chains. Inadvertently brushed by one of the chains, his body suddenly became heavy, as if there was a mountain pressing down on his head, and even his divine sense showed signs of being imprisoned. Although it was only for a short moment, but in a battle between such experts, a moment of failure could affect the entire situation. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.